Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Lord of Mystery, Paradox Pathway by author D. Nan. Chapter 301-350. Chapter 301 If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Click. You're finally back. I was practically starving. Hearing the click of the lock, Furs immediately turned her head towards the door, grumbling as she tried to heave herself off the sofa. But just as she was about to succeed, her eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, "Who are you?" "It's me. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Hugh casually placed the gluttony doll on the shoe cabinet by the entrance, looking at Furs, who had suddenly adopted a wary posture. Her expression was slightly smug, but Furs stared and said, "What did you do to Hugh? She's not that tall." Strange. Furs seemed to have suddenly noticed something. She took a few steps forward, then scratched her head and said, "That's odd, I just thought you looked taller." "Never mind, it's not important. Anyway, why are you home so late today?" Hugh glared at Furs, took a deep breath, and then said, "I ran into Mr. Paindrax on the way, so I took the opportunity to hand in the previous mission. And then you accidentally got scratched by that arrow, and awakened your stand ability. And your stand ability is to make yourself look taller. So that arrow really is like the one in Diamond is unbreakable that can awaken stands." Furs, as a novelist who had written detective scenes, instantly completed the entire process in her mind. Hugh nodded slightly and said, "Pretty much, but Mr. Paindrax taught me how to use the arrow. He said increasing the number of stand users is part of his advancement ritual. Then let me try it too. I want a stand that can help me with work." Furs immediately became interested upon hearing this, but Hugh grimaced, a black line appearing on her forehead. She instantly threw aside all the excuses she had considered on the way and directly pulled out a letter, slapping it into Furs's hand. "Mr. Snow gave this to you. I brought it back on my way." This. Furs looked at the envelope in her hand, and an expression of sudden pain appeared on her face. "What are you thinking?" Seeing Furs's expression, Hugh immediately realized something. Furs didn't reply, instead tearing open the envelope, and the pain on her face disappeared. "Damn it, I just wanted to put the letter aside and open it after dinner." Furs muttered as she unfolded the letter, while Hugh thought to herself, "She probably meant to put it aside until she forgot about it, right?" Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. She just looked at Furs's increasingly strange expression and asked with a hint of curiosity, "What's wrong? What kind of mission is it?" "Nothing, just another commission," Furs casually replied, her eyes flickering. Then, with a flick of her finger, a flame suddenly rose, incinerating the letter in her hand. "Trickmaster, so cool." Listening to Furs's transparent attempt to cover up, Hugh showed an expression of not wanting to watch. In the end, she shook her head. Anyway, Furs lived with her and hadn't taken on any new jobs recently, so she just needed to pay a little more attention. Speaking of which, have you been slacking off recently? Why haven't you completed your acting yet? At the border between Backland's West District and Empress Borough, Snow asked, holding Lily in his hands after sending Heaven Manufacturing to the music room to listen to records. "I've been trying really hard, but there are fewer idiots in Backland lately, and I'm helpless. Those commoners don't even come near me. But even though I haven't fully digested it, I'm almost there. Should I just drink the potion directly?" Lily responded seriously. Snow grinned slightly at this. Fewer idiots, did she mean the merchants who left with the nobles returning to their fiefs? "Never mind. I'll take you to buy 'em later. There should be more opportunities for incitement there. What about guarding the house?" Lily's mood was clearly very excited, but she still dutifully asked. After all, she had been the one to receive all those big silly cats who came to deliver money recently. "It's fine, I'll be in Backland for a few days." Snow's lips curled slightly, and Lily was instantly struck by lightning. "I wanted to go to sea with you, but you're abandoning me overseas while you stay home. Is that something a person would do?" Seeing Lily starting to get agitated, Snow also reined in his teasing. He placed Lily on his lap and stroked her fur, explaining at the same time, "I'll only be in Backland for 10 days, so if you want to stay, it doesn't matter if you act later. But I'm telling you now, if you can complete your acting, I'll take you with me to sea in 10 days, otherwise you'll stay in. I'll listen to you, I'll go act now. You can't not take me then. Lily instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt, leaping from Snow's lap. When Snow saw her again, she was holding her beloved food bowl in her mouth. A wise choice. Through the monkeys left in Backland, Snow quickly returned home. However, the moment he landed, the monkeys almost simultaneously issued a danger warning. The sense of destiny inherited from Winter took effect, and Snow immediately understood that a high-level existence nearby was influencing the surrounding destiny. And for someone like Snow, who was practically a uniqueness come to life, to feel such a clear pull of destiny, it had to be at least an angel. An angel who would appear in Backland at this time and have the leisure to appear before him. Snow took a deep breath, abandoning the idea of preemptively using his Sequence 3 abilities to fight, and did not try to contact Heaven Manufacturing on the second floor. Instead, he spread his arms, displaying a posture of giving up resistance, until the iconic vines and a pair of delicate leather boots appeared in his line of sight. Only then did Snow finally breathe a sigh of relief. If possible, I hope you can knock on the door in a normal way. If not, wrapping me in vines is also acceptable. I did want to knock on the door, but you're too perceptive. Bernadette was also a little surprised that Snow, as a Sequence 5, could sense her presence. However, thinking of his identity as a believer of 3, now seemingly 4 deities, she no longer dwelled on it and said directly. More importantly, I have some questions for you. Is it about Huang Jiajia? Snow raised an eyebrow, immediately guessing her intention. Bernadette, however, frowned slightly upon hearing this. Huang Jiajia, that's, are you talking about Katlia? She's not my sister. But she's your daughter. Snow rolled his eyes, a characteristic playful smile on his lips, and said. Don't tell me you don't know you're standing in Huang Jiajia's heart. Bernadette gazed at Snow with her wise eyes. After a moment, she gave up on arguing with him and turned to say. You're right, it's about Huang Jia, it's about Katlia. You really are a member of that organization she mentioned, the one collecting Russell's diary. Chapter 302, Bernadette falls into deep thought. Bernadette's attire today was still full of contradictions. The only constant was her exquisite black leather boots, but as the saying goes, if you have high appearance, even wearing a sequined cloth looks good, not to mention that today Bernadette wasn't wearing a veil. Looking at her delicate features, perfect figure, and the soft, waterfall-like long hair cascading down her back, aside from it not being black, there was almost nothing to fault. No answer. Is that an admission? Or can't you say, father-in-law would see, sorry, I just got promoted recently, and I zoned out earlier. Snow lightly coughed twice, feeling a bit helpless about the monkey's rebellion. Shakespeare's apes' side effects were not difficult for Snow, who had already achieved consciousness unification, to overcome. However, sometimes, the hardest thing to overcome isn't the passive, but the active. Script after script floated before his eyes, and Snow, without realizing it, became engrossed. This reminded him of browsing Bilibili in his previous life, intending to find some material and leave, only to realize, after being snapped back to reality by Odin, that he had already watched an hour of daily life videos. Father of the Mountain. What is that? What would happen if he saw it? Is that someone's code name? Bernadette was already used to the fabricated words that suddenly popped out of Snow's mouth. It wasn't that she heard them often, but her own father used to say many fabricated words. Now, it seemed, it was probably the result of directly translating Russellian phrases. Of course, this didn't conflict with her associating and analyzing it. That's not important. Snow, relying on his innate ability to maintain composure, forcefully suppressed his awkward facial expressions and turned around, speaking earnestly. Let's sit down and talk. All right. Bernadette didn't refuse Snow's suggestion, dispelled the vines, and went with Snow to the living room. Snow felt very pleased by Bernadette's actions. This at least meant that this lady was truly treating him as a visiting guest, not a high and mighty angel. Is black tea all right? Snow took down the queen's black tea from the shelf. Katlia nodded slightly, seemingly waiting for Snow to continue. Snow unhurriedly brewed the black tea, a professional smile on his lips, and casually said. The organization Katlia encountered, I cannot disclose the specific details. Cannot disclose. Bernadette repeated the words in a declarative tone. Snow nodded and said, "Yes, cannot disclose, but I can tell you clearly, he is not your father." Bernadette's expression changed several times in an instant. Although there wasn't any particular reaction, judging by the streams of fate captured by the monkeys, Bernadette could be said to be quite embarrassed and annoyed right now. What does he mean? Does he think I'll acknowledge anyone I meet as my father? A hint of irritation flashed in Bernadette's eyes, which resembled crystallizations of wisdom. However, she then suddenly realized Snow's meaning. Last time he said something like that, he thought she was mistaking him for that person. So, this, he, most likely refers to an existence who can also interpret Roselian. That is, one of paradox, fool, or hanged man. However, hanged man is already insane. If Katlia encountered him, the outcome would probably not be too good. So, is it fool, or paradox? Oh, right, paradox has not yet ascended to the divine throne, but he used he, so it must be fool. The last trace of irritation in Bernadette's eyes quietly faded, replaced by a look of understanding. I see, I understand. Bernadette replied. Seeing Bernadette's emotions stabilize, Snow poured her a cup of black tea, then took a sip himself before continuing. If you're worried about Huang Jiajia, there's no need. As long as she doesn't court death herself, there's no more benevolent great existence in this world than that one. Benevolent? Are you sure? Bernadette, who had just picked up her teacup, looked at Snow with a somewhat surprised expression, even a hint of sarcasm in her tone. After all, for Beyonders, especially those who master ritual magic, the first lesson to learn is, never trust the benevolence of a great existence. I'm sure. Snow replied with a rare serious tone. In fact, if you have any questions about Rosal, you can also ask him. Well, if it doesn't involve your dad's privacy, I think he would be happy to answer you. Of course, this requires payment, such as Rosal's diary or something. You don't seem very enthusiastic about that person's diary. Bernadette was slightly puzzled when she heard this. If the fool also came from the same place as that person, then why was the fool collecting diaries, while this guy never mentioned it? Bernadette didn't think the other party couldn't bring it up. Was it because the fool was a resurrected ancient god who didn't understand that person? So he planned to understand his fellow countrymen through the diary. Snow, hearing Bernadette's question, once again pulled his attention away from the scripts the monkeys kept throwing at his face and said with a profound tone, "An old antique who has been out of touch with the times for countless years suddenly awakens and naturally hopes to confirm what happened during his slumber through old newspapers. As for me, I have always been very clear-headed." Bernadette frowned slightly. She had already recognized Snow's riddle-speaking nature and knew that his words must hide some deeper meaning. After subtly chewing on his words, Bernadette's eyes lit up. So, this guy in front of her, could he be very familiar with that person? Always very clear-headed, probably refers not only to the fool's slumber but also to that person's madness in his later years. It might even be saying that all his fellow countrymen are not clear-headed, and only he is clear-headed. Then, would this fellow countryman also include the still mad true creator? Is he the last hope among this group of people? Is he a contemporary practitioner striving for their revival? But his age is clearly only in his 20s. Resurrection from the death pathway. Restart from the fate pathway. Possession from the aberrant pathway. Or something else. Perhaps I need to investigate the Pandrax family, a thought arose in Bernadette's mind. It wasn't that she hadn't investigated Snow's identity, but she focused on this person and didn't pay too much attention to the impoverished minor noble family that had left almost no trace in history. Only now did it seem that this small noble family might hold many secrets. Looking at Bernadette's calm yet intensely thinking state, Snow knew that this princess was overthinking, but that was exactly what he hoped for. All roads lead to Rome doesn't necessarily require leveraging the power of fate, because by observing fate, one can naturally adjust one's words and actions. While this means one cannot control the other party's variables, it can also amplify the probability of the other party proceeding according to one's wishes. This is the power of language. Seeing that Bernadette was gradually falling into his planned future, Snow said meaningfully, "Madam, shouldn't you return the Beander characteristic you owe me?" Chapter 303, Dangerous Promotion. Holding the Beander characteristic of a prophet and a demoness of afflictions in his hand, Snow's expression was slightly subtle. His winter potion melted upon entry, He didn't know if this was due to his transmigration, the authority over fate from White Horse is not horse, or simply because his own luck was sufficient. But in conclusion, he already possessed the qualifications to advance to Sequence 4. As for the side effects of Shakespeare's ape, after he tamed the all-knowing council at Sequence 6, they had become much simpler. Holding a veto power, he only needed to constantly watch the script submitted by the apes, become accustomed to the unusual, or develop the ability to multitask, to overcome the side effect of mental overload. It could be said that this had once again increased Snow's chances of becoming a god. However, he did not plan to complete the advancement now. This was because advancing to a demigod in the paradox pathway was far more dangerous than previous advancements, a fact evident from the potion formula. Sequence 4 Lorenz butterfly. Main ingredient: any one Beander characteristic of a prophet cataclysmic enterer. Auxiliary ingredient: any one Beander characteristic of a demoness of afflictions mentor of disorder. Yes, that's right, advancing to a demigod in the paradox pathway required simultaneously consuming two Beander characteristics of different sequences, which was utterly insane. Even if White Horse is not horse hadn't given him any relevant hints, just seeing such a formula made him feel the inherent danger, not to mention it also had an equally perilous ritual. Although the information provided by White Horse is not horse told him that once brewed into a potion, the original repulsion between the two Beander characteristics would be neutralized, just like the Beander characteristics currently in his body, which could coexist even if they didn't belong to the same sequence. But honestly, ever since he learned that this world was the Lord of the Mysteries world, he had been quite wary of White Horse as not horse, this inexplicable Sephira that had never appeared in the original work, always feeling that some outer deity waiting to be resurrected might be hidden behind it. Therefore, he never dared to fully trust the information given by White Horse as not horse, and facts proved his intuition correct. For example, White Horse as not horse never told him that while digesting the original characteristics through the acting method, he also needed to overcome the side effects of the paradox pathway. And facts proved that if he hadn't overcome those side effects, he would have already lost control. Taking a deep breath, forcing himself to stop thinking about the potential conspiracy involving White Horse as not horse, Snow stood up and began his mental preparation. He already had an idea to reduce the risk of taking the potion, the only problem was that it required breaking some bottom lines. Although he himself had very flexible moral bottom lines, some things were ultimately different. 1,000 days to train soldiers, an hour to use them. Miss Justice, I've provided you with so much help, it's time for you to help me too. Late at night, the Red Gloves squad, having just dealt with a devil worship incident in the southern suburbs, returned to St. Samuel Cathedral. From the expressions on the team members' faces, it was clear that this mission hadn't encountered too many difficulties. I wonder how many days we'll get to stay in Backland this time. Leonard stretched vigorously, as if relaxing his tense nerves. Captain Sost shook his head slightly, holding a telegram and smiling wryly. Not for long. The Sanguine in Backland have been acting unusually recently. No way, Captain. We just got back. By the rules, shouldn't it be assigned to other squads first? Cindy complained helplessly, but from his slight tug on his gloves, it was clear he was already in a state ready for action. I'm very sorry, but this matter is quite troublesome. Bishop Electra walked into the prayer hall from a side door, a hint of apology on his face as he said. This time, unlike the Sanguine who worshipped the primordial moon or joined the Rose School of Thought, all of them are mid-level members of their families. This is no simple problem. You don't need to apologize. Sost nodded, his expression also becoming serious. This is the life of us Red Gloves. We understood what we would face the moment we chose to join. Quote. Old man, what do you think the Sanguine are planning? Back in the lounge area, Leonard asked with a chuckle while sorting through the information given to him. Who knows? Maybe it's a relic of a high-ranking Sanguine, maybe they've discovered a vampire nest, or perhaps they've received orders from the Sanguine progenitor. But with such obvious movements, it won't be a small matter. Could it be related to the Fool? Ever since Leonard met Snow, he suspected everything was related to the Fool. In response, Pales merely let out a sneer. Although he didn't answer directly, Leonard felt a little relieved. The old man had laughed the same way when he took on the previous two cases that were deemed unrelated to the Fool. Nights for different people cannot be generalized. There are red gloves who stay up late, eternals who sleep like babies, and also young girls who have strange dreams all night. Audrey woke up from her sleep and immediately picked up the doll placed by her bed. Only after confirming that the doll wasn't showing a strange smile did she finally relax. She hadn't slept soundly last night. Probably because of the book, Beware the Audience. She had a terrifying dream of living in the sight of others all night. She dreamed that she had transformed into a character in a stage play, and in places she couldn't see, countless spectators were staring at her, criticizing her. Fortunately, dreams not inspired by spirituality came and went quickly. As she woke up, Audrey's brain also rapidly began to forget those unpleasant memories. Audrey cast a pacification spell on herself, but still felt uneasy. She immediately prayed to Mr. Fool once, and only after receiving confirmation from Mr. Fool did she finally relax. It's all that book's fault. It's written so realistically. I really want to know who the spectator is. With no more mental burden, Audrey immediately forgot her pain and began to ponder the details in the book, wishing she could immediately go to Mr. Devil's house to finish reading the rest. However, she still remembered that she was currently in her own manor, so she could only call her maids in due course, get dressed with their service, and then begin her breakfast for the day. "Audrey, when are we leaving?" After breakfast, Audrey returned to her room. As soon as she closed the door, she heard Susie's somewhat eager voice. "Susie, why are you more anxious than me?" Audrey looked at Susie with some surprise. In the past few days when they had snuck out, Susie had always seemed a bit reluctant. Hee hee. Susie let out an embarrassed laugh. As a dog, she hadn't yet learned to hide her thoughts like humans. Audrey looked at Susie's appearance, and an understanding expression immediately appeared on her face. "Susie, have you fallen in love with the pet facilities at Mr. Devil's house?" Chapter 304 Snow's Request. Passing through the door again, Audrey landed gracefully on the soft lawn. It seemed that after several teleports, she had adapted to the feeling of being teleported. This time, she no longer felt the slight dizziness and discomfort. Looking at the green vitality slowly returning to the valley, Audrey felt very pleased. She even began to imagine the wonderful scenery of the valley filled with various flowers when spring arrived. As expected of a Buridan family. To maintain this level of lawn, the family castle needs dozens of gardeners and thousands of pounds annually for care. Audrey watched Susie, who started rolling on the lawn after only 2 steps, feeling a bit amused and a bit envious. Although Buridan power was dangerous, if one had enough means to control it, it could greatly improve one's quality of life. For example, her own ancient castle, which made people feel like they were slowly decaying, required tens of thousands of pounds each year for repairs. Yet, Mr. Devil's family residence, despite not undergoing large-scale repairs, always remained clean and tidy. Most importantly, the lighting is excellent. Audrey was very envious of the castle's lighting. Or rather, she detested the solemn and gloomy atmosphere of her family castle. "All right, Susie, you're being too unladylike." After Susie had played for a while, Audrey finally spoke up to remind her. Susie stood up and said innocently, "Audrey, I'm just a dog. But an ordinary dog wouldn't intentionally get herself dirty just to have an excuse to use someone else's bathroom." Audrey easily saw through Susie's thoughts, which made Susie stick out her tongue. The person and the dog chatted and laughed as they arrived at the main entrance of the castle. With the turn of the black, exquisite key, the solemn and magnificent main door opened with the sound of gears turning. "Welcome back, madam." With a slightly aged greeting, Sebastian's translucent, ethereal figure appeared behind the door, as if he had been waiting there all along. Accompanying his appearance, 2 maids in short-skirted maid uniforms also appeared on either side of the main entrance, seemingly awaiting Audrey's command. "Good morning, Sebastian. Has Mr. Snow returned?" Audrey greeted elegantly, but unexpectedly received an affirmative answer. "The master is currently in the study. Do you need me too?" "No need, Sebastian." A voice suddenly interrupted Sebastian's words. Audrey looked in the direction of the voice and saw Snow, dressed in casual attire, walking down the staircase that stretched like embracing arms. A smile, as always, was on his face. Audrey immediately said with some surprise, "Mr. Devil, when did you return?" It was no wonder she was so surprised. According to the Tarot Club's discussion yesterday, Mr. Devil should have been in Byam at this time. How could he have crossed thousands of miles and returned to East Chester overnight? However, considering the teleportation array she had just used, it seemed not incomprehensible that Mr. Devil had the ability to quickly travel between Byam and East Chester County. I just returned last night. Snow had a relaxed smile on his face. He turned and instructed the maids to prepare some pastries and drinks. Audrey, well versed in social etiquette, immediately understood Snow's meaning and followed his steps, preparing to go with Mr. Devil to a social venue such as the living room or garden. Just then, Susie, covered in grass, suddenly entered her vision, causing Audrey's expression to stiffen slightly. "Madam, shall I take Susie to clean up?" At Snow's signal, the head maid immediately stepped forward, but her address still made Audrey blush a little. However, her excellent aristocratic upbringing allowed Audrey to forcibly maintain her spectator state, and she nodded elegantly. "I'll leave it to you." Although she really wanted to complain about the ghost servants addressed to her, which they refused to change no matter how much she corrected them, Audrey, out of a young girl's reserve, still ignored the topic and began to apologize regarding, beware the audience. Snow just smiled and said, "That book itself is a primer, similar to a fairy tale, there's nothing to worry about. If you like it, I can make a copy for you, but the mysticism knowledge within it is real after all, so it's best not to let ordinary people see it." "I understand." Audrey nodded happily, but inwardly she was marveling at the Pandrax family's early education. Did Mr. Devil grow up reading books like this? But if that's the case, there should be quite a few similar books. Thinking of this, Audrey felt a little ashamed again and immediately said, Mr. Devil, I must pay for it." "Well, I'll pay according to the price of mysticism books. This isn't compensation, it's just necessary respect for knowledge, and also an adherence to the Tarot Club's rule of equivalent exchange. Just give whatever you think is appropriate." Snow was noncommittal about Audrey's persistence. He just took a sip of red tea before changing the subject. "Speaking of equivalent exchange, I also happen to have something I'd like to ask of you." "That's great." No, I mean, just say whatever it is." "Mr. Devil, you've helped me so much, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely try my best," Audrey said with a slight panic, even a little incoherently, because in her impression, Mr. Devil had always appeared as a powerful Byander in an omnipotent posture. He had sufficient assets, ample mysticism knowledge, and powerful strength. Such a powerful individual actually had a request for her, which made the restless heart within Audrey leap with joy. I need a psychological intervention, well, maybe multiple times." Snow had pushed himself to the edge of the cliff, so there was no reason to hide anything. Hearing his words, Audrey paused slightly. "But according to my observation, you shouldn't have any mental illness. And Mr. Devil, haven't you mastered the Byander abilities of the spectator pathway? Emperor Rosal once said, it's difficult for a doctor to cure his own illness, and to be precise, I haven't contracted a mental illness. It's because the ritual required for my pathway's next advancement deviates from my personal beliefs. To ensure I can continue to advance without losing control, I need a little external interference. Oh, you might not know yet, but after sequence 5, every time you consume a potion, it must be accompanied by a specific ritual, and the higher the sequence, the greater the difficulty of the ritual you face." Listening to Snow's gentle statement, Audrey's expression grew stranger and stranger. What kind of sequence required such a peculiar advancement ritual? However, considering that it was Mr. Devil making the request, Audrey remained silent for a moment before saying with some lack of confidence, Mr. Devil, I can try. Chapter 305. This is Panradax. Time's pace only depends on what is done. While Klein was assassinating the Vice Admiral of Disease, meeting Iceberg Vice Admiral, and conveniently bringing Father Azek to demand documents, the members of the Tarot Club also completed their advancements one after another. However, while Moon, Sun, and Hanged Man successively completed their advancements, Snow was undergoing psychological intervention from Miss Justice. Audrey, however, was quite enthusiastic about this work. Firstly, she finally had the opportunity to help Snow. Secondly, she could exchange this work for access to a portion of the Pandrax family's Enlightenment storybooks, and thirdly, she was very interested in the work itself. Audrey felt that she seemed to have grasped some core aspects of playing a psychiatrist. As the surging crimson light engulfed everything, the members of the Tarot Club once again arrived at the magnificent, sacred palace, like a giant's dwelling, appearing on both sides of the mottled, ancient bronze long table. Amidst Miss Justice's light and lively greeting, the Tarot Club members began their routine salutations. However, perhaps due to their recent advancements, the overflowing spirituality of Sun, Moon, and Hanged Man immediately drew attention, making everyone realize that the Tarot Club had once again ushered in a leap in strength. Seeing such a scene, Mr. Fool felt a sense of urgency in addition to relief. After meeting Mr. Azek earlier, he received the reminder, the traces of interfered destiny on you are getting heavier, which made Klein increasingly eager to resolve the sole potential culprit currently affecting his destiny. Ins Zhangwil. In reality, the hatred for being killed had already greatly faded when Klein reunited with Melissa and Benson, but Mr. Azek's reminder this time startled him awake. If Ins Zhangwil didn't die, everything could happen again. And next time, the demigod he hunted might very well be a high-ranking member of the Night Church, and what he knew best was none other than Backland's St. Samuel Cathedral, wasn't it? If he started plotting again, would Benson and Melissa, who lived near the Night Church, be affected? Whenever he thought of this, Klein felt a pang in his heart. I must advance to Marionettist as soon as possible. Then find the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Klein saw that everyone indicated they hadn't obtained Rosal's diary and was about to speak when he suddenly heard Mr. Devil say, "Respected Mr. Fool, I remembered a page from Rosal's diary. How could I forget that Mr. Devil will definitely turn in a diary as long as he's at home? Which pathways beyonder did this senior conquer this time?" Klein's lips curved slightly upwards. He reached out to summon the diary materialized by snow, and looking at the neat block characters, he began to read with a joyful mood. July 3rd, Backland's air quality is truly terrible. I have no doubt that in a few decades, a disaster similar to the London smog incident will occur. This almost requires no guidance. Is this a historical inevitability? Or, as I imagine, is there a fellow countryman who has already become an author, controlling all of this? If only I had seen this diary earlier. Klein looked at the first paragraph with some heaviness, then shook his head self-deprecatingly. Even if he had seen it earlier, before the Great Smog occurred, he couldn't have imagined that disaster would happen silently, let alone that he was on the run at the time. However, following Senior Paindrax's line of thought, perhaps he could deduce major events that might happen in this world by reverse engineering historical events from before his transmigration. But he wasn't a history student before he transmigrated. Regarding history, especially European history, he couldn't exactly say he had some knowledge. At the very least, he could say he was completely ignorant. Klein sighed helplessly at the ineffectiveness of the strategy before him, then continued reading. The situation in Backland is completely different from that in the territory. But that's right, as the most developed city at the time, casually throwing a stone and hitting several wealthy merchants and nobles is the proper style for a capital. However, relatively, the dangers here also seem a bit beyond my imagination. Amon's mausoleum, Tudor's crypt, Jacob's legacy. Oh, God, do the residents of this city know what they are treading on? Clearly, they don't know. Klein looked at the words on the paper and finally confirmed that the third uncle should be Senior Paindrax. However, Tudor's crypt, did it refer to the underground ruins on William Street? Did Senior Paindrax also go there once? Did he see the Red Angel evil spirit then? And what was Jacob's legacy? Klein suddenly found Backland, where he had lived for half a year, becoming unfamiliar again, and even began to doubt if it was truly suitable for Melissa and Benson to live there. At least they live near St. Samuel Cathedral, so it should be safe under normal circumstances, right? Klein muttered a few self-comforting words, but then he recalled Ins Zhangwil's record of forcing his way through Channy's Gate, and immediately felt a headache, only able to move his gaze further down. Backland actually harbors quite a few heretics. Compared to Wild Beyonders, they are even less welcome. After all, in Lowen, the Sun Church and the Church of Knowledge are both proper cults. Well, that might be a bit harsh, but Brother Storm's attitude towards them is even tougher than dealing with ordinary cults. Aurora Order excluded. Upon reading this, Klein suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. When his gaze fell on the last paragraph, he indeed saw what he had guessed. I caught a Beander from the Sun Pathway. These fanatics usually have something wrong with their heads, but luckily, I'm best at dealing with these guys. Hee hee, a notary, huh? Come on, I have a governess employment agreement to sign with you. ... Restraining the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Klein silently added another entry to Senior Paindrax's collection list, while also beginning to construct the specific structure of the Pandrax family in its prime in his mind. Assassin pet, son butler, hunter head maid, spectator chambermaid, succubus slave. Can't think about it, it's too stimulating. Klein cleared all the R-rated images from his mind, waved his hand to dismiss the diary, recomposed himself, and then, manipulating the world, asked. Mr. Devil, you previously said you could acquire contaminated Beander characteristics at cost price. That's right. Snow, though a bit surprised that Mr. Fool asked a question through his avatar right after reading the diary, still nodded and said. Low sequence characteristics are acquired at market price, mid-sequence can be at a 10% premium, and if you can provide high sequence characteristics, I can acquire them at double the price. Chapter 306, Emptying Mr. K's Wallet. Hearing Snow's words, Klein shook his head gently and said, I need this Beander characteristic to advance. Upon hearing this, although Snow was obscured by the gray fog, for the sake of Mr. Fool and a certain Miss Hermit who could barely see through a tiny bit of the gray fog, he still put on an understanding expression and nodded, saying, I have a processed marionettist Beander characteristic. You can directly exchange it with me. I'll charge you a 1,000 pound handling fee, how about it? Klein quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. According to Little Sun's previous reply, to remove the contamination from a Beander characteristic, one either had to completely destroy it with powerful strength above the angel level, or use a mystical item with stealing abilities to steal the contamination, or, as Miss Hermit said, find high sequence items of the Sun Pathway. Regardless of the method, the funds required would far exceed 10,000 pounds. If he were to recollect the materials, it would be unnecessary to seek far and wide. After briefly estimating his money pit and confirming that he could still afford it, Klein nodded and said, deal. Perhaps because the Tarot Club had just completed a round of advancement, everyone's enthusiasm for transactions was not very high. Besides Lord K, who had to cancel Susie's psychiatrist Beander characteristic because he didn't eliminate Vice Admiral of Disease, everyone else seemed to be waiting for the transaction segment to pass. Klein also noticed this. After a brief thought, he controlled the world to add, who has, or who can obtain, mystical items with very strong offensive power. His main targets for inquiry were Hermit and Demon, as the mystical items he needed would at least require sequence 5 level destructive power for long-term use, and the other members clearly didn't have such channels. Hermit Catalya was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly shook her head and said, if similar items appear at the Beander gatherings I attend, I will keep an eye out for you. Catalya was also a person with influence. Although she had killed many Beanders over the years, her subordinates also needed rewards and advancement. Snow, hearing this, smiled and said in a meaningful tone, the requirement of very strong offensive power is a bit too vague. I need you to specify a power level. What level of weapon do you want? A sword that can kill a demigod with one strike? Or a pistol that can break through a guardian's defense with one shot? Or an amulet that can strengthen your next attack? Mr. Demon's words are too exaggerated, aren't they? The Hanged Man, Magician, and Moon all felt that this guy was bragging, but Little Sun and Justice were very confident. Hermit noticed the unusual reactions of the two groups and immediately turned her attention to the world. Others might not know, but Klein was very clear. After all, as early as last year, he had witnessed Mr. Demon effortlessly resolve a demigod-level combatant in just a few minutes. Based on the feedback from Saphira Castle, he was certain that even now, after advancing another sequence, Mr. Demon had not yet advanced to demigod. To be able to swiftly kill a demigod at sequence 6, the claim of a sword that could kill a demigod in one strike was probably not an empty boast. But, I can't afford that kind of thing. Klein didn't even need to ask the price to know that he definitely couldn't afford weapons of that level. However, he couldn't lose the world's prestige in the eyes of the other Tarot Club members. After a brief consideration, he said in a more tactful tone, I need weapons suitable for sequence 6 to demigod level use, preferably firearms. The type doesn't matter. I'll give you a few options and quotes, and you can choose yourself. Snow's lips curled slightly as he began to estimate Klein's current assets, then narrowed his eyes and started to propose solutions. I have 3 Beyonder characteristics that meet your needs. The first is the Sequence 4 Demon of the Criminal Pathway. A weapon forged with this characteristic would likely gain malicious perception in several curses of the Abyss pathway. Its destructive power goes without saying, it's perfectly capable of dealing with slightly weaker demigods. The cost price is £80,000. The second is the Sequence 5 Disciplinary Knight of the Arbitrator pathway. A weapon forged with this should have various restrictive abilities, suitable for pathways that possess strong offensive power but struggle with accuracy. However, its preparation is a bit complex, £2,000. The third is the Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. It should grant abilities like Fatal Strike and Weak Point Attack. Its destructive power is straightforward and brutal, but it has certain demands on accuracy. If forged into a firearm according to your request, it might require excellent marksmanship to wield. Of course, if you complete your advancement and gain a certain degree of control, that's another story. Making this item isn't very challenging, £15,000. For the other Tarot Club members, the shocking part was that Mr. Demon actually possessed a demigod's Beyonder characteristic, while Klein's only thought at this moment was, expensive. Although he had long expected that mystical items of this level would certainly not be cheap, it was only after Mr. Demon quoted the prices that he deeply felt the pain of poverty. He wanted all 3 weapons, but undoubtedly, even with the bounty for hunting missile, he couldn't afford the cheapest one. Just as he was considering how to ask Mr. Demon for an extension without losing face, he heard Mr. Demon continue, if you have doubts about the finished product's effect, you can pay 1/3 as a deposit first, and pay the rest after receiving the goods. With Mr. Fool present, I believe you won't renege on the payment. Upon hearing this, Klein felt a warmth in his heart. Mr. Demon clearly knew he was short on funds, which was why he offered such terms. But then again, it seemed he had to intensify his search for the lucky pirate. Considering his current funds and the bounty that hadn't arrived yet, a demigod weapon was definitely out of reach. If it was a choice between Disciplinary Knight and Reaper, I choose the weapon made from the Reaper Beyonder characteristic. The deposit will be available soon. Well, of course, it wasn't because the Reaper weapon was cheaper, but because the Seer sequence always seemed to lack powerful offensive means, and buying another strong control-type weapon would clearly be putting the cart before the horse. Snow was not surprised by Klein's choice and nodded gently, saying, "No problem." The transaction segment quickly passed. Klein then recalled the contents of Paindrax's diary and, controlling the world, said to Furs, "I want to entrust you with something." Furs was a bit surprised, but more so tired, because just recently, Zio had given her a big assignment. Yes. The world nodded gently, seemingly not hearing the reluctance in Miss Magician's tone, and directly said, "Go take a stroll around William Street, at the junction of West District and Empress Borough. Go once every 2 or 3 days. Pay attention to whether there are any abnormalities. If there are, inform me immediately." Chapter 307. After the meeting. Just as Miss Justice was proudly informing the Tarot Club members about the progress of the government employee examination, in a cafe near Backland's Kings Avenue, Melissa was gently stirring her lemon black tea with a ceramic spoon, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the window covered in white mist. Seeing the fog grow thick again, she reached out and gently wiped the window, clearing a relatively clear space. Just as her gaze slightly unfocused as she looked out the window, a series of footsteps suddenly stopped beside her. Melissa turned her head vigilantly, only to see a young man with a poetic temperament, and the most distinctive feature about him was his pair of bright red gloves. "Good afternoon, Mr. Leonard, is there something I can help you with?" "Good afternoon, Melissa, are you waiting for Benson?" Seeing the girl's worried expression, Leonard asked, though he already knew the answer. He then seemed to realize he was stating the obvious and quickly changed his tone to comfort her. "Don't worry, Benson's foundation is very solid, and after becoming a lawyer, his memory has also significantly improved. He will definitely pass." I know." Melissa's tone carried a strange coolness. It wasn't that she disliked the young man in front of her, it was simply because his identity was too awkward. After all, it was this very gentleman who had delivered Klein's pension to their home. This made Melissa always feel like she owed him a huge favor, and a massive sum of money along with it. What was most frustrating was that she couldn't even find a reasonable way to return the money to him or the church. Leonard, of course, understood the girl's awkwardness, because he himself was also very awkward. Over the past month, during his breaks between missions, he would always make a detour to visit the Moretti siblings and, accidentally, discover their Beyonder identities, offering some guidance. But he didn't reveal that he knew Klein was still alive, because he didn't know whether the siblings knew that Klein hadn't died. If they knew, that would be fine, but if they didn't, for him, the one who had falsely reported his death, to suddenly pop up and say he wasn't dead after all, that would be beyond awkward. More importantly, as a mere red gloves, he shouldn't have known that Klein was still alive. Thus, both parties maintained the awkward state of, I know Klein isn't dead, but I don't know if the other party knows Klein isn't dead, so I can only keep the secret that Klein isn't dead. Fortunately, this awkward situation didn't last too long. As the cafe door was pushed open, 7 or 8 men and women streamed in first. Benson took off his somewhat old top hat, and before he could even comb his receding hairline with his fingers, he had already noticed his sister, who had stood up, and the gentleman from the night church sitting opposite her. Before Benson could wonder why this gentleman was waiting with his sister, he heard Melissa's slightly nervous voice. How was was today's test difficult? It might have been difficult for others, but I had no problems at all. Arithmetic is my strong suit, not to mention I'm a lawyer now. Well, I can't compare to you, but the enhancement to my mind is quite noticeable. Benson glanced around. Seeing that everyone was discussing and no one was paying attention to them, he used his eyes to suppress his sister's desire to continue the conversation and looked at Leonard, saying, Mr. Leonard, is there something you've come to see us about today? At this moment, Benson was actually quite worried, fearing that the gentleman in front of him and Melissa were going to confront him together. Although he didn't oppose Melissa's freedom to love, this gentleman seemed to be engaged in a high-risk profession. He had already experienced the pain of losing a loved one and didn't want Melissa to experience it again. However, to his relief, the gentleman merely bowed politely and then whispered, I have some things to do recently, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Backlund for a while. If you have any problems, you can go to this address for help. If you really don't have time, you can also send a messenger to him for help. This gentleman is Klein's, a good friend of Klein's during his lifetime, he will definitely help you. Melissa and Benson looked at the address and messenger summoning spell Leonard handed them, a trace of complexity flashing in their eyes. This was the second time they had seen the same address and messenger summoning spell. Klein had left it for them as an emergency before leaving Backlund, and even the format was identical. It seems this gentleman's relationship with my brother is truly extraordinary. Melissa recalled the gentleman who had a cat on his expensive suit back then, while Benson, without any change in expression, accepted the spell and sincerely uttered a single word. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, Klein saved my life. Leonard shook his head, glanced at the clock on the wall, and then said, I should go too. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Returning from the Tarot Club, Furs, with all her might, finally overcame the laziness brought on by the fireplace. She changed into a dark blue thick cotton dress, wrapped her light gray scarf, and put on a warm lady's soft hat. In weather that wasn't too cold, but where mist permeated and chill seeped into the bones, she left her rented house and took a carriage to William Street. She inhaled the cold air and began to waver between completing Mr. World's mission and completing Mr. Devil's mission. Well, she didn't choose to not complete either, not because she had changed her nature, but because her conscience had begun to ache faintly. So fast. Is it dinner already? Klein, who had just exchanged the missile delivered to his door that morning for bounty money, hadn't even had time to count the gold pounds he had received again when he heard the familiar whisper. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and with a suspicious look, took 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the gray fog. Immediately, he saw a sacrifice request from Mr. Devil. It's already done. Although the great sword I gave little son last time also took an afternoon, this is too fast, isn't it? Klein frowned slightly, but still accepted Mr. Devil's sacrifice. As the summoning door was pushed open, an exaggerated-looking revolver, along with its product description, appeared in the palace-like giant's residence. Klein was almost instantly captivated by the revolver's design. On its mechanically violent aesthetic, meticulously carved azure rose patterns were stained with an eerie baked blue. Just by looking at it, Klein had already fallen in love with this weapon. However, a seer's caution made him restrain the urge to immediately test the gun. He reached out and picked up the product description, and the first thing that caught his eye was the gun's name. Azure Rose. Chapter 308 New Toys. Azure Rose Customized Double-Barrel Revolver. Ammunition Capacity, 6 rounds. Characteristics. 1. Double Attack. The special firearm structure allows 2 bullets to be fired simultaneously with each shot. Within 50 meters, the 2 bullets are highly likely to hit the same spot. 2. Bullet Adaptability. This handgun can adapt to most bullets with a caliber no greater than 10 mm and can maximize the power of enchanted bullets. 3. Beyander Bullet. When the bullets are depleted, a Beyander can spend 3 times the spirituality required for their ability to transform a Beyander ability, including the abilities of mystical items, into a bullet. This bullet is considered a charm bullet and can also be enchanted by the firearm itself. 4. Monster Hunting. Carrying this gun can evade malicious perception from a Beyander of the criminal pathway below demigod level, and it can weaken malicious perception from demigods and above to a certain extent. The specific degree is directly proportional to the wielder's strength. 5. Enchanted Bullets. By consuming spirituality, it can imbue bullets with 3 abilities. 1. Weakness Mark. The location hit by the bullet will be marked as a weakness, and hitting it can cause high damage. 2. Magic Breaking Imprint. The part hit by the bullet will experience spiritual disturbance, temporarily eliminating the mystical defense of the hit area. 3. Fatal Blow. Every attack is equivalent to hitting a weakness mark. If it indeed hits the marked weakness, it can unleash damage sufficient to severely wound a guardian with a single blow. Side effects. 1. Broken Arm Curse. This gun must be held in the left hand. Using the right hand to fire will result in a 3-day broken arm curse, continuously causing various disasters targeting the right arm until the arm breaks or the curse duration ends. 2. Natural Hostility. Carrying this gun will make the wielder prone to hostility from the criminal and sun pathway's mystical influence. 3. Ability Occupation. After creating a Beyander bullet, the corresponding Beyander ability will be occupied. This occupied ability will slowly recover within 60 seconds after the bullet is fired. 4. Reloading Obstacle. Each time the cylinder ejects, a standard action must be performed to complete the reload. This process will generate a taunting effect on all intelligent units in the vicinity. 5. Precise Structure. This handgun requires regular maintenance, otherwise, negative effects such as jamming, misfires, and barrel bursts will occur. If the barrel bursts, please send the fragments back, only the cost of materials will be charged for recasting. Attachment. Handgun Maintenance Guide.txt. What kind of divine weapon is this? Klein's eyes lit up at the long string of text on the product description, wishing he could immediately fire a few shots to test it out. Although there were also 5 side effects, compared to the 5 equally useful and complementary abilities, these minor negative impacts were negligible. Klein played with the handgun, which was full of mechanical beauty, and suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. After a moment, he finally recalled the source of this déjà vu. Good heavens, where did this devil hunter come from? Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had a new understanding of the broken arm curse and began to seriously ponder it. However, he quickly realized that it was nothing major. Although his dominant hand was his right, the magician potion had granted him extremely strong ambidextrous flexibility, and firing with his left hand would not affect his marksmanship at all. As for the natural hostility, Klein wasn't particularly concerned. After all, he was somewhat of a seer and understood that mystical influence would at most worsen perception and lower first impressions, but it wouldn't directly control a Beyander's rationality. And a Beyander who could survive to sequence 5 or above would, by no means, rush forward simply because of a little ill will. What? Below sequence 5, isn't that the lucky pirate? Little hunger is still hungry. But I still need to practice a lot, at least get used to drawing the gun with my left hand. And I also need to learn about firearm maintenance. Klein cautiously gripped the gun handle with his left hand and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned the enchanted bullets stored in the clutter. However, the moment he ejected the cylinder, his body suddenly struck an uncontrollably flashy pose. With a flick of his left hand, the 6 bullets in the gun immediately popped out of the cylinder. Then, he tossed the 6 bullets from his right hand upwards, and his body spun 360 degrees on the spot. By the time Klein realized he could control his body, the bullets had already been reloaded. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. At the same time, this handgun, named Azure Rose, also transmitted to him a total of 12 reloading poses, including the previous movement. This is called a standard action. Should I say, as expected of a Beyonder item forged from the advanced characteristics of a provoker. Klein looked at the gun in his hand and suddenly felt a bit of a headache. No wonder reloading would generate a taunting effect. If you suddenly pull off such a move in the middle of a fight, the taunt level would be maxed out, wouldn't it? This uncontrolled reloading action was indeed somewhat dangerous, but Klein also learned from the information transmitted by Azure Rose that as long as he could master this set of movements, he could perform them himself. It's just, although the clown potion's ability allowed him to easily learn these movements, thinking about spending 1 to 2 seconds showing off in combat made Klein dismiss the idea. If it's not necessary, I'll just use Beyonder bullets. However, he still needed to practice. Of course, this wasn't because Klein thought it was genuinely cool, but merely to prepare for situations where reloading was unavoidable. A magician doesn't perform without preparation. Lord K, who had received a new toy that night, stayed up all night, and in a corner of Backland, a pair of eyes had just opened. Ince Zangwill, awakening from a deep sleep, first confirmed his condition. This was something he repeated daily, as he had no way of knowing what stories 008 would weave or what surprises it would bring after he fell asleep. After confirming he was unharmed, Ince Zangwill put on his shiny leather boots and stood up, walking to his desk. As expected, he saw 008 lying flat on the desk like an ordinary quill. However, it had been locked in a metal box with layers of symbolic runes and magical markings last night, and now, it looked somewhat more worn than before. This set off alarm bells in Ince Zangwill's mind, because the last time he had seen this quill in such a state was when a meteor had fallen from the sky. With a solemn expression, he walked forward, grasping 008 in one hand while his other hand skillfully flipped open the nearby notebook, discovering that nearly a page of text had been added there. Ince Zangwill did not recall what he had done last night, but he acutely sensed some problems. He looked into the mirror and found that his reflection felt strangely unfamiliar, as if another Ince Zangwill had been born within him. He lowered his head and saw obvious abnormalities in the nail beds of his hands, but he could not recall what he had done last night. Finally, he scanned the room and was astonished to discover 3 guests who should not have been there. Upon reading this, Ince Zangwill's scalp immediately prickled. He abruptly stood up, only to discover with a shock that on his bedside table, the one from which he had just picked up his clothes, there were now 3 exquisite dolls, each no larger than an adult's palm. They looked remarkably lifelike, with smiling eyes, but Ince Zangwill unsettlingly noticed that in the bright eyes of all 3 dolls, his own inexplicably upturned lips were reflected. It was a sinister, ruthless, and bizarrely terrifying smile that utterly mismatched his aged face. He instinctively wanted to destroy the 3 dolls completely, but his high spirituality as a nightwatcher frantically warned him that if any one of these dolls were damaged, his own fate would certainly be no better than theirs. Chapter 309 Witch. Are you ready? As the light of dawn poured into the room, Snow, who had just rushed back to Black Swan Castle from Backland, looked at Lily in front of him and asked again. I'm ready. Really ready. Lily replied very solemnly, but Snow was still a little skeptical. Although the Beyonder characteristic in Snow's hand had been purified by heaven manufacturing, even swallowing it raw had a high probability of successful advancement, so whether Lily had really completely digested it didn't seem that important. But Snow always felt a little uneasy, because what she was about to drink was witch potion. When other people drink witch potion, they just change their gender, but when Lily drinks witch potion, she is going to change her race. Yes, Snow had no doubt that Lily would become a human, because this was hinted at in the original work. From the fact that the spirituality pollution of 422 turns people into zombies and werewolves, it can be seen that the spirituality pollution of high-level mythical creatures transforms other creatures into lower-level creatures of their own sequence. Regardless of whether they possess Beyonder characteristic or are complete Beyonders, first of all, In terms of form, it should be able to reflect the posture of the low sequence of this pathway. And in the original work, end of chapter 23, volume 8, what is the spirituality pollution of the primordial demoness? All the objects that were polluted became women with better appearances. Yes, it's not turning everything into females, but turning everything into women. The word woman is obviously a specific reference to the female gender of human-shaped creatures. From this, it can be seen that the witch pathway should be fixed as female human, or at least as a female demi-human. Of course, even if the facts are not like this, it doesn't matter, because sequence 2 of the paradox pathway has the ability to rewrite reality. When he advances to a demigod, Lily can drink another bottle of witch potion. The reason why it is not felicity but witch is because among the potions, only witch definitely carries the word woman. Beauty goddess can be a beautiful mythical creature, mother and desolate matriarch can be any race, but only witch specifically refers to woman. Thinking like this, Snow was instead looking forward to Lily still being just a cat after drinking the potion. But Lily didn't think so. She was looking forward to having a pair of hands that could be used to make dried fish, so she looked at the potion, which was like the cosmos, with great anticipation. It looks hard to drink, meow. Although she made such a remark, Lily still held the beaker with her front paws, struck a pose that looked very cute, and began to pour the potion down. Fortunately, the potion is essentially a whole, otherwise, with her way of drinking, how much of it was really swallowed would be questionable. However, as a cup of potion went down, Lily's body began to twist violently. It was not a physical twist, and there was not even any understandable process. Snow watched Lily's body expand and refine without any warning, just like the Anjuwaman evolution animation he had watched as a child, quickly transforming from a cat into a human. However, the change in appearance did not reassure Snow. He kept Pavlov's dog's ability activated, observing Lily's mental state. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately start to forcibly intervene. Fortunately, the Beander characteristic purified by heaven manufacturing was really powerful. The potion, which had almost no mental residue, quickly merged with Lily's body. When she slowly woke up from the meditation, the first thing she did was raise her two hands and let out an exaggerated laugh. Meow, I can finally make dried fish. I think before that, you should learn to speak with your vocal cords. Snow rolled his eyes. Although Lily was indeed speaking, her way of speaking was the same as when she was a cat, directly using spirituality to vibrate the air to make sounds. Although her pronunciation was standard, even a normal person would find this way of speaking very problematic. Vocal cords. Here. Glulu. Meow. Ah ah ah. Lily reached out and pressed her throat, making all kinds of sounds that only cats would make. As the sounds slowly became softer, Lily's voice became more and more normal. Then he discovered that Snow was looking at her with a strange expression. Meow. Does Master want to have kittens? Meow. Lily tilted her head, and immediately received a flick on the forehead. Then she heard Snow say, "What are you thinking about? I'm just checking the completeness of your transformation. Although witch potion optimizes appearance, it doesn't directly max it out. I'm looking for places on your body that don't look human. Is that so? Meow. But I think I already look very human." Lily touched her body with both hands, and the smooth skin tingled slightly as her fingertips brushed over it. Although he was embarrassed, Snow was indeed aroused. I have to say, witch potion is indeed witch potion. The beast-eared girl that Snow had expected did not appear. At this time, Lily had no cat-like features all over her body. No matter how you looked at her, she looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. What age? Maybe it's related to Lily's cat age. Reaching out and rubbing the slightly messy long hair, Snow clapped his hands and said, "Maria, prepare a set of clothes for Lily." "Yes, master." The maid who appeared out of thin air took Lily, who was not yet very good at walking, out of the room. After a while, the girl wearing a maid outfit with garter stockings, long gloves, and a bow tie appeared in front of him. Well, I can finally describe her. The girl who appeared in front of him was about 1.6 meters tall, with long, straight black hair that reached her waist, and her eyes were a slightly dazzling gold. Although the exposure of this maid outfit was not too high, the smooth muscle lines on her calves could still be seen through the 30D garter stockings. Lily's figure was not very plump, but it was as smooth and agile as a female leopard, concealing her sharpness under the guise of a cute and seductive maid outfit, giving people a feeling of innocence and loveliness. It's just, stand up and walk properly. Looking at Lily, who was once again walking on all fours, Snow suddenly felt a headache. Lily said with confidence, "It's not that I can't walk standing up, it's just that I can't get used to that height of view. I've never heard of a cat being afraid of heights." Snow raised his eyebrows. When she was a cat, she dared to walk on roofs of buildings that were dozens of stories high. Now that she's become a human, she finds it too high to stand up. It has nothing to do with fear of heights. It's just unbalanced. And I don't have a tail. Lily pouted her butt and twisted it, seeming very unaccustomed to her current state. At this, Snow could only sigh and say to Maria, "Well, take her to the cavern side. You promised to take me out." Lily protested immediately upon hearing this, but Snow said helplessly, "I can't possibly take a maid walking on all fours to the street, can I? There are many monsters in the cavern, which is just right for adapting to the fighting style of a human body. I'll give you 2 days. If you can't adapt, just stay at home." Got it, got it. Hey, you, the cavern, right. Take me there quickly. Chapter 310, Intergala Belmont. Demir Island, as one of the colonial islands closest to Pritz Harbor, enjoys a different kind of order than other colonial islands. Perhaps because it is close enough to the mainland, the Navy still has a certain authority here, but it is precisely because of this authority that the order on this island is more chaotic than on some pirate-dominated islands. A small island, close to the shore, without big pirates or powerful naval officers, sounds peaceful, but it is well known that those in the underworld are not afraid of the cunning and overlords, but rather the hotheads who have just entered the scene. And Demir Island is precisely a place where hotheads gather. Those adventurers who have just started out, naval officers who have just left school, and pirates who have just set sail compete with each other in this promised land. Only those who can graduate from here are qualified to step into the vast sea. At this moment, in an ordinary bar on Demir Island, a strange atmosphere is brewing. The bar, which should have been noisy and chaotic, was now a little too quiet. Whether it was pirates, adventurers, or the ordinary people on the island who came to the bar to watch the fun, their eyes were now focused on one place. In front of a table by the window, a young girl who shouldn't be here no matter how you look at it was elegantly eating local specialties. She had a delicate appearance and a head of smooth, jet-black hair like a waterfall. She was wearing a white single-breasted suit and a white windbreaker with a long hem. 2 maids dressed as maids attended to her on both sides, making the entire dining process seem less like a bar on a colonial island full of pirates and more like the dining room of a large aristocratic mansion. Which noble lady is this traveling abroad? Looking at the delicate faces and delicate figures of the 3 girls, as well as the clothes that looked expensive at a glance, many people in the restaurant showed interest, but it seemed to be out of some kind of tacit understanding, or because they were worried about provoking someone they shouldn't. Everyone was still in a wait-and-see state. After all, at sea, even on Demir Island, which is very close to the mainland, beyonders are no longer a secret, and beyonders cannot be measured by size. After finishing her meal elegantly, the girl, supported by the maids, stood up and, with steps that seemed to hit the hearts of the onlookers with every step, came to the bartender, casually flicked a low and gold pound, and asked in a clear voice amidst the pleasant sound of gold rubbing against the air, "Have you seen a group of red-eyed guys who look down on people?" This. The bartender looked at the gold coin falling in front of him, spinning around, his throat wriggled slightly, and then he shook his head and said, "Sorry, miss. Integra Belmont, a hunter." The girl's tone was light and melodious, as if a girl on her first independent trip was playing a game called Hunter. The bartender, who spent all day mixing with a group of rough men, had never seen such beauty, and was almost speechless for a moment. Fortunately, the dangerous gazes in the bar made him straighten his position, and he lowered his head slightly and said, "Miss Integra, I haven't seen the people you described." "I see, that's a pity." The girl still had that approachable smile on her face and turned to walk towards the door. Seeing that the girl was about to leave, the guests became agitated again. Finally, a short, thin man with black hair and blue eyes ran out. His facial features were a bit old and his temperament was a bit wretched. Almost the moment he stood in front of the door, the black-haired maid next to the girl immediately made a vigilant move. This maid should be the bodyguard. The onlookers had such thoughts in their minds, but the thin man immediately raised his hands and said, "Miss, I have no malice. Integra Belmont." The girl lightly reported her name. Although the thin man didn't understand why this little girl was so persistent in calling her name, based on his years of scamming experience, he immediately changed his words and said, "Miss Integra, I have no malice, I just accidentally heard that you are looking for a group of arrogant red eyes." "Yes, do you know their location?" Woody, relying on his many years of experience, immediately saw the excitement and tension in the girl's eyes, and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I have some news, but those guys are not easy to deal with, very dangerous." So, the girl's tone was still calm, but with a temperament unique to big shots. Woody heard this and stopped being coy, and said directly, "I need an information fee, this number." Woody held out 5 fingers, and the girl nodded slightly and said to the red-haired maid beside her, "Give him £500. 500 pounds. Woody was taken aback. He only wanted £5. Don't look at him usually asking for hundreds of pounds for scams, but that's actually just rhetoric, to weaken the psychological defenses of the victims. It's rare to succeed even dozens of times, and even if it does, it's only a few dozen pounds. Just as he was wondering if he had misheard, the red-haired maid took out a stack of Backland bank checks from her handbag with a cold expression and casually signed a line of numbers. Looking at the casual attitude as if she had just thrown out a few pennies, the air in the entire bar seemed to be a bit hotter. At the same time, 2 thoughts appeared in their minds. First, this is a big fish. Second, the person she is looking for must be very unusual. And Woody, who had already been handed the check, was now a little embarrassed, because the news was all made up by him. It would be okay to cheat 1 or 2 pounds, but £500. He felt that if he took this check, tomorrow, he would probably be able to chat with the sharks in the nearby sea tonight. Don't need so much, I only need 5 sol is enough. Woody's desire to survive overcame his greed at this moment, and he even directly reduced the unit to sol. The girl named Integra frowned slightly when she heard this, and casually threw him a gold pound and said, "Keep the change, tell me, where are they?" They have already gone to sea. It was a few days ago, they should be going to buy 'em. As for whether they are really going to buy 'em, or will disembark on the colonial islands along the way, I don't know. Woody quickly said information that could be applied to almost anyone who had been to Demir Island, shouting in his heart that he was witty, and at the same time decided to immediately find a few women and spend this pound. He was afraid that if he waited a little longer, the money would no longer belong to him. Between being beaten up and losing his money, he decided to enjoy being beaten up first. Although Woody had a lot of inner thoughts, the girl obviously didn't notice that the information was almost all nonsense. She nodded very satisfied, and her face was full of eagerness to walk out of the bar. Watching the 3 figures leave slowly, the number of customers in the bar immediately decreased by 30%, and even the bartender in front of the bar disappeared from his post that he should have been guarding. Chapter 311, Half-Step Demigod Peak Perfection. Demir Island is vast, almost the size of South Korea in terms of area, but Demir Island is also very small, because in just 10 minutes, the news of a big fish arriving on the island had already spread throughout the underground world. "So, can you move aside? We need to go to the docks." Looking at the burly man with a bare torso blocking their way, and the passers-by, who seemed to be onlookers but were subtly forming a siege, Integra seemed completely unaware of what was happening, asking in a naive tone, "Haha, little girl, do you want to come to my house to play? My house is quite big." After saying that, the bare-chested man immediately burst into wild laughter, and his fierce-looking subordinates behind him also followed with lewd laughter. Integra maintained her elegant smile, and said in a slightly childlike voice, "I don't mind, but you'll have to talk to my friends." "Friends? Where?" The burly man clearly hadn't realized what was happening, but soon, his words caught in his throat, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead, because the incredibly petite girl in front of him suddenly pulled out 2 strangely shaped pistols, their dark muzzles pointing directly at his eyes. "Meet Odell." The girl cheerfully raised the white pistol in her left hand, then pointed it at the burly man, and showing the black pistol in her right hand, she said. "This is Kaya's." "Wait, I just..." Bang. "Sorry, it seems they don't agree." The girl, who had pulled the trigger without hesitation, still wore an elegant and serene smile, as if what bloomed before her was not blood and brains, but a red plum in spring. "Boss. You bitch, brothers, let's go." PFF'd. Blood splattered. The black-haired maid, who had been standing behind the girl, had already rushed into the crowd at some unknown point. Before a rallying cry could even be uttered, the 7 or 8 people blocking the path to the docks had completely lost their breath. "If you're so weak, don't try to rob people, meow." The black-haired maid lightly flicked the bloodstains from her fingertips, pouting with a hint of disdain. The red-haired maid beside her twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, always feeling that compared to herself, this one was more like a provoker. How boring. The girl in the white formal suit tucked her twin pistols inside her trench coat, and with elegant and proper steps, she walked over the blood-soaked ground, making a pattering sound, towards a slightly familiar face. The slightly sticky sound of liquid splashing seemed to land on Woody's heart with every step. Although she was such a delicate and frail girl, in Woody's eyes at this moment, she was like a giant beast. Every step she took made him feel as if a sharp fang was approaching his throat. Just asking, do these guys have bounties? The girl's expression was still so elegant, and with her blinking, she even looked a bit playful and cute, but Woody at this moment only felt his heart almost explode. He glanced at the burly man whose skull had been blown off, and his whole body felt as if it had lost its bones. But seeing the clear eyes of the girl, which reflected his own face, he finally suppressed his fear and spoke. "No, they're just local thugs." "Is that so?" The girl showed a slightly regretful expression, then as if she remembered something, she continued. "Then do you know where I can find pirates on this island?" I don't know." Woody's voice was almost tearful, but the girl seemed not to notice, tilting her head slightly and saying, "Oh, well, never mind then." With that, she turned around without hesitation and walked towards the docks without any qualms, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. "Master, someone is watching us." In the ticketing hall, the black-haired maid whispered, but Integra waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it was meant to attract attention. By the way, I never noticed before, but you actually have the potential to be a drama queen. It's very simple, much simpler than tricking those big silly cats in Backland." The black-haired maid said matter-of-factly, then uncomfortably kicked the tip of her leather boot, saying with some discomfort, "It's just that these shoes aren't very comfortable to wear. If I were barefoot, my speed would be even faster." "You'll get used to it," Integra replied casually. The black-haired maid was about to retort when the red-haired maid walked over in small steps and handed her a boat ticket. "Master, a first-class ticket for the Maryvis, sailing tomorrow afternoon at 3. The shipping company behind it has noble backing, but it doesn't belong to any official power." "Then this one it is." Integra smiled and nodded, turning to walk ahead, and the black-haired maid immediately followed. The red-haired maid watched their backs, seemingly muttering something, but still immediately picked up the somewhat bulky-looking suitcase and quickly followed. "The progress is actually quite good." In the best hotel near Demir Port, Integra looked at the sails outside the window, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. His identity, of course, was Snow. Of course, he hadn't actually changed gender. Although his appearance had become that of a girl, this was just an illusion created by a Beyonder item crafted with faceless characteristics. Just like Klein disguising himself as Irene, he still had a dick. The reason for cross-dressing was not that he had awakened any special fetish. In fact, in order to complete this acting without any reservations, he had undergone a week-long psychological intervention from Miss Justice, and the purpose, of course, was to minimize the problems that might arise from advancing to a demigod. As mentioned before, his demigod potion was a mixture of a demoness of afflictions potion and a prophet potion. Out of caution for the Saphira, he carefully chose pre-digestion. And cross-dressing was part of that pre-digestion. This was an inspiration he gained from the King of Angels rank before becoming a god. Those sequence ones who had the leisure often wouldn't directly consume the potion, but would instead assimilate the uniqueness or an extra characteristic step by step, digesting it bit by bit, to ensure they could maximize the avoidance of madness caused by the potion. Only a chosen one like the god of steam and machinery could directly swallow two sequence 1 characteristics and a uniqueness and still successfully advance, even when he hadn't fully digested his sequence 1. Ultimately, the demoness of affliction's characteristic was only a small part of the Lorenz butterfly potion. Even with a patch, directly consuming it would definitely cause bugs. Fortunately, he had finally mastered the ability of turtle is longer than snake, and with the aid of concept substitution, external digestion became possible. However, to avoid potential cognitive impairments after completing the acting, he followed Miss Justice's advice and created a complete persona for this alternate identity. This way, he could completely separate himself from the cross-dressing Integra. So, at this moment, he was probably the king of sequence 5, at the peak of half-step demigod perfection. Chapter 312 Boarding the ship. Master, the ship sails in 3 hours. Will those guys really board? Irene, educated by the Black Swan Castle Maid Corps, asked with proper etiquette. Integra merely smiled faintly, skillfully disassembling 2 pistols and maintaining their internal structures. Unlike the high-waisted steam rifles and revolvers of this world, these 2 guns were automatic pistols not yet seen in this world, designed with the Beretta M92F, which Snow greatly admired. In his previous life, Snow was just an ordinary writer living in the Zhonghua family, where firearm control was extremely strict. Even after researching some information, he only knew the basic structural principles of automatic pistols and was not familiar with Beretta's detailed design. Fortunately, the artisan characteristic gave him absolute sensitivity to machine, and combined with the computational power provided by the Prophet characteristic, he directly came up with an even better design. Amidst the soft clinking of metal, Snow reassembled Odell and Kaya's, with dim and blue-gold spirituality surging within them. After holstering her pistols inside her trench coat, Integra finally turned her head to Irene, who was standing quietly by her side, and asked, "Where is Lily?" "She's outside eating seasonings." When Lily was mentioned, Irene's face immediately showed a somewhat disgusted expression. Seeing her like this, Integra knew Lily was being foolish again, so she immediately got up, pushed open the bedroom door, and saw Lily sitting at the coffee table in the living room, with a pile of small dishes in front of her. She was currently stuffing powders, liquids, and pastes from different small dishes into her mouth, then making strange expressions like squinting, inhaling, and puffing out her cheeks. "Why are you eating these things for no reason?" Integra found Lily's foolishness amusing, but Lily replied earnestly, "Big cat, human tongues are too complex, meow. I've never tasted so many flavors. Dried fish don't taste as good anymore. I want to find some seasonings suitable for dried fish, meow." Faced with Lily's innocent reaction, Integra glared back at Irene, then, amidst Irene's expression of, "She's being foolish, why are you glaring at me?" reached out and lifted Lily, who was half a head taller than her. "After we get back, go learn to cook with Maria. Don't just experiment on your own here. Understood?" Lily nodded obediently, and only then was she put down by Integra. "Oh, by the way, what's with your meow 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 verbal tic? Why does it come and go?" Integra had wanted to ask about Lily's verbal tic for a long time, because it was completely irregular. Even with the same sentence, she might say, meow, in one, but not in the next, leaving Integra completely unsure whether she was trying to suppress it or intentionally adding it but accidentally forgetting. "Oh, that's probably due to incomplete potion modification, meow." Lily pointed to her throat with some distress. "Sometimes after speaking, I instinctively take a breath, and when the air goes into my throat, it turns into meow, meow. So you meow when you inhale now." Integra looked at Lily with an amused expression, but Lily shook her head. "No, meow. It only happens when I inhale while speaking, perhaps because of the vibration here. If I spoke by directly vibrating the air like before, it wouldn't be like this, meow. What kind of strange flaw is this?" Watching Lily's, "I'm so worried, meow," expression, Integra's mouth twitched slightly. She took a deep breath, and after confirming no, meow, sound was made, she said, "Let's go. This ship's promenade deck has an open-air restaurant. Confirm that person boarded this ship." At the dock where the Maryvis was moored, a group of people gazed at the giant ship before them. "That's right. After that madwoman killed Geji, she bought a first-class ticket for the Maryvis and then boarded the ship. There were 3 people in total, and the only cargo they brought was a piano. We're not experts, but its value should be considerable. The thin man with a shaved head reported the situation concisely. The leading man nodded slightly and said to the person beside him, "What do you think she's looking for the sanguine for? Could she know the sanguine's secret? Perhaps. Maybe she's just a young lady who read too many adventure novels and is now out adventuring with bodyguards and maids." A slightly flippant tone came from the man being questioned. In response, the leader merely shook his head and said, "Young lady, I've never seen a young lady who can smile while blowing someone's head off. Have the records not been found yet? The maid by her side has clearly undergone strict etiquette training, her background must be extraordinary. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't be hard to find." The flippant male voice didn't pick up on the other person's words but instead turned to look at the others. The person responsible for this aspect of communication shook his head and said, "There is no such young woman with black hair and brown eyes in the low and noble circles. The closest is Madame Sharon of Tingen City, but that lady is already over 30. Could she be a foreign noble? It's possible, but that will take time. After all, that's not our territory, not to mention the surname Belmont is very likely fake. No time to investigate slowly. Prepare to board." Similar conversations occurred in more than one place. As passengers boarded, the atmosphere on the Maryvis slowly became strange. Integra sat in the open-air restaurant on the promenade deck, sipping a glass of mixed fruit juice with a southern continent flavor, her eyes constantly sweeping over the passengers walking up the gangplank, a slight curve forming on her lips. Interesting. Far more than I imagined. What exactly are the Sanguine thinking? Releasing information so brazenly, are they truly so arrogant as to lose their minds? Or, do they have ulterior motives? Irene stood behind her with a serious expression. Although very thirsty, she still maintained the proper demeanor of a maid. However, the occasional glances she shot at Lily, who was holding 2 grilled fish, seemed to convey a desire to kill. "Master, she's glaring at me, meow." Lily took a third of the grilled fish in one bite, her tongue darting out from the stimulation of the spices, then noticed Irene's gaze and immediately tattled. Upon hearing this, Irene's face turned ashen and she said, "You are a maid. Don't do such rude things. You're the maid, meow is a pet, meow." Lily retorted directly, then leaned close to Integra, rubbing her cheek, stained with spices, against Integra's sleeve. "You," Irene stared, suddenly doubting who the provoker really was. Seeing her expression, Integra immediately waved her hand, brushed off the spice particles from her sleeve, and imitating Miss Audrey's way of speaking, said in a cheerful tone, "It's hard to get out and have fun, don't be so serious. You go eat something too, and Lily, don't rub against me when your face is dirty." Chapter 313. Don't use your interests to challenge others' careers. Woo. With a long whistle, the Maryvis departed from Port Demir, and entered the paradise of adventurers and pirates. Integra, who already had 1 sea experience, stood on the promenade deck, gazing into the distance, but countless fragments of fate flashed before her eyes. Unlike the Black Pearl, the Maryvis's route was not a round trip between Pritz Harbor and Byam, but a triangle, it was a passenger ship, not selling black slaves, between the Rosed Islands, Loen, and Balam. However, this itinerary itself was one of the reasons Integra chose this ship. Of course, another reason was that, among the many directions of fate, this ship had the potential to accommodate the most factions. "Beautiful lady, may I buy you a drink?" Just as Integra was writing the script for the future that was about to unfold, a slightly frivolous voice came from her ear. Integra, slightly surprised by the familiar voice, turned her head and saw a handsome face, and said somewhat helplessly, "Sir, before you buy someone a drink, please introduce yourself first. After all, I am not an Intis person." "Ah, I apologize, that was rude of me." The handsome young man smiled apologetically, then immediately introduced himself. "My name is Russ, I have some business in Loen, and I am a collector." Integra Belmont, a bounty hunter." Integra extended her white-gloved hand and shook his hand. Hearing the words, bounty hunter, Russ's eyes trembled slightly, and then he said with a social smile that Integra found very familiar, "It's truly rare to see such a young bounty hunter as Miss Integra. Our Belmont family has been bounty hunters for generations." Integra drank the last bit of mixed fruit juice in her glass, then said to Lily, who was holding 2 grilled squids. "Time to go." "Got it, meow." Lily swallowed the 2 grilled squids at an incredible speed, then immediately raised her hand. But just as she opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, she suddenly seemed to remember something and made a goofy face, then pulled out a handkerchief and elegantly wiped away the spices remaining on her lips and hands. Russ watched Integra turn to leave without hesitation. Russ hadn't even fully processed it yet and was still hesitating whether to follow her when he heard her say, "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" Coming. Russ, hearing this, immediately realized he had overthought things and quickly followed her. Unlike the Black Pearl, the Maryvis was a proper cruise ship. Although it also had a bar, there was no hidden tea or coffee shop. The two walked into the bar, only to find that there were few people there at the moment. However, this was also normal. After all, the ship had just set sail, and people who would come to drink at this time probably wouldn't have boarded this ship. A Rosal Vanilla. Integra snapped her fingers at the bartender, and soon, a tall glass of emerald green sparkling wine was placed in front of her. Ignoring Lily, who was ordering milk from the bartender, Integra picked up the tall glass, raised it to Russ, took a small sip, and then smiled as she asked, "Mr. Russ, are you going to buy 'em for work?" Russ felt as if his heart had been zapped, and a ridiculous feeling that he was the one being flirted with instantly surged into his mind. However, he was also considering how to start a conversation, so he immediately casually ordered a drink, and then quickly responded, "I came out this time to indulge a small hobby of mine. As I said before, I am a collector, but I am fond of the ethnic handicrafts from the southern continent." "I see. Indeed, such collections are not very popular in Loan. However, you have certainly chosen the right ship. In fact, many folk handicrafts from the southern continent, especially those with some history, are circulated among pirates. Compared to how the Balam natives value those things, pirates mostly treat them as ordinary loot. As long as you offer a good price, it's not difficult to acquire something. Of course, this requires you to have sufficient military power, otherwise, those pirates will not be polite to you. Don't think of using future long-term development to tie down pirates. Those guys who don't even know if they'll be alive tomorrow generally won't hope for long-term transactions." Listening to Integra's experienced advice, a sharp glint flashed in Russ's eyes, and he immediately praised, "I didn't expect Miss Integra to be an expert too. I wonder if you are interested in Southern Continent handicrafts. Do you know any reliable pirates?" "There aren't many reliable pirates. If we're just talking about collecting transactions, Iceberg Vice Admiral is a good trading partner, but it's quite difficult to meet her. As for Southern Continent handicrafts, I am also somewhat interested. For example, the feathered serpent worship and death belief there have spawned very interesting totem and mask cultures. However, you need to be careful in distinguishing them. Many totems are imitations made by Loan colonists themselves. This can be differentiated by the carving method of the eyes. The carving tools of Balam natives are mostly." In the evening, Russ, feeling a bit dizzy, returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he was immediately surrounded by several figures. "Russ, did you get anything? She is truly a charming lady, knowledgeable, elegant, and charismatic. I think I'm a bit smitten with her." Russ, smelling of alcohol and under the influence of some power, subconsciously spoke his true thoughts. However, the next moment, those sharp gazes made him suddenly sober up. Viscount Honest, I'm not." Russ's cheeks flushed. He suddenly remembered the fact that he was actually there to extract information, so embarrassed he almost wanted to dig out an ancient castle with his toes. Seeing his appearance, the man who had asked the question earlier frowned, but still took a deep breath and, with a very oppressive tone, repeated his previous question. "Did you get anything?" She should be from a Beander family, with obvious animosity towards Intis. She is very knowledgeable and has a certain understanding of the maritime situation and various forces, so she should have considerable relevant experience. I didn't have a suitable excuse to ask her the reason for chasing us, but when discussing why she went to sea, she said she was pursuing a certain annoying guy. At that time, her disgust should not have been a lie, and perhaps she was just coincidentally tracking a sanguine or an artificial vampire. Russ racked his brain, extracting useful fragments from their previous casual conversation and combining them into a report that seemed plausible. Honest nodded upon hearing this, but still warned, "Don't be careless. Continue to communicate with her these next few days and try to extract as much information as possible. There are also red gloves on this ship, so everyone be a little more cautious. Chapter 314. The performance has begun, and there will be thunderous applause. It's mealtime again. Klein heard the familiar prayer at his ear, glanced at Dacquel, turned and entered the washroom, walked 4 steps backward to above the gray fog, confirmed that it was the Devil's Star transmitting, thankful for my lunch, and immediately returned to reality. It wasn't that Klein was lazy, but because he was currently carrying a sealed artifact of Sequence 0 that could kill him at any moment, a dice that was very likely the uniqueness of the fate pathway. If it rolled while he was away, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Back in reality, Klein immediately began to check the box fixing the dice, confirming that it hadn't rolled. Only then did he relax, but his eyelids kept twitching. Right eye twitching, bad omen, superstitious nonsense. Klein casually comforted himself, but he didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was now a Sequence 6 of the Seer pathway, and any abnormality could be an inspiration from his spirituality. If it were in the past, he would have immediately gone to above the gray fog to divine, but now, looking at the dice, he could only take a deep breath and prepare himself. I want another ice cream, meow. Lily, who had never tasted sweetness before becoming human, quickly finished her dessert and then turned her attention to Irene. Noticing her gaze, Irene immediately licked her ice cream and said decisively, "Don't look at me, I won't share it with you." Meow. Lily then turned to look at Integra. In response, Integra simply rang a bell and told the attendant assigned to the first-class cabin. "Another ice cream, large size." "Certainly, madam, please wait." Although professionally trained, the attendant, who was still a bit less refined than a true butler, bowed and immediately left the cabin to have the kitchen prepare it. "Master, aren't you spoiling her too much?" Irene looked at Lily's smug expression, a surge of frustration building inside her. But remembering Maria's teachings, she could only advise in a somewhat helpless tone. "If you don't spoil me, are you going to spoil yourself, meow? You're just a maid, I'm a pet, meow. I can even have kittens for master, meow." Lily gave Irene a sidelong glance. Hearing her words, Integra couldn't help but crack a smile, reaching out to flick Lily's forehead. "Think before you speak, or I'll throw you to Maria for education too." "Maria taught me." Lily stood with her hands on her hips, an expression of, "I'm super awesome." Irene's eyes widened at her words. "You were educated by that maid and you're still like this?" She immediately said in disbelief. "What did she teach you?" "How to be a good chambermaid, but she said time was limited, so she taught the important parts first, and the rest will be covered when we get back." "I won't even ask what those important parts are." Dinner, which was earlier than most people's habits in this world, came to an end after the ice cream brought by the attendant was also devoured. Integra composed her somewhat strained demeanor and walked to the porthole, looking out at the calm sea. It seemed the monkeys felt there was no need to script something that could be freely improvised, so they began to perform their main duty. Threads of fate were interwoven into a net, and the opening of the script gradually took shape. Integra walked to the piano and sat down, taking out Heaven Manufacturing from beneath her red tie and inserting it into the piano's slot. Notes began to play as her fingertips pressed down. Integra looked up, as if gazing through the deck and the sky, and then, a somewhat eerie smile appeared on her face. "The curtain call has arrived. Let the thunderous applause begin. Are you ready?" In first-class cabin number 14, Anis, dressed in a black suit with crimson eyes, surveyed the ritual altar that had been set up. Russ, who had already removed his contact lenses, Rosal, if you ask, lit the candles engraved with magic symbols, then checked the integrity of the spiritual wall, and reluctantly placed a fist-sized red crystal in the center of the altar. "Don't worry, as long as this plan goes smoothly, this inheritance will be yours." Anis noticed Russ's emotions, casually comforted him, and then said to his other companions, "Then, let's begin." As Anis gave the command, everyone in the room formed a circle. With the activation of spirituality, the flames of the candles were tinged with a viscous crimson. The magic runes in the ritual altar began to flash in sequence. Moonlight seemed to emerge in Anis's eyes, and above his head, a phantom red moon appeared. The red moon's light shone upon the altar, and from the red crystal, vein-like substances extended, deeply embedding themselves into the ship's hull, nourished by the overflowing spirituality. At the same time, the Maryvis experienced a strange tremor, and its course subtly began to deviate. Will this really work? Russ looked at the red crystal, which was now less than half its original size, his expression twitching slightly. Honest nodded and said, "This inheritance comes from a direct descendant of His Highness Olnia. It will surely guide us to the correct path." Quote. Just as Honest's words fell, the entire ship suddenly experienced a violent lurch. Fortunately, under the influence of the mysterious ritual's power, not a single candle tipped over due to the turbulence. Before Honest could ascertain the situation, the voice of the Maryvis's captain came through the copper speaking tubes that ran throughout the ship. "Dear passengers, please do not be alarmed. We have encountered a storm. Such waves are not enough to cause any harm to this ship. Please return to your cabins, place your luggage in the storage compartments, and hold on to the handrails to avoid injury from the turbulence. Those vampires are too stupid. The ocean is our home turf." In first-class cabin number 7, several rough-looking, burly men guzzled down alcohol, while in the center of the cabin, a small whirlwind continuously spun in the middle of an altar. However, just then, a man holding a strange instrument suddenly shouted, "No, the speed is too fast. At least 5 times faster than we anticipated. Damn it, someone else has the same idea as me. Sir, the ship's speed is too fast. Those bastards from the Storm Church thought of the same thing as us. Terminate the ritual. Deacon, the ship's speed is out of control. Then why don't you stop it quickly?" "No, it can't be stopped, the ritual is out of control." "Damn it. Is it the spiritual surge caused by the full moon? Captain, should we recall the spirits?" "It's too late. My connection with those few natural spirits has been interfered with. These vampires, did they even anticipate our thoughts?" Chapter 315. The ship is flying. "Malik, you bastard, get up now. This ship is flying. Are you stupid from sleeping? How can a ship fly? This isn't a Fosak airship." "Bullshit. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." Listening to his companion's angry roar, the passenger called Malik, fighting off sleep, propped himself up from his bed. But the moment his eyes met the porthole, he fell into a state of self-doubt. "Michelle, are we still dreaming?" Whack! Michelle swung his arm and slapped him, making him fully awake, then grabbed his collar and said, "You idiot, we're not dreaming. This ship really is flying. And at least 200 knots. No, maybe 300 knots. Damn it, is this ship not the Maryves, but the future? Has the rear admiral of the stars disguised her ship as a passenger liner?" Calm down, the future's sails have obvious spell arrays, there's no way we could have gotten on the wrong ship." "No, that's not right. First of all, the idea of boarding the future at Demir Harbor is ridiculous." Malik broke free from Michelle's hands, rubbed his slightly swollen cheek, then simply put on his clothes and rushed out of the room. Leaving the room, Malik and Michelle, who had followed him out, were immediately swept up by the crowd. They could only follow the packed passengers to the deck. The originally spacious deck became crowded with over 1,000 people gathered, but no one cared about that now. Even without any reference points on the sea, everyone could clearly realize that the ship was being lifted by some force, flying at low altitude at an incredible speed. Even stranger, despite the ship's immense speed, no airflow from the front could be felt on the open deck. There was even a strong wind blowing from behind, billowing the sails that hadn't yet been furled. Michelle looked up at the dark clouds constantly flashing with lightning above, and his face immediately turned grim. Malik spoke directly. "Damn it, is this the Storm Church's storm sailing? But storm sailing shouldn't be this fast without enchanted sails. There's something under the ship." Someone, unafraid of death, leaned over the side and let out a slightly panicked cry. This shout immediately attracted the attention of many, and soon, many who possessed spirit vision noticed the natural spirits flowing beneath the ship. Not only natural spirits, but below them, there was also an extremely thin layer of ice. Combined with the ice frozen to the bottom of the ship, this allowed the vessel to fly so smoothly. Furthermore, at the front of the ship, there was a peculiar force pushing the headwind to both sides. Some even discovered several sets of highly technological-looking propulsion devices at the stern, providing the ship with powerful thrust. "What exactly is going on?" After putting on their contact lenses, Russ and Kasumi also walked onto the deck. Seeing this bizarre situation, their faces became particularly strange. Although appearing openly to attract some cannon fodder to help explore was their plan, the current situation suggested there was more than just a group of cannon fodder. Have they already reached a consensus? Russ's expression grew a little worried, but Kasumi shook his head and said, "No, if the major churches had reached a consensus, it's impossible they would create such an obvious display before figuring out our objective. The current situation should be that everyone wants the ship to deviate from its normal route as quickly as possible, and they've overdone it. But why don't they stop?" Russ was extremely puzzled by this, and Kasumi also shook his head. "How should I know?" It wasn't just the Sanguine asking questions. The large organizations, small groups, and independent beyonders on this ship were all utterly bewildered at this moment. The clamor and noise prevented them from hearing the impassioned melody echoing through the ship's hull, and the continuously increasing ship speed was already making even beyonders turn pale. "Quickly lower the lifeboats. I'm getting off this ship." Suddenly, a voice came from above. As eyes focused, a man with a rugged face stood on a lifeboat, shouting loudly towards the bridge. A pirate's scout. Experienced beyonders immediately identified the man. This was not uncommon at sea. Many passenger and merchant ships would have such scouts. They would assess the ship's defenses and the wealth it carried. If they deemed it worth attacking, they would use unique methods to signal their pirate crew. However, this unfortunate pirate had clearly boarded a troublesome ship, and his composure had completely broken. But no matter how much he shouted, there was no response from the bridge. "You won't lower it, huh? Then I'll do it myself." The pirate roared, his arms suddenly thickening. He exerted force with his hands, pushing a lifeboat into the sea, then leapt down with the lifeboat. As a beyander of the sailor pathway, he was clearly no stranger to jumping into the sea, but his inadequate knowledge of physics made him overlook one crucial thing. The ship was currently hurtling at a speed far exceeding that of a normal vessel, and even more terrifying, it wasn't truly in contact with the seawater below. Splat! The lifeboat shattered into a pile of splinters the moment it hit the sea. The pirate, who had finally realized the foolishness of his actions, had no time to turn back. In his accustomed act of jumping into the sea, he was smashed to pieces. Be careful, that pirate's emotions were not normal. There might be beyonders like instigators, hypnotists, or provokers on this ship. Sost reached out to tug at his wrist, then remembered he wasn't wearing gloves, but this didn't stop him from warning his team members. Leonard tried calling out to the old man in his mind a couple of times, but received no response, and his heart immediately panicked. He glanced around and suddenly saw a man with a familiar marking tattooed on his body. He immediately leaned close to Sost and said, "Those seem to be people from the Storm Church. Should we cooperate with them? There are differences even among people from the Storm Church. At sea, many Storm Church clergymen disguise themselves as pirates, but in reality, they are highly likely to become true pirates. The vampires themselves possess authority over spirituality, so it's normal for them to snatch my natural spirits, but they cannot possibly seize the sailor pathway's control over wind. In this situation, we can't tell who is hiding behind the scenes, so don't trust anyone." It wasn't just them. Experienced beyonders on the ship at this moment were all considering this issue, so much so that the originally crowded deck suddenly had many wide gaps appear. Passengers consciously divided into small groups, leaving only a very few independent beyonders staring blankly at the scene before them. Michelle and Malik nervously scurried to a spot near the ship's rail. Just minutes ago, they had almost jumped into the sea to escape, one step ahead of that pirate gentleman. "Should we notify the boss?" Malik muttered softly. Michelle's expression darkened, and suppressing the urge to roar, he whispered, "Do you think a messenger fish thrown down would fare much better than that colleague just now?" Chapter 316 One night. Although beyonders are not a secret among pirates, this doesn't mean every pirate is a beyander, just as devil fruits are not a secret on the Grand Line, but not every pirate is a devil fruit ability user. Coupled with the average cultural level of grassroots pirates, who barely finished kindergarten, actually, they barely finished prenatal education, but Iceberg Vice Admiral single-handedly raised the average, it's truly difficult to expect them to master mystical communication methods like ritual magic. Because of this, except for a very small number of pirates with specific expertise, most pirate scouts actually use very simple methods for communication, trained seabirds, or sea fish that can track special scents. However, neither carrier fish nor seabirds can be released from a ship already traveling at over 300 knots. Releasing them to their death, on the other hand, is not a problem. More than 30 pirates from different pirate crews stared blankly at the rapidly passing sea on both sides, feeling utterly speechless. Who would have thought that a normal outing would lead to such a bizarre situation? However, not all passengers came to the deck. After roughly figuring out what was happening, some servants began to return to their cabins to report the incredible events on this ship to their masters. Bang bang bang. Following a series of knocks, the door to first-class cabin 23 opened. The servant stepped past the maid who opened the door and was about to enter the room when he heard a familiar voice from the direction of the bedroom. "Parl, what's happening outside?" "Master, it's terrible. This ship has been controlled by some kind of sorcery. It's flying incredibly fast. Someone tried to jump off the ship and fell to their death on the sea surface. Those people are all strange too. They seem to know what's happening, gathering in groups. This ship might be full of pirates." The servant spilled out his unorganized words like beans from a bamboo tube, then saw his master, who had already changed into his pajamas, emerge from the bedroom. As usual, he was wearing a black double-breasted tailcoat, his hair meticulously combed, and the candlelight from the cabin reflected off his gold-rimmed crystal monocle. His calm demeanor was completely unlike someone facing a crisis. Instead, he looked as if he was about to attend a grand banquet. "Don't rush, tell me slowly, what exactly is the situation outside?" The servant seemed to gain courage from his master's voice. He took a few deep breaths, then organized his thoughts and recounted everything he had seen after going out. The night was still long. This passenger ship, speeding at more than 20 times the speed of a normal cruise liner, the White Agate's speed is fast. With a steam boiler, its only 16 knots plunged into the Sonia Sea with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, it didn't look like a ship, but rather more like. It's just like a missile that has locked onto its target. Damn it, where are these sanguine taking the ship? Inside first-class cabin 3, a middle-aged man with an angry expression forcefully waved his fist, then helplessly looked at his colleague beside him. "The thrusters still can't be stopped. Sorry, Deacon, remote control is completely locked. It can only be manually shut down or directly destroyed. However, at the current speed of this ship, going to the stern is too dangerous. As for direct destruction, I'm afraid that would cause the ship to lose balance." The speaker kept fiddling with the remote control, which was the size of a crystal radio, and showed a troubled expression. At such a speed, once the ship lost balance, the consequences could be imagined even with leg hair. "Can't we install a few thrusters at the bow to forcibly reduce the speed?" A young man beside him cautiously suggested, and immediately all his companions in the room stared at him. Seemingly flustered by the stares, he asked somewhat awkwardly, "Did I say something wrong? Go copy Rosel's Foundation Mechanics 10, no, 30 times. Before that, first draw me the force analysis diagram of this ship." "Damn it, were you sleeping during your general education class?" Deacon poked the young man's forehead with his finger, making him constantly step back. The person fiddling with the remote control beside him directly pulled out a dozen sheets of manuscript paper and a set of drawing tools and slapped them on the table, indicating that he should draw it now. A good biological clock woke Snow from his bed, but no trace of morning light came through the porthole. It wasn't because he overslept due to Lily's exquisite skills, but simply because the ship was still shrouded in a storm. Reaching out to push Lily, who was sprawled on him, away, Snow couldn't help but sigh. Lily's focus on being a chambermaid was indeed very well learned. He wondered if it was an innate talent of the assassin pathway. Before putting on makeup, Snow donned the ill-fitting white top and went to the living room to begin his prayer to Mr. Fool. After receiving the usual, "I know," response, he began to sculpt a face using the faceless's Beander characteristic. Perhaps she heard his movements, or perhaps it was due to Maria's maid's conduct training. Irene, with dark circles under her eyes, emerged from behind the door. She looked at Snow with a weary expression but said nothing. It wasn't until Snow had restored his sweet girl's makeup that Irene reluctantly said, "You certainly are a handful. I don't believe you and Tracy are quieter when you're being a handful." Integra rolled her eyes. As Irene's cheeks began to flush, she made a gesture, and a table of breakfast appeared from a glowing door that materialized out of thin air. After all, with the current state of this ship, it was clearly unrealistic to expect the chef to cook properly. Fortunately, her followers were now spread far and wide, so having someone offer a breakfast sacrifice was not a difficult task. "Is Master awake?" Meow. Lily, completely naked, emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes and looking at Integra, who was eating. Irene's face immediately darkened, and she promptly said, "Could you at least put on some clothes? Meow is going to bathe, then Meow will wear clothes." A human body is indeed very convenient. It was too painful when Meow was a cat. Master is much more comfortable than a small cotton swab, Meow. Lily mumbled, looking half asleep, and swayed into the first-class cabin's attached bathroom. Irene stared blankly at Lily, then turned to look at Integra, with a shocked expression that conveyed, "I don't understand, but I'm deeply shaken." As everyone knows, cats belong to the punitive estrus, so they need small cotton swabs. I don't need that kind of knowledge. Irene covered her ears. Integra, obliging, changed the subject and said to Irene, "Where are we now? How would I know?" "All right, you're the master, I'll go ask right now." Irene sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a bit nostalgic for Trass's ship. Chapter 317 Collapse. Damn it, we have to stop. It's only been one night, just one night, and this ship has already covered a journey of more than 10 days. If this continues, in just a few hours, it will cross the final safety line. Once it rushes past the White Whale Sea, everything will be over. Inside the captain's cabin, the captain clutched his head, looking at the storm being pushed aside with a mix of frustration and despair. Beside him were several punishers belonging to the Storm Church. The leader of this small team was a man with the demeanor of a civil servant. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and lacked the common tattoos seen on Storm Church followers. Hearing the captain's words, he said with a depressed tone, "We have already terminated the ritual, but the storm shows no sign of stopping. This is likely due to too many rituals being activated simultaneously on this ship, causing them to interact with each other. This is an extremely rare natural secret art. I don't want to know the reason. I can only tell you that if this ship doesn't stop, it will rush into that sea of death. Damn it, no one would go there except for the lunatics of the Aurora Order." The captain scratched his head vigorously, but just then, the ship suddenly trembled violently. Explosions came one after another from the stern. The punishers, no longer concerned with discussing the problems deep within the Sonia Sea, rushed out of the captain's cabin. Before they even left the bridge, they saw thick smoke rising from the stern, and at the same time, the ship began to shake continuously in the violent airflow. "I knew the machinery hivemind's junk wasn't reliable. I knew this thing wouldn't last long." Just as the Punisher team leader, who had the air of a civil servant, was scolding, the machinery hivemind team leader simultaneously uttered similar words. He was an artisan, or in modern terms, a machine expert. Although he could create some machines that transcended the era with Beyonder abilities, no matter how much they transcended the era, pushing a giant ship at full speed all night was ultimately an overload. However, he had expected the collapse to be a gradual process, but he didn't expect almost all of the thrusters to fail simultaneously within a few seconds. "Deacon, look on the bright side. This means the parts you made have small tolerances," the young man who had been reprimanded last night said, either seriously or in a way that made people feel he was being provocative. However, in the eyes of the machinery hivemind, this was indeed a compliment. If a set of thrusters failed at the same time, what other reason could there be besides small tolerances and consistent lifespan? Although such a compliment improved the deacon's mood considerably, he soon lost his cheerfulness, because the giant ship was shaking wildly. "Deacon, this ship isn't going to break apart, is it? Didn't I have you draw a stress analysis diagram yesterday?" But the result of the stress analysis diagram was that it exceeded the wood's bearing limit. Crack! The somewhat imbalanced ship, speeding along, suddenly crushed the ice surface below, going from its original skating state directly into the water. The sliding friction between two ice surfaces and the resistance of directly breaking through the water were incomparable. Almost instantly, the entire ship began to shake violently. The bow began to sway uncontrollably from side to side, and the mysterious power that pushed aside the storm also began to become unstable with such shaking. Streaks of airflow broke through the energy field, which was like a fairing, and blew onto the deck. Almost immediately, the mast let out a groan of unbearable strain. Fortunately, at the moment the anomaly occurred last night, the captain had ordered the sailors to furl the sails, otherwise that alone would have been enough to send the entire ship flying. However, the current situation was not much better. The powerful air resistance directly slammed into the hull, but just then, streaks of spiritual light suddenly rose, and different forces acted on the ship, causing the huge ship to suddenly shatter. Splash! Heavy rain, strong winds, impact, damn it, why did you break the ship? Even a meander of the sailor pathway would absolutely not be able to swim to shore in this situation. The shattered bridge landed on the sea. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the captain immediately questioned loudly. The leader of the Punisher team was clearly not feeling well either. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, which had one lens broken, and said calmly, "Under the circumstances just now, only by shattering the ship and letting the broken hull absorb most of the impact did we have a chance to survive. Fortunately, there were quite a few people with brains on board." But, he's right. Just as the captain, who was culturally outmatched, was about to say something more, a voice suddenly joined the conversation. The few of them looked over at the same time and saw several people standing on a piece of deck debris floating not far away. The speaker seemed to be a deacon from the machinery hivemind of Pritz Harbor. He wrung out his wet clothes, glanced at the chaotic sea, and sighed. "Even if we didn't break this ship, it would have shattered under the impact just now. Moreover, large pieces of debris sinking into the sea would create a huge whirlpool, making things even more troublesome. However, the damage we sustained was still a bit too small. Someone must have used meander abilities to do something at the same time it shattered. Perhaps it was the lawyer pathway, perhaps a guardian, or maybe something else. Still small. The pale-faced captain had no mind to care who participated in destroying the ship. He turned his head to look at the passengers struggling to climb onto the debris on the sea, and his whole being was not well. However, as his gaze swept across, the captain's professional instinct still made him discover some problems. The number of people is wrong. Number of people. The machinery hivemind deacon scanned the area upon hearing this, and his expression became serious. How many people were on the Maryvis? Although it wasn't at full capacity, we sold over 300 tickets this time. Even if you don't count those of you who bought one ticket for 6 or 7 people, there should still be over 600 people. Plus the crew, there should be at least 1,000 people." The captain took a deep breath. Now, all these people combined, there are at most 70 or 80. Where did the rest go? It's time for the dice of probability of intimidation again. Fortunately, I haven't exchanged the all-black eye with Mr. Devil yet. Klein watched the dice of probability quiet down again. Klein quickly dealt with the all-black eye and the iron cigarette case, letting out a long sigh of relief, and silently calculated the time. It should last until I hand it over to Dayquel's contact. No further handling is needed. Thinking of this, Klein then worriedly considered another problem. The all-black eye appeared before the true creator, and it also carries his mental pollution. Taking it out every few hours like this might lead to him locking onto it and sending powerful individuals to search for it. However, it's only for a minute or two each time, so the problem shouldn't be big. Even if they detect it, their sense of the unknown shouldn't be too precise. Sigh, since it involves the true creator, I can't use divination to confirm, I can only remain vigilant. Fortunately, this is the last time recently, and we'll reach our destination in 7 or 8 hours, why am I jinxing myself? Bah, I didn't think anything just now. Klein picked up the dice of probability and returned to the living room, but before he could greet the dispirited apothecary, he suddenly heard the captain's announcement from the ship's brass speaking tube. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have discovered some unfortunate people who have suffered a shipwreck at sea. In accordance with the rules of the sea, we need to rescue them." Chapter 318, 87 people rescued. On the high seas, there are many rules. Don't casually provoke pirates, don't trust the natives of colonial islands, maintain sufficient vigilance in areas with special beliefs, and so on, but these are usually rules for the weak to follow, and for the strong to follow as they please. However, there is one point that is a consensus among all. When encountering a shipwreck, one must provide all the assistance they can. This rule originated very early. After Emperor Rosal ushered in the age of exploration, it even became a written rule. Any professional who has studied navigation must receive corresponding education and swear an oath before the holy emblem of the Lord of Storms. At sea, pirates can kill and plunder passengers, warships can directly blast hostile targets, and even powerful bounty hunters can single-handedly wipe out an entire pirate ship. But whether it's a pirate, a soldier, or a bounty hunter, as long as he truly makes a living at sea, he will offer assistance to anyone who has fallen into the water due to a shipwreck. Of course, there are also those who do not abide by this rule, such as one of the four kings, the Undying King, and a few pirate groups whose only rule is not to follow rules. But the vast majority of people will do their part to create an ocean environment where they too can receive help if they fall into the water. Of course, for those pirates who are willing to follow this rule, most of the time, the true purpose of rescuing those in distress is to replenish their crew. After all, those who survive a shipwreck until they are rescued are usually not weak. The passenger ship Klein was on this time was clearly an exception. After noticing the shattered ship wreckage and the survivors on the debris, they immediately connected them to the previous storm and lowered lifeboats to begin rescue operations. Why a shipwreck at this particular time? Author. True creator. Or, the dice of probability. Klein's author PTSD flared up again, but when he looked at the dice of probability, he found that it seemed to be trembling. Oh my God, it's moving. Is it trying to rotate on its own? No, that's not right, it never moved before when it wanted to rotate. Dacquel, upon hearing the captain's announcement, also triggered his dice of probability PTSD and began to panic. Calm down. Klein looked at the shaking dice of probability, remembering its reaction when he played music for it earlier, and a sudden realization dawned on him. He immediately said, "Has something that frightens you boarded the ship? 6 points means yes, anything else means no." With that, in Dacquel's terrified gaze, he tossed the dice of probability upwards and then caught it. The milky white dice fell straight down, quickly rolled once, landing with the bright red 6 facing up. What is it? Klein's expression immediately turned solemn. Just as he was about to continue asking, he suddenly realized that the dice had lost its spirituality. It wasn't something that could be seen directly, but rather a feeling like, this thing suddenly died. Playing dead. Klein frowned slightly, somewhat understanding its state. He wanted to put it in his pocket but was a bit hesitant. After a slight frown, he said to Dacquel, "You two watch it. If anything changes, call me immediately." Yes, understood. Dacquel was curious about what could scare this thing. Hearing Gehrman's serious and stern voice, he immediately shivered and nodded repeatedly. Even this damned dice was scared, so he certainly couldn't handle it. After giving his instructions, Klein turned and walked out of the passenger cabin. Actually, his original plan was to immediately go above the gray fog to divine, but considering that even a uniqueness like the dice of probability was scared, it was very likely to involve a true god. If his divination attracted attention, he would truly be doomed. He took off his glasses, slightly adjusted his facial features, and walked onto the deck, wanting to observe the rescued victims. At this time, he was not the only passenger doing so. Klein's actions were not too conspicuous. However, the moment he stepped onto the deck, his gaze suddenly became serious because he saw an exceptionally familiar figure. Leonard. Is the dice of probability afraid of the Zoroaster family angel on him? Rhodes said it was once tampered with by that angel. But that's a Marauder Pathway angel. Will the poet be in danger because of this? Should I try to warn him? But they've always been together. A warning would only prematurely ignite the conflict. Klein watched Leonard, his thoughts swirling, while Leonard, as if sensing something, suddenly turned his head. Klein was startled by Leonard's sudden movement. Fortunately, the power of the clown potion allowed him to completely control all his expressions, and he continued to gaze at the rescued guests with a curious look. Leonard noticed me. Is it his own spiritual perception? Or the old man's reminder? But no matter what, Leonard, as a red gloves, appearing here must mean there's a case. I need to be careful of the passengers who were rescued. No, maybe Leonard himself is the root of the problem. Damn it, I don't even know how much influence the old man on him has. If only I could pull him above the gray fog. The idea of pulling Leonard above the gray fog only flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace, because he had no way to make Leonard reasonably chant the honorific name of Mr. Fool. What's wrong? Soest noticed Leonard's abnormality and immediately asked. Leonard shook his head slightly. I just felt someone watching me. That's not strange. If a group of refugees suddenly boarded the vehicle I was on, I'd pay attention too. A teammate beside him said casually, but the few of them clearly heightened their vigilance. The Nighthawks' sudden vigilance immediately triggered a chain reaction. The other rescued people thought they had noticed something and became vigilant one after another. For a moment, a silent sense of dread spread from these rescued individuals. Ahem, although I don't know what you all went through, you are safe now. It's about 6 hours' journey from here to Oravi port. The captain seemed to have misunderstood the reason for the vigilance and spoke to comfort the captain of the Maryvis. The latter, however, asked with a solemn expression. How many people were rescued in total? The other party didn't find the question strange and said with a heavy expression. Only 87 people. I'm sorry, we only found this many. 87 people. The captain's expression grew even uglier, and then he earnestly warned his colleague. You'd best keep a close eye on these rescued fellows. Chapter 319, War Song. Although the Maryvis captain's vague words were disjointed, the experienced Grey Amber captain still realized something. At sea, being cautious of passengers is a universally understood topic. After a slight pause, he began to arrange for his crew to assist the rescued. Temporarily settling them on the deck. Dry clothes were delivered to the people who had fallen into the water. Ladies could go to the infirmary to change, but they were strictly forbidden from entering the cabin. Despite some lingering dissatisfaction with this treatment, the major church factions and the Sanguine tacitly chose to remain silent. In reality, they now wished they could find a hole to crawl into, as the ship's loss of control this time was simply too embarrassing. Even if they knew the matter was too coincidental and likely involved something suspicious, their knowledge didn't mean others would believe it. Once the story of the Maryvis spread, they would essentially become a laughingstock in their circles. Followers of night falling into the water in the night, followers of storm in distress during a storm, the chosen of machine suffering from mechanical failure, the dependents of moon defeated under the full moon's light, this sounded like a joke. Fortunately, only a few hours remained until they reached shore. Aside from the 40 to 50 people whose backgrounds were already known, the remaining half also reported stable emotions. Klein lingered on the deck for a moment before turning and heading to his cabin, trying his best to avoid unnecessary attention caused by his presence. The sun, having passed its zenith, began to descend. The rescued, who had been under surveillance, showed no abnormalities whatsoever. They remained in groups of 3 to 8, forming a dozen small factions, observing each other with strange looks. Among them, the most scrutinized were undoubtedly the few sanguine. Lord Honest, should we continue? Feeling the gazes from all directions, Russ's expression was very tense. He was just an ordinary sanguine with some assets, and he had initially thought it was just a fishing game, but no one told him there would be so many people waiting to snatch the fish. I also want to stop, but I can't anymore, Honest said coldly, casually tossing the previous red crystal to Russ. The moment he received the crystal, Russ felt a strange tremor, a sensation as if he had already detected something approaching. Suddenly, from beneath the sea, which had been calm after the storm, a huge shadow emerged. Immediately after, the waves were broken by a monster composed of elements like human female, eel, octopus, sea snake, and bat. However, that was not a real monster, but a meticulously carved figurehead. Yet, this did not reassure the passengers of the Grey Amber, because anyone with even a slight understanding of the situation at sea would know that this figurehead, and this method of appearance, could only point to a legendary pirate ship. The Scylla, the flagship of one of the 7 pirate generals, the vice admiral of the deep sea, Hal Constantine, a ghost ship capable of deep-sea navigation. When the Scylla fully broke through the surface, the shadow cast by its massive hull almost plunged the Grey Amber into deep night. The moment the Scylla appeared, 2 of the 87 rescued individuals abruptly leapt into the water, swimming towards it with the agility of fish. The Scylla didn't even need to fire cannons or launch grappling hooks, merely its immense hull approaching placed immense psychological pressure on the Grey Amber's passengers. A middle-aged man dressed as a typical pirate stood at the bow, his eyes coldly looking down at the gray amber, which seemed like a dwarf compared to the Scylla. Imagine the Mary and a Navy battleship in the same shot. His face was covered with scale-like patterns, his eyes had vertical pupils like a snake's, and each strand of his hair was nearly the thickness of a pinky finger, appearing more like slippery tentacles than actual hair. Hal Constantine, a man with sea monster bloodline, one of the 11 strongest pirates in this sea region. Rumor has it that he is not backed by human forces, but by the Naga clan, said to live in the deep sea. The pirate general had no intention of speaking at this moment, because, as per custom, when he pressed his ship down like this, he would merely wait for a white flag to be raised on the other ship. What he didn't understand, however, was that today, this ship carried a group of Beyonders seething with suppressed anger. Buzz. In this brief calm, a sudden piano note echoed through the sky. It was so clear, so resonant, not as if from a piano, but as if played directly in one's ear. Immediately after, a series of simple, brisk notes flowed forth, yet carried an inexpressible sense of soaring and passion. It was like the drumbeat announcing the start of a war. While Hal Constantine was still wondering why anyone would dare to play the piano at such a moment, black figures directly flew up, their pairs of illusory black bat wings seemingly confirming their identity. Sanguine. Hal Constantine's expression immediately turned grave. He wanted to curse the 2 scouts who had released the signal fish, but now, he had to prepare for battle. He had no idea that those signal fish had fallen into the water due to the maritime disaster. Are the Sanguine planning to switch ships? Leonard, whose attention was not on the pirate, who at most was a sequence 5, heard Sost's words, gave a jolt, and then said somewhat perfunctorily. Probably. They've already messed up, and they should realize their chances of escaping are slim. Compared to being caught ashore, seizing a pirate ship might be a good idea. Should we go after them too? There seem to be viscounts among those Sanguine. If they get their hands on the Scylla, we won't be able to pursue them, Cindy said, pulling a pair of red gloves from her pocket and putting them on, looking eager. Sost, however, shook his head. Don't rush. It's a good chance to see who the remaining people are. After the vampires' reverse boarding, another dozen or so people pursued them. Besides the hot-headed members of the Storm Church, there were also a few whose identities couldn't be immediately recognized. But while most people were focused on this farcical spectacle of shipwreck survivors robbing a pirate ship, Klein's attention was not there. His gaze, ever since the notes began, had been fixed on the figure in the white dress. He had heard this piano piece before. Although he didn't know its specific name, as a keyboard expert, he had heard this melody countless times in various mixed compilations. This was no coincidence. Chapter 320 is interesting. The rhythmic and oppressive piano music grew louder, and the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, a Sequence 5 ocean songster, was suppressed in just a few exchanges. Although there were Beyonders among the pirates on the Scylla, they were, after all, pirates, and a group of pirates with sea monster bloodlines. This isn't to say that pirates' combat strength is weak, but because of their bloodline, most are naturally half-sailors, and the sailor pathway is clearly more adept at one-on-one combat. The Sanguine, however, are extremely skilled at initiating team fights. A projection of a blood moon hung at the top of the Scylla. Under the moonlight, various potions were either thrown to create battlefield environments or drunk to provide combat assistance. Even the most ordinary Sanguine possessed corrosive claws, which could restrain the defenses of the sailor pathway, and abyss shackles, which could quickly segment the battlefield. Hal Constantine was held back by Anis, and abyss shackles stretched across the deck of the Scylla, separating the originally excited pirates. Although this control couldn't last long against mid-sequence Beyonders, the Sanguine's target was never them. Wrapped in black, ethereal bat wings, vampires conjured massive numbers of bats, swarming the low-sequence or even non-Beyonder pirates, injecting their spell-like abilities into their bodies. Blood servants were quickly created, and then, under their masters' commands, they turned on their former comrades. Compared to the Sanguine, sailors of the same sequence were undoubtedly stronger in combat, but under the moonlight created by the Scarlet Scholar, the Sanguine received terrifying buffs. Coupled with the Sanguine's inherent super-recovery abilities and the potions professor's potion reserves, the hundreds of pirates on the Scylla were being defeated at an alarming rate. At this moment, the irritable fellows who came by water had just boarded the Scylla. The vice admiral of the deep sea, an ocean songster, wanted to sing a song at this moment to inflict debuffs on the sanguine, but the sanguine naturally possess immunity to mental abilities. Whether it was dream intrusion or mental confusion, their effects on the sanguine would be greatly reduced. Gravity reduced here. As a not too loud but impactful voice fell, everyone on the gray amber felt their bodies lighten a few points. Then, 7 or 8 people, their bodies shrouded in cloaks, took a deep leap, actually jumping directly onto the Scylla. Clang! Well, one didn't make the jump and fell into the water. The surging piano music suddenly changed tune. The originally powerful and oppressive sound abruptly became cheerful. Klein's expression, who was observing, changed again, because he had heard this song before. It seemed to be a famous piece. Is this lady also a transmigrator? And that piano, why is it so similar to Mr. Devil's? Klein began to suspect if this was Mr. Devil's new collection target, and even started looking left and right, searching for that handsome, unhuman-like face. However, he quickly gave up this idea, because he remembered that the gentleman possessed Beyonder abilities that allowed him to be ignored. If he didn't look from the gray fog, even if he stood right beside him, he wouldn't be able to find him. But these things didn't seem to be the focus now, because in these short few minutes, Beyonders from the Storm Church, the Sanguine, and the Arbiter pathway had successively appeared. Adding Leonard and the others, Klein had already smelled the scent of a major event. Is it it? Klein, who was peeking out from the stairwell with Dayquil, looked at Dayquil. Dayquil immediately nervously glanced at the dice of probability, then shook his head vigorously. This thing is like it's dead, not a single movement. Is that so? Klein's heart pounded. Seeing that the battle on the Scylla was nearing its end, people from the machinery church suddenly spewed flames from behind, and with the help of propulsion devices, flew towards the Scylla in a strange manner. This is why you said to be careful. The captain of the Grey Amber looked at the captain of the Maryvis, his expression so peculiar it was heartbreaking. 87 people were rescued, and in these short few minutes, over 40 people had jumped onto the Scylla. That was the pirate general's flagship, which struck fear into the hearts of those at sea. I think the remaining people are more dangerous. The captain looked at the half-still observing and answered with a cold expression. The captain of the Grey Amber seemed somewhat numb to this. His gaze swept over the remaining 40-odd people, specifically looking at the girl playing the piano, then sighed. I was just saving someone, how did I get involved in something like this? ... Captain, should we follow? Cindy looked at the Beyonders from both the Storm and Machinery churches already boarding the ship, her expression slightly anxious. Soest glanced at the remaining people, frowning deeply, but still said. Wait a bit longer, see if anyone else. Just then, the piano suddenly let out a few muffled thuds. The girl, who had pressed the final note, stood up, smiling as she surveyed everyone on the deck. An ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. Then, a terrifying gaze was cast from afar. Klein, already extremely tense, suddenly straightened his body. He felt a strong danger about to descend. This transcended a seer's spiritual intuition and a clown's premonition of danger, as if it originated from the invisible gray fog that eerily rippled around her. There's an enemy. Ouroboros the tailed serpent, or a saint of the Aurora Order. Klein opened his eyes, his expression unusually serious. At this moment, even a slight mistake would force him to consider resurrection. Klein looked at the playing dead dice of probability, and a sudden realization dawned on him. He looked up and saw that above the cruise ship, the void suddenly tore open, and an invisible door covered with various complex symbols appeared. 2 slightly pale hands stretched out from the crack of the door, pulled back sharply, and then, a brown-haired middle-aged man in a classical dark robe and a black soft hat walked out from the door. His dark eyes scanned the surroundings, then seemed to notice something, landing on the deck, walking directly towards the lady playing the piano. But Klein's expression did not improve at all. At the same time the gray fog rippled, a larger, more terrifying, and more dangerous premonition, as if the world was about to be destroyed, suddenly exploded in the depths of his consciousness. For some reason, his gaze left the middle-aged man who had emerged from the invisible door and turned towards the previously rescued crowd, towards the middle-aged gentleman who, for some reason, had a strange smile on his face. He wore a monocle over his right eye, and his lips curved into an odd arc. The moment their eyes met, a voice seemed to echo in Klein's ear. Interesting. Chapter 321. The main part of the drama is coming. Interesting. A single, short word, yet it made Klein's ears ring with a roar. That crystal monocle immediately brought a name to Klein's mind. Amen. The blasphemer family. The main body, or a descendant. Looking at the wide forehead, the monocle, and the gaunt face, Klein felt it was highly likely to be the main body. King of Angels. Klein's first reaction was to jump into the sea and flee, but the next moment, his reason regained control of his intelligence. He realized that even fleeing would be meaningless. Don't panic. Right, this might be just a clone, like the one little son had. So if I go above the gray fog, can I use the previous method to eliminate him? No, I can't think like that. Maybe his goal is to make me go above the gray fog. Calm down. Right, the old man in Leonard's body seems to also be an angel of the Marauder pathway. Angels of the same pathway are mortal enemies, so maybe Eamon is here for him. Should I team up with Leonard? But going to find Leonard now would be too obvious, and Leonard doesn't know this identity. How can I prove that I am the real Klein? Even if he already knows I'm not dead, would he believe a faceless? Klein's mind raced. In the sky, the middle-aged man in classical robes and an old-fashioned soft hat had already descended. His eyes seemed to contain countless lingering phantoms, and also layers upon layers of chaotic worlds. As his gaze swept across, the malice receded. He stepped forward, came before the now silent piano, and bowed slightly to the young girl sitting on the piano stool, who was about to rise. He extended his right hand, tapping his chest 4 times in the sequence of up, down, right, left, and said in a voice tinged with complex emotions. Greetings, esteemed hymn of God. Greetings, mystic sage, may I know the purpose of your presence here? Integra elegantly rose, also tapping her chest 4 times, but she did not use a respectful title, and her tone was even somewhat condescending. Although her position was merely one of the 22 divine messengers, and her apparent strength was only sequence 5, the other party was one of the Aurora Order's only 5 sages. But religious status cannot be determined solely by strength. Integra held the Aurora Order's only true, holy relic, and was a favored one under the Creator's gaze, even having the privilege to play for the Creator daily. Such a status was far beyond what a sage who had defected from another pathway could compare to. So, even if he envied the other party's divine favor, and even if he possessed greater strength than the other party, mystic sage Buddhist still maintained a humble posture and responded with the etiquette reserved for a pope-level figure. Hymn of God, I have come because I sensed the Creator's aura. Buddhist showed no regard for the mortals present, responding without reservation. Integra revealed a brilliant smile and extended her slender right hand, which wore a white glove embroidered with intricate magic arrays, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Outer deity's box, lend it to me." Buddhist's expression instantly turned several shades uglier, but at the same time, he felt a gaze, not from any of the ants on this ship, but from the firmament, from the east, from the Creator's sanctuary. Gulp. With a soft swallow, Buddhist reached into the hidden pocket of his black classical robe and pulled out a rather large, 3-tiered jewelry box. The silver-black jewelry box was covered in exquisite openwork decorations, adorned with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds, making it exceptionally ornate. The moment he held the jewelry box, Buddhist's expression showed a hint of panic and fear, but Snow fearlessly took the jewelry box, turned around, smiled slightly at the red gloves rushing towards her, and then, in a quiet and gentle tone, uttered a string of light words. No parasitism allowed here. Instantly, countless light dots began to flash, and rays of light rose from the deck of the gray amber. No, not just the deck, but the cabins, the sails, and the passengers. Amidst the convergence of countless light dots, they transformed into a clear, thick, but transparent mystical worm. Worm of time. Ah! Leonard suddenly felt an extremely nauseating sensation, as if something was being drawn out of his body. But the feeling came and went quickly. After a slight discomfort, it vanished without a trace. At the same time, the old man's sigh also emerged. Leonard looked up, intending to subtly ask the old man about the situation, but the next moment, he felt a chill down his spine. Because in the instant he had bent down to retch, in the moment his gaze had left, everything before his eyes had changed. Captain Sost was gone, the joking Cindy was gone, the reliable and serious Bob was gone, and all the passengers on the ship had vanished. All that remained was the eerie worm in the air, and the two Beyonders who believed in the true creator, still standing by the piano, and of course, Klein, peeking from the crack in the door. Again I accomplished nothing. Again I watched my companions before my eyes. Leonard's spirits instantly plummeted. Faint downy hair even grew on his face, and the skin under his ribs began to swell. But just then, the old man's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Don't despair, there's still a chance, they've only been sealed by that sealed artifact." Leonard's gaze fell on the jewelry box in the young girl's hand, watching the humanoid figures, as if turned into puppets, inside its slowly closing lid. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately followed by an even deeper despair. He was just a nightmare. At this moment, he seemed to be back in Ting'an City, back to the day Ince Zhangwil broke into Channy's gate, becoming that weak and powerless self who could stop nothing. At that time, he had clearly noticed Ince Zhangwil, clearly had the old man's help, but because his sequence was too low and his strength insufficient, he could only watch Klein be pierced by that arm, only powerlessly face that corpse, only resolve his inner guilt by confronting the pain of the relatives. The limited life in Ting'an City, the feeling of being a protagonist in a drama without having to bear responsibility, made Leonard always nostalgic. But the more he longed for it, the more he hated that past self, the more he regretted not having worked harder sooner. Leonard watched as the worm transformed into a young man wearing a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a gaunt face, and a crystal monocle. He suddenly realized why the old man had stopped speaking after boarding the ship, and once again turned his gaze to the young girl closing the jewelry box, and to the middle-aged man whose eyes seemed to contain layers of chaotic worlds. Leonard's expression instantly became resolute. He opened his mouth and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Chapter 322. Please allow me to say hello to you on behalf of your biological father and godfather. Belonging to a time that is no more." Feeling the layers of prayers in his mind, Klein was completely stunned. He was just watching a show from the sidelines, and yet they were praying to him. And why would Leonard pray to the fool? Although his mind was in turmoil, thinking of the warm daily life in Ting'an, Klein couldn't stand idly by while Leonard was in danger. Moreover, after a brief consideration, he already understood that the only way to break the current deadlock was through the old man on Leonard. So, he had to give him an assist. Klein glanced at the dice of probability, which had fallen to the ground after Dayquil disappeared, and saw that it was still playing dead. Although he felt it was extremely risky to leave his body now, he ultimately decided to charge in recklessly. Because at this moment, besides being reckless, he had no other choice. He didn't think the Azure Rose could kill the King of Angels. Watching the four people briefly locked in a stalemate outside the door with his peripheral vision, Klein ascended to the gray fog by reversing the 4 steps. After passing through the layers of whispers, he looked towards the gray amber through the gray fog. Then, he was completely bewildered, because the aura on the gray amber at this moment presented a strange, distorted, and incomprehensible feeling, and the source of this feeling was the young woman in the white suit. Before Klein could ponder her identity, she suddenly took a step forward, looked at Eamon in the sky, who might have been a clone or his true body, with a smile, and uttered a sarcastic remark. "Little Crow, please allow me to greet you on behalf of your biological father and your godfather." "What the hell is this?" Klein grimaced, but he had no time to think much. Instead, he extended his spirituality and made contact with the crimson star representing Leonard. Pales was a bit bewildered as he heard Leonard begin to chant the fool's honorific name. He had originally planned to wipe out these Amons and then escape with Leonard, but what did it mean to suddenly pray to an unknown existence? Did he not trust the old man? Suddenly, Pales remembered the topic of the eternal chosen one, a believer of the 4 families, mentioning scaring him into losing control with a monocle. Looking at Amon's posture in the sky, he immediately understood Leonard's thoughts. While his heart warmed, he also felt regretting not telling Leonard about Amon's characteristics. However, at this moment, a spiritual body's sensation suddenly occurred, and then Leonard was heard saying, "Old man, did you see it? Did you hear it? Although I detected a slight abnormality, I neither saw nor heard anything. If it's valuable information, just transmit it to me directly through a dream. Pales immediately understood that through the prayer just now, Leonard had probably received some revelation. Without further ado, he told Leonard what to do in the most concise way possible. I don't know if it's useful, because I don't understand it at all. Leonard said at an extremely fast pace, but he also cast a dream without any pause. Although with his strength, attempting to use an ability on Pales was wishful thinking, Pales now actively revealed his position to Leonard and willingly accepted his dream. In the next moment, that distorted image appeared in Pales's eyes, and a strong sense of happiness arose spontaneously. The fate of this area has been completely disrupted. I knew there was a reason why Eamon didn't bring more clones after discovering me. Pales suddenly had an urge to act like a young man again. Looking at Eamon in the sky, whose eyebrows were already twitching slightly, a strong sense of malice arose within him. He had only barely managed to gather a sequence 3. Even if he was half crippled now, he could still handle it. But now was not the time. Eamon was a master of deception. It would be troublesome if what he was showing now was just a disguise. Let those two guys test him first. Thinking this, Pales secretly stole Leonard's sense of existence, Eamon the blasphemer. The mystic sage's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the man in front of him. As a renegade of the Abraham family, he knew something about Eamon, and it was precisely because of this knowledge that he was even more bewildered now. He never expected that this damned woman would drag him along to provoke such an existence. Perhaps it was because he was only a half-baked Beander, not as crazy as the secret supplicant pathway. Indeed, this is the Lord's rebellious son. Integra's face still held a smile, but Amon's eyes in the sky revealed malice. The originally playful smile slightly faded. Although he did not show obvious anger, the feeling of fury was clearly discernible. However, anyone familiar with Eamon would understand that although he seemed angry, and might actually be angry, the anger he displayed was definitely fake. If you're scared, you can leave first. I'll return the box to you when it's over. Integra still maintained her brilliant smile, the goosebumps all over her body seemingly confirming her excitement. Buddhas had no hesitation about this. Although the outer deity's box was precious, no matter how valuable something was, it wasn't as important as life. Moreover, everyone was a fellow believer, there was no reason to steal his things. After some mental preparation, Buddhas immediately activated his ability to prepare for escape. Then, his face darkened, because this space seemed to have been completely shattered by something. His ability wasn't unusable, but looking at the distorted, broken light gate that resembled an abstract painting, he highly doubted whether he would still be alive after stepping through it. Integra completely ignored Buddhas's resentful gaze. Her eyes, sparkling with starlight, looked directly at Eamon, who had already landed on the deck. Shadows with a rich blood-red hue spread out at her feet, and the single eyes emerging from the shadows alone caused a strong sense of discomfort. Eamon frowned slightly at this sight and said in a somewhat peculiar tone. After several millennia, Zoroaster and Sasrir have teamed up again. You really haven't made any progress. There's no need to use rhetoric on me, dear. After all, to pick a lock, you need a lock, and there's no such thing here. Integra's voice was melodious and pleasant. During these few sentences, he had already been stolen of over 600 thoughts and 12 Beander abilities. But it didn't matter, because the monkeys were creating more thoughts. And he still possessed over 70 Beander abilities. Spiritual Pierce. A mere sequence 7-level Beander ability, but at this moment, it was released simultaneously by an uncountable number of eyes, acting upon Eamon and erupting with power far exceeding the demigod ability, Deterrence. Amon's clone seemed completely bewildered as to why, after stealing so many thoughts and abilities, the opponent could still launch an attack. But at the moment the restraint fell upon him, he suddenly revealed a mocking smile, because he had stolen the distance between himself and Buddhas. However, the moment Eamon completed his flash, his smile suddenly vanished, because in the next instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning had already struck him fiercely. Chapter 323, The Thief's Heart is Suffering. Blue lightning descended from the sky, making Amon's hair stand on end. Eamon was Eamon after all, although he was just a clone barely at sequence 3, he still physically withstood the lightning strike. However, Klein, who was observing the battlefield from above the gray fog, noticed that it wasn't truly withstood. Instead, Eamon had stolen a portion of the lightning strike's damage. Even in that situation, he still has the room to steal damage. Is this the fighting style of a high-sequence Marauder pathway Beander? Klein remained high above the gray fog, analyzing Amon's actions through the gray fog filter. At the same time, with the Scepter of the Sea God and the Black Emperor card, he used Leonard as a fulcrum to cast various interferences on Eamon. Of course, he didn't overdo it, not because he was holding back, but because he was worried that the old man on Leonard would see through his great existence's facade of strength. A casual bolt of lightning could be a god's idle game, but if he desperately unleashed skills and still couldn't kill the opponent, it would greatly diminish his prestige. However, Klein didn't know that Pales was currently in deep confusion, because he found that this clone of Eamon probably had some serious illness. Let alone a Sequence 3, even a Sequence 4 Eamon clone wouldn't be so embarrassing. But now, he was in a state of frantically stealing, yet failing to steal anything. In terms of Marauder abilities, Pales was obviously inferior to Eamon, but even in an extremely weakened state, with the help of Leonard and Beander items, he could mostly steal what he wanted. This Eamon, was he a fake? Or, he was planning a deeper layer of deception. Thinking of this, Pales signaled Leonard to move further away, then began to secretly set up dual contingencies for escape and predation. At this moment, the Eamon clone threw the stolen lightning at Integra and then once again stole a thought. Although the current Eamon appeared to be a Sequence 3 clone, he actually still maintained multiple consciousnesses of different sequences parasitizing his body. While the main clone was fighting, other consciousnesses also had their own divisions of labor, the Dream Stealer stealing Integra's thoughts, the Fire Thief stealing Integra's abilities, but most importantly, several cryptologists who were analyzing the structure of the surrounding destiny turbulence. It could be said that Amon's mind was completely not on the battle at this moment. He had encountered the seer who held Saphira Castle, and he had encountered Pale's Zoroaster, whom he had pursued for a long time. Two great surprises at this moment made him itch with anticipation. The keys to becoming a true god and an outer deity were gathered at the same time, which should have been double happiness, but what tormented him was that his Sequence 3 clone simply couldn't handle it. Integra continuously created a large number of useless thoughts with monkeys, started with, close in distance, far in the world, to create distance, and raised Kaya's and Odell to pull the triggers. Ridiculous bullets shot towards Eamon amidst the roar of gunpowder, but Eamon showed no sign of underestimating them. His body swayed, and he intended to move again by stealing distance, but the next moment, he was shocked to find that the distance he stole was far shorter than expected. Bribery. A look of genuine or feigned surprise appeared on the main Eamon clone's face, but immediately after, he felt that the number of bribery layers on him had increased. That guy distorted some concepts, making our stealing behavior her active gift. The Eamon responsible for stealing abilities issued a reminder, but Eamon did not stop his stealing behavior. He reached out and stole the gift he had been given, preventing the prerequisite for the bribery ability from being met, and then returned the thousands of stolen junk thoughts all at once. But next, the lag due to thought overload that Eamon expected did not appear. The woman in front of him seemed to have not received those thoughts at all, still accurately wielding black and white bullets. Every bullet from Kaya's was equivalent to a bribery, while Odell's bullets carried the decree that the bribed shall be punished. Amidst the intertwining of black and white, like the keys of a piano, deadly notes were played. At this moment, Eamon even suspected whether this woman was also another Eamon he didn't know about, without shared information. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how she could steal dozens or hundreds of thoughts at once and return them all without any effect. Suddenly, Amon's foot slipped. This was an extremely absurd situation, because although Eamon seemed to be standing on a ship, he was actually moving by stealing distance with every step. However, Eamon quickly understood what was happening, because Buddhis, who had been in a state of cowering, finally joined the battle. The door pathway Beander's frontal combat ability was among the weakest of the three conservative pathways, but once he acted as support, whether it was the spatial barrier that could be deployed at any time to block everything, or the dimensional pit that appeared at his feet at an unknown moment, he would become the enemy's endless nightmare. Even a small fry from the door pathway had made a move. With Pales's personality, even if he was afraid of him, he probably couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing that he hadn't yet stolen the power to unravel the surrounding chaotic destiny, Eamon suddenly showed a playful smile, intending to scare Pales with it. However, although the old man was a bit timid, once he made up his mind, he would not shrink back because of Amon's small trick. Dong! A huge, ancient, mottled illusion of a clock appeared above Leonard's head, and a chime echoed through the air. Eamon knew he didn't have much time left. Ignoring the possibility of being bribed again, he reached out forcefully towards Integra. The originally pure and beautiful young girl instantly aged, deep wrinkles began to appear, and her dark long hair turned white. Eamon himself hadn't expected this time theft to have such a great effect, and a strong malice immediately arose in his eyes. This guy isn't even a demigod. Although Eamon completely couldn't understand why someone who wasn't even a demigod had so many abilities to steal, he knew that he, the deceiver, had actually been deceived. From the moment she appeared, this woman had displayed a superior demeanor, bossing around the Saint of Sorcerer, her strong ancient aura, and her decisive attitude in capturing him. Under all these manifestations, Eamon found that he had never considered that the other party might be like the host of Saphira Castle, just a mere facade with status. But knowing now doesn't seem too late. Eamon listened to the ringing of the bell in his ears, and suddenly transformed into countless specks of light. They struggled futilely, like ants on a hot pot, gnawing at the disturbed space and destiny. Dong! Another bell chime, as if Suyen through history, echoed far and wide in the empty, hidden world. Everything around them seemed to slow down at this instant, including the Eamon clone that had already turned into countless specks of light. An indescribable, invisible torrent then surged forth, carrying the Amon's phantom and rushing towards the huge, illusory stone-carved wall clock. The countless phantoms recondensed into Amon's phantom, reaching out as if to steal something, but he ultimately could not interrupt the process, finally shrinking back into the form of a ringed worm and entering the illusory, ancient stone-carved wall clock. Dong! Another chime rang, and on the gray-white and dark green intertwined clock face, a mottled hand appeared. This hand jumped down several notches, making the echoing chimes more urgent. The specks of light that had hidden when most of Eamon was absorbed were drawn in, and ultimately merged into the illusory, ancient stone-carved wall clock. As an old man who had fought Eamon for thousands of years, Pales, having finally gained an advantage, would not leave any loose ends. Dong! 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 Everything finally subsided, and an illusory old gentleman with more white hair than black, obvious wrinkles on his forehead, corners of his eyes, and around his mouth, and slightly sagging cheek skin, clearly an elderly man, appeared out of thin air. But just as Pales was about to return the time to the lady who had helped so much, he saw with horror that the lady pulled out a crystal monocle from her pocket and put it on her right eye, revealing a playful smile and saying, "Pales, you've been tricked." Chapter 324. Leonard seems to have misunderstood something. "Pales, you fell for it." As the words fell, Pales's phantom instantly froze in place, filled with regret, unwillingness, astonishment, and fear. If he hadn't just consumed a Sequence 3 Beander characteristic, he would have likely lost control on the spot. Klein, who had just descended from above the gray fog and picked up the dice of probability that was still playing dead, was also startled, almost dropping the dice in his hand. Just as he was about to check the situation above the gray fog, he saw the lady suddenly stab her hand into her chest. Rip! Blood spurted out violently, and a twisted worm was pulled from her bloody wound. But the lady seemed to feel no pain at all. Maintaining a somewhat deranged smile, she toyed with the constantly coiling and twisting worm of time in her hand, laughing as she said, "This avatar is quite interesting. I plan to keep it as a plaything for a few days." Can Eamon be kept as a plaything? Pales looked at the Beander characteristic, which was only the size of a single worm of time, his expression extremely strange. It was hard to tell whether the previous statement was made by Eamon, who thought he had completed the parasite, or if it was a not-so-funny joke from the lady. Pales had no aversion to followers of the true creator. Or rather, thousands of years ago, he was an angel in the true creator's faction and a duke of the Solomon Empire. Compared to that, what bothered him more was the idea of keeping Eamon. "Don't worry, I know how to raise Eamon." Integra tossed the worm of time into the shadows at her feet. Among the countless twisted, cold eyes, one suddenly reflected a worm that connected head to tail, like a clock dial. That eye slowly closed, and Pales could no longer sense Amon's avatar. Pales gave the lady in front of him a deep look, then gently waved his hand. The hands of the stone-carved wall clock behind him began to turn backward. With this action, Integra's wrinkled cheeks regained their luster, the wound on her chest healed as if time were flowing backward, and even the marks on her pristine white suit vanished without a trace. Pales's moral standards were displayed at this moment. Although he knew that Integra likely had a way to compensate for the stolen time, he still chose to take a portion from his gains of swallowing Amon as compensation. How should one put it? As expected of Pales, for whom it was said, of all the marauders in the world, Pales alone possesses 100 stones of conscience. Hazel claims 1 stone, and the rest collectively owe 100 stones. Thanks, old man. Integra took off the intimidating monocle on her face. Her previous wildness completely receded, and she returned to her elegant and candid demeanor, like a well-bred young lady. Pales said nothing more and disappeared along with the clock, leaving Leonard staring blankly at the lady in front of him. Madam, Leonard swallowed, but still bravely stepped forward. Integra nodded before he could speak, saying, "To release the people, right? No problem." As she spoke, she lightly hooked her finger, and the shadows at her feet lifted a jewelry box adorned with intricate openwork patterns and numerous gems. As the lid opened, the passengers who had been turned into toys slowly began to recover. Integra tossed the jewelry box to the mystic sage, smiling as she said, "Well done, but about Amon, keep it a secret, okay?" The mystic sage's throat twitched slightly, but he finally nodded. As the outer deity box was handed to him, that look of terror, as if grasping a red-hot branding iron, reappeared, until it returned to the specially opened dark pocket space. Only then did Buddha's expression slightly improve, and he gained a new understanding of the divine symphony's strength. "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Feeling that the space seemed to have calmed down, Buddha said, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. It wasn't because he was afraid of this divine messenger, but because he was worried that more Amons might appear later. Go on, go on. Remember to find a pond and soak the box for a few days when you get back. It's been stifled quite a bit this time, it needs to let loose." Integra waved her hand, and Buddha's steps stiffened, but he still nodded, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency." Seeing Buddhas disappear, Integra's shadow swirled, and the heavy piano vanished without a trace. She turned her head and winked at the direction of the cabin, scaring Klein into immediately retracting his head. Only then did she wink at Leonard and say, "Keep it a secret, okay?" With that, her body seemed to lose its color, slowly disappearing before Leonard's eyes. That was a man. Just as Leonard began to ponder what he should do next in a daze, the old man's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Leonard instantly shivered and said in disbelief, "A man? Oh, you mean a demoness? No, he's just a man, and you even know him." Quote. Leonard felt as if this world had somehow become unfamiliar to him. But he didn't know anyone like that. Wait, the Seer Pathways Sequence 6 seemed to be faceless. That guy, no way. What just happened? Daquel, who had just recovered from his toy state, looked around in confusion. Seeing the dice in Klein's hand, he immediately recoiled. 1 point. Klein looked down at the dice of probability in his hand, then chuckled. This guy is still playing dead. That's good, that's good. Daquel glanced left and right. Seeing that there was indeed nothing wrong, he relaxed. Then, as if remembering something, he leaned his head toward the crack in the door. What's happening outside? What about Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea and those rescued passengers? It should be fine now, right? Klein cautiously looked toward the deck, finding that the Skyla in the distance had begun to sink. He nodded with a slight confusion, and seeing many people jumping into the sea to chase the Skyla, Klein somewhat understood. However, Leonard and the others didn't seem to be chasing after it. "Captain, aren't we going after them?" Cindy, still a bit dazed, asked nervously as she watched the people who had boarded the ship with them jump onto the Skyla. Soest gazed profoundly at the Skyla, whose deck was already level with the sea, and shook his head, saying, "That ship has people from both the Storm and Machine churches, as well as the Loan military. That's enough. We must report the matter of that true creator follower as soon as possible. and the passengers who disappeared when they fell into the water also need to be reported. At this point, Sost paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze over everyone with a somewhat wary look. That true creator follower previously used an ability similar to the arbitrator pathway, sealing the parasite ability. In other words, there might be a parasite on this ship. Rather than continuing the pursuit, we need to first confirm that we haven't been parasitized. Chapter 325. German feels a lot of pressure. Bang, bang. Back in the cabin with Dayquil, Klein tried to calm his furiously beating heart. Although he still maintained German Sparrow's cold and aloof persona on the surface, he was inwardly in a state of panic. Throwing his obese body onto the sofa, Dayquil glanced disdainfully at his owl, which had no idea of the terrifying things that had happened on the ship, and nervously questioned the crazy adventurer, who likely knew some inside information. Is it really okay? Why is this thing still playing dead? It should be fine now, right? Klein glanced at the dice of probability, which was still playing dead, feeling equally uneasy. However, considering that only powerhouses above the angel level could make a uniqueness afraid, after much thought, he finally locked his target on the old man residing in Leonard. When I guided Leonard from above the gray fog before, the old man within him still needed to passively enter a dream to receive information. He shouldn't have been able to detect the power I exerted on Leonard, or even if he did, he couldn't make a specific judgment. In that case, I could indeed pull Leonard onto the gray fog alone, and even have him join the Tarot Club. Klein muttered to himself but decided to wait for a while. After all, they had just experienced a major incident, and given the Nighthawk's habits, if anything happened to Leonard, it would be easily noticed. As a former Nighthawk, Klein had some understanding of the Nighthawk's internal review mechanism, and the Red Gloves were certainly stricter than ordinary Nighthawks. Wait until the ship docks before. Klein muttered to himself, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. He looked up at Dayquil, only to find him and his bird staring at him with terrified expressions. No, it was beside him, the crazy adventurer, Mr. German Sparrow, slowly and stiffly turned his head, only to see a beautiful face, conforming to a Chinese person's traditional aesthetic, appear before him, less than 20 centimeters away. But the moment he saw this beautiful face, Klein felt no romantic inclination whatsoever. Instead, he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but before he could react, a slender, white-gloved hand rested on his shoulder. That hand was so delicate, yet at that moment, it seemed to possess immense strength. Even though Klein had already used the leverage to retreat, the hand remained completely still. Little brother, you were clearly peeking at me just now, so why are you so scared now? A light and somewhat playful girlish voice entered his ears, but the slightly familiar tone failed to evoke any relevant memories in Klein. Madam, is there something you need from me? Klein used the clown's power to forcefully suppress his desire to tremble, maintaining German's persona as much as possible. Integra merely showed a perfect social smile and said intimately, I didn't expect the legendary crazy adventurer to be such a pure young man. I'm also an adventurer, how about we team up? Gulp, Klein's throat made a swallowing sound. He didn't know what to say at this moment. For some psychological reason, he suddenly remembered Senior Paindrax's diary about running away after provoking a woman from the Aurora Order. However, just as he was in a dilemma, the girl suddenly smiled and let go of his hand, taking 2 girlish steps back, and said cheerfully, Just kidding, I'm not an easy person. No way, right? You didn't fall for me, did you? But, I'm not saying I can't give you a chance. Klein felt his blood pressure rising. If not for the woman in front of him, who was suspected of being a demigod, German's persona would have dictated that he pull out his gun directly. But ultimately, he was only acting. German was crazy, but not stupid. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Madam, please just say what you need. How boring. Integra felt the continuous feedback from the potion, and her smile immediately cooled. She reached out and pinched the dice on the coffee table, which was playing dead, and in Dayquil's expression, which looked like he was about to suffocate, she casually tossed it back onto the table. Looking at the 6 dots facing up, she gently shook her head and said, Seeing that you could avoid Mystic Sage's box and still dared to peek at me, I thought I might find something fun. I should have chased those vampires instead. With that, the white figure turned around and, like a fading color, slowly disappeared from sight. Phew, you scared me to death. Dayquel's flushed face finally relaxed. He gasped for fresh air and exclaimed, "Damn it, I almost couldn't control my foul mouth just now." "You know your mouth stinks too." Klein glanced at Dayquel with a slight surprise in his heart, but on the surface, he maintained the crazy adventurer's persona, only coldly instructing. "You'd better control it now, she might not have left yet." Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote. You've worked hard. The ritual went smoothly. A day later, in a church of the night on Oravi Island, Sost's team completed a prayer ritual under the guidance of a bishop. Under the goddess's gaze, parasites would inevitably have nowhere to hide. "Captain, you scared us to death." Cindy wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. They had received knowledge about parasites as early as when they joined the Red Gloves. Before the ritual was completed, they were all worried that they had unknowingly been parasited. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. "I'm not trying to scare anyone. When it comes to parasites, you can never be too careful." Sost gently patted Cindy's shoulder, then seemed to remember something and said, "But it's good that nothing went wrong this time. It should have been resolved by someone from the Aurora Order. Speaking of which, it has already been confirmed via telegram that all the civilians on the ship we previously took were transferred to Biome. No one knows how they got there, but at least so far, there are no problems with them. Considering the passengers on that ship, it should have been done by that lady or the mystic sage. Could the news the church recently received about the Aurora Order splitting be true? Has a part of the Aurora Order begun to try and change its modus operandi?" Cindy's face showed an expression of disbelief, but Sost merely shook his head and said, "That's not something we need to worry about. All right, everyone is exhausted this time. Let's rest for a day, and then we'll return to Backland." Quote. "Old man, you actually avoided the goddess's detection." Leaving the chapel and returning to his dormitory, Leonard muttered in surprise in his heart, but Pales let out an inexplicable laugh and said, "Did you forget, my presence within you is not really a secret." "Oh right, that gentleman," Leonard immediately realized. However, speaking of that four-family believer holding the saint symbol of the night, Leonard couldn't help but think of the fool who had responded to him. Just as he was about to ask the old man if he knew anything about the fool, crimson light suddenly surged from before his eyes, completely engulfing him, catching him off guard. Chapter 326, Confused Leonard. By the time Leonard reacted, towering stone pillars had already appeared before his eyes, standing atop the boundless gray-white mist, supporting a magnificent palace like a giant's dwelling. With a bewildered green gaze, after a second of stunned, Leonard realized that he had somehow sat down at the side of a mottled, ancient bronze long table, with high-backed chairs on either side and opposite him, exuding an air of solemn dignity. And at the head of the mottled long table, a figure was shrouded in dense gray mist, leaning leisurely against the back of a chair, seemingly looking down upon everything in the world. As this figure came into Leonard's view, he felt as if he had boarded a cruise ship, facing an abyssal sea with no visible edge or bottom, or as if he had left the city and arrived in the suburbs, gazing up at a majestic mountain peak. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind, giving him a general guess about his situation, and as a Beander of the church, a believer who was certain of the true existence of deities, he could not resist his inner feelings and instinctively wanted to leave his seat to worship the presence before him. The might of the deity was like mountains and seas. Leonard had just begun to stand when he was pressed back down by an invisible force, and then a calm voice echoed, "There's no need for such trouble, you can call me Mr. Fool." It really is the fool. Leonard's uneasy mood calmed down slightly, although he was still worried about what would happen next, considering that it was an existence suspected to be a favored one of the goddess who had him pray to this presence. He was no longer so afraid. However, the goddess's tacit approval did not mean that the other party also tacitly approved. With his identity, he could not understand whether he was praying to this gentleman as an undercover agent under the goddess's protection, or as an intermediary for the cooperation between two great existences. Therefore, he still maintained a cautious attitude, stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed, saying, "Respected Mr. Fool, why have you summoned me here?" As he asked this question, Leonard's mood was incredibly complex, because his education and work as a Nighthawk made him deeply understand how dangerous it was to establish contact with a hidden existence. But thinking of Klein, who was still alive and well, Leonard couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation. However, Leonard's mind suddenly conjured the image of that beautiful and flirtatious lady. Ever since the old man told him that it was a man and someone he knew, he couldn't help but compare him to Klein. Perhaps out of confirmation bias, the more he compared them, the more he felt that the lady and Klein had something in common. Thinking of this, Leonard suddenly had a strange association and couldn't help but inwardly grumble. I hope I don't catch cross-dressing tendencies. Completely unaware of what his poet classmate was grumbling about, Mr. Fool let out a low laugh. Since you sought my help, then according to the principle of equivalent exchange, you will certainly have to pay something. Leonard's body trembled slightly, and his head dropped slightly. What do you wish to gain? After a brief pause, the fool's voice sounded again. No need to rush. Perhaps in the future, I will ask you to do some things, to provide some help to certain people. Sit down. Leonard slowly exhaled and sat down, looking around and saying, has he, Klein Moretti, also been here like me? Klein felt a warmth in his heart when he heard his poet classmate express such concern for him, but then a hint of surprise arose. Although he knew that his poet classmate had dug up his grave, confirmed that he was not dead, and might even have traced Detective Sherlock, how did he know that Sherlock was related to the fool? That's right, Black Emperor. It's the Black Emperor. Klein suddenly realized in his heart. The Black Emperor had left obvious tarot cards at the crime scenes. As long as he went to the East Borough to enter the dreams of the rescued people, it would not be difficult to see Sherlock's face, connecting him to the Black Emperor. Coupled with the spread of the title, Fool, after that, it didn't seem strange to connect them. Klein built a complete chain of evidence in his mind, his thoughts racing as he considered how to trick his poet classmate. Then he suddenly remembered that he was now a great existence and didn't need to be too explicit, so he immediately said in an even tone. Different methods. Different. Leonard frowned slightly. Did this, different, mean not entering by chanting the honorific name? What other methods were there besides that? Being introduced by someone. No, strictly speaking, he was also introduced by someone. Seeing Leonard's spiritual body begin to show a blue aura of thought, Klein breathed a slight sigh of relief, then let out Mr. Fool's characteristic light chuckle. Besides you, other beings have also been drawn here for various reasons. They implored me to convene regular gatherings for the exchange of information, the buying and selling of materials, the trading of formulas, and mutual assistance. This can help them advance quickly and become high-sequence beyonders. This is a bit different from the secret organization I imagined, which uses tarot cards as code names. It's very loose. Leonard speculated about the fool's purpose in holding such gatherings while recalling the cases that left behind tarot cards. Perhaps his mind had been in a state of tension since arriving at the palace, which made his thinking much more agile than usual. This mission once again reminded him of that deep sense of powerlessness, and while reliving the Tingen nightmare, it also made him yearn for advancement. After some deliberation, Leonard asked, is Klein Moretti also a member of that regular gathering? Does he have a seat here? Mr. Fool was very touched by his poet classmate's excessive concern for him, but on the surface, he answered casually. Yes. Leonard said blankly for a second. Respected Mr. Fool, can I join that regular gathering? You can, Mr. Fool said with a smile, but when you go back, remember to mention this to Pale Zoroaster, and do not try to conceal it from him. Leonard received the information that the old man was a true angel, and the hint that deterrence is more useful than combat. He finally drew the card representing his code name from the 22-star cards, and then returned to the night church's rest area. Poet classmate is still the same. Seeing Leonard's figure disappear, Klein's face also showed a genuine smile for the first time in a long while. While paying attention to Zoroaster's state through the connection of the Crimson Star to ensure that he could pull him up immediately if any danger arose from the confrontation, he reached out and stroked his chin. I always feel that when poet classmate mentions the name, Klein, his emotional fluctuations are a bit abnormal. Am I overthinking it? Chapter 327 Tarot Club. Streaks of deep crimson light rose, solidifying into different human figures on either side of the bronze long table. The ancient silence above the gray fog was broken, and an indescribable vitality filled the grand, ancient palace. Miss Justice, as the class representative, had just regained her senses and was preparing to stand up and leave her seat, as always, to bow and greet the head of the bronze long table. However, the moment she turned her gaze, her keen senses as an experienced spectator made her notice something different about this gathering. There was one more person than last week. Audrey's sense of ownership made her happy about the growth of the Tarot Club, but following her professional instincts, she also began to observe this gentleman. Black hair, greenish eyes, no jacket, a slightly awkward posture, as if he usually didn't like sitting so formally, an estimated height of about 1.8 meters, a somewhat casual demeanor, and a tense state. With a quick glance, Audrey read a lot of information from his somewhat blurry figure. As everyone seemed to be coming to their senses, she noticed another peculiar detail. The gentleman was quickly scanning his surroundings. Such behavior in itself was not a problem. Anyone arriving in a secret and unfamiliar setting would instinctively observe others, trying to grasp their characteristics. However, this gentleman's gaze moved a bit too quickly. Whether it was Moon, Hanged Man, or other members, his gaze swept over them. Relying on the accumulated experience and psychological tidbits gained from the book, Beware the Audience, she immediately concluded that this gentleman was looking for someone. He was looking for someone with a clear objective. Miss Justice's eyes darted, then she refocused her gaze on the head of the bronze long table, fulfilling her duty as the class representative. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. One by one, the code names were called out in the order of joining. Leonard also, following the introduction of this seemingly noble lady, noted down each person's identity. Finally, his gaze lingered on the world. Just as he was about to observe the current climb, he realized he seemed a bit out of place, because the members beside him and across from him had also begun to stand up and bow towards the head of the bronze long table. Leonard belatedly came to his senses, hastily stood up, and followed with a greeting. As for his foolish behavior, Mr. Fool always felt a sense of déjà vu, like he was back in Tingen. He raised his hand, casually pointed at Leonard, and said softly, "This is the Star. Hello, Mr. the Star, I am Justice." Audrey added the final greeting. Leonard immediately returned the bow. Immediately, he locked his gaze on Klein, his brows slightly furrowed, because this Mr. the World gave him a completely different feeling from Klein. Cold, indifferent, like a dead person, completely different from the optimistic, cheerful, and slightly cunning colleague he once knew. Is it the price of resurrection? Leonard immediately dismissed his conjecture. From the various actions of the Black Emperor Bandit and Sherlock Moriarty, Klein should still maintain sufficient kindness and humanity. Therefore, this should be a disguise. Just like that lady. Leonard once again recalled that beautiful, dashing, and flirtatious Aurora Order executive, his mouth twitching slightly. If the old man hadn't assured him that it was a man, he would never have connected him to Klein. But only Klein fit the state at the time. After all, besides Klein, Leonard couldn't think of a reason for an Aurora Order executive to show mercy to the official beyonders of the major churches. The Night Church was one thing, but her letting go of the Storm Church members was a very strange issue in itself. Connecting this to the recent directives secretly issued by the authorities, and various messages about the Aurora Order's change in purpose, factional splits, and that gentleman who carried the aura of several great existences, he suddenly felt that he might have discovered a huge secret. Perhaps, the true creator, the goddess, and this Mr. Fool were playing a very large game of chess. Leonard dared not delve deeper, and then realized he had been staring at the world for a bit too long. He immediately turned his head and began to label the other members. Miss Justice is not old. Although there is a possibility of disguise, judging by the appearance of the Tarot Club, she should be a relatively optimistic and cheerful type. Although her attire is not very clear, it appears to be very tasteful. Mr. Hanged Man is rugged and reserved, with a clothing style leaning towards a sailor or a Storm Church believer. He should be a relatively straightforward but reckless person. This also matches the characteristics of a Storm Church Beander. Miss Magician looks at me a bit strangely, occasionally glancing at Klein. I don't know what she's thinking, but she seems very afraid of that Mr. Devil. Every time she finishes looking at me and Klein, she carefully sneaks a peek at him. Mr. Sun is very tall, but his voice sounds like he's still in puberty. Although silent, he seems to be very popular and friendly. Miss Hermit, lady, her demeanor is mature and steady, she should be an experienced Beander. Mr. Moon is relatively young. Although he wears robes similar to the style of the Church of the Earth Mother, his expression always feels familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. However, the Earth Mother Church I can access should only be the Harvest Church in Backland. I can go check it out when I return to Backland. Finally, Mr. Devil, his aura is very unique, that cynical feeling, very much like that Mr. Veterinarian. He seems to have a good relationship with Miss Justice, and Miss Magician is very afraid of him. Leonard mentally labeled the members of the Tarot Club, but he also didn't forget to listen to the others' speeches. After seeing Justice, Magician, and Devil each materialize the so-called Russell's diary, he also vaguely understood the general equivalent value in this gathering. Klein looked at the poet classmate's rare cautious demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then picked up the 4 pages of the diary. As per custom, he first started reading Russell's diary. The 3 pages of the diary were not continuous, detailing Rosel's exploration of the abyss, Bernadette about to turn 2, and Rosel crafting a silver medal and seeing the endless gray fog. Although the other 2 events had a great impact on Klein, what truly moved him was still the great emperor's sentiment towards his daughter. If it were before, he might have been more concerned about the gray fog, but perhaps due to the influence of Senior Paindrax's diary, when he saw the second senior also develop a sense of belonging to this world, he couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Even if he had no children, no lover, this did not prevent him from seeing through the diaries of the 2 seniors, the process by which those 2 equally cynical and equally chaotic in their private lives seniors slowly began to take root in this world, understanding their gradual discovery of a sense of belonging. And this slow understanding was subtly changing his mindset. Slightly adjusting his mood, Klein looked at Paindrax's diary. The various complex emotions aroused by Russell's diary instantly vanished. At this moment, only the first sentence of the diary remained in his mind. It's changed. It's changed. Assassin Cat really can turn into a human when she becomes a demoness. Chapter 328 Mr. Fool wants to keep a cat. What in the world is this? The moment Klein read the first sentence of Paindrax's diary, his expression immediately turned into the subway old man with phone.jpg meme. Even the power of the clown potion couldn't suppress it. It was only because his face was enveloped in a thick gray fog, otherwise, the fool's dignity might have been completely shattered. Assassin Cat can really turn into a catgirl. Klein couldn't help but recall the question Miss Justice had asked earlier, thinking to himself that, as expected, only the wealthy had the privilege of turning such absurd ideas into reality. After slightly calming his emotions, Klein continued to read. Chocolate's transformation is perfect. Well, actually, I'm not entirely satisfied. There are no cat ears or a cat tail. What kind of catgirl is this? No, it would be strange if she retained cat racial features. How would cat ears grow on a human skull? If your coccyx was that long, how would you sit down? Klein complained internally, but his eyes didn't stop as he continued to read. Soon, he indeed saw the expected text. Through various studies, I finally confirmed that chocolate no longer has any physiological differences from a normal human female. Even the punitive heat of felines has turned into a rewarding one. And because of the cat's inherently painful experiences, they would have a considerable advantage in playing the demoness of afflictions and the demoness of pleasure. Of course, after comprehensive experiments, I also discovered where she differs from normal humans. Chocolate's throat, or rather, her vocal cords, are not completely transformed. Although it doesn't hinder her from speaking, when she breathes, she makes a meow sound. I must say, this is quite an interesting trait. Additionally, due to the habits of a cat, Chocolate, after becoming a witch, cannot walk upright on 2 feet very well. According to her meow, it's mainly because her field of vision has increased, and without a tail, it's hard to maintain balance. This means she has to spend a considerable amount of time getting used to a human lifestyle. Fortunately, the assassin and instigator potions have respectively enhanced her body control and intelligence, so I believe she will adapt quickly. I think I need to give her a human name, but she seems to have already adapted to the name Chocolate. After a moment of thought, I chose a transliteration, Chocolat. What a lovely name. ... Quote. So you really did something to the catgirl, didn't you? Klein felt greatly shocked, but considering this senior's past record of personally creating and acting upon succubi, this didn't seem like anything too surprising. However, Klein quickly realized he had underestimated this senior, because he saw the next paragraph. Chocolat's success has made me quite interested in other potions that can change gender. Unfortunately, whether it's the beauty goddess of sequence 1 or the desolate matriarch of sequence 2, the cultivation cost is too high. After a little thought, I regretfully gave up on the former. As for the desolate matriarch characteristic, perhaps I can try to search for it from there. But even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter. The cat witch is a very good result. Perhaps I can cultivate a combat-made core. Speaking of which, cats are far superior to humans in terms of both cultivation cycle and loyalty development. Moreover, with the advantages of cats, as long as there are enough Beander characteristics, they can be stably cultivated to the demoness of afflictions. Perhaps I can start trying to hunt down the demoness sect. Quote. Only gave up on the former. So you still want to cultivate a cat desolate matriarch. That's an angel. Klein watched as this cat-rearing diary abruptly ended here, gaining a new understanding of this senior's ability to act. But thinking about it carefully, this senior's approach wasn't too outrageous. As is well known, cats are natural assassins, so there's almost no need to worry about role-playing when drinking the assassin potion. After digesting it, drinking the instigator potion can improve intelligence, and they can imitate devil dogs by instigating animals, with much lower costs and risks than human instigators. And a cat's lifespan means that even if raised from a young age, they can quickly mature, and loyalty is also guaranteed. As he thought about it, Klein had to admit that he was a little tempted. Speaking of which, I seem to have some of the demoness pathways formulas. It's just that the instigator stage is very troublesome, and instigating animals also carries the risk of exposure. Wait, instigating animals. Backlund seemed to have had an animal riot around June or July last year. Klein suddenly recalled an interesting anecdote he had heard when he was a detective, and immediately understood something. He subtly glanced at Mr. Devil and wondered if his cat had already transformed. Speaking of which, he had already seen 3 successful examples of drinking potions: Daquel's bird, Miss Justice's dog, and Mr. Devil's cat. At this moment, Klein suddenly had a desire to raise a witch cat himself. Not for warming the bed, but simply because who wouldn't want a subordinate who matures quickly, is highly loyal, pleasing to the eye, and has considerable combat power. And in Loan, a cat that catches mice is much cheaper than a dog that catches rabbits. Wait, cheap. How much do the potions from sequence 9 to sequence 7 cost again? The moment this question appeared in Klein's mind, his desire to raise an assassin cat instantly extinguished by more than half. Forget it. I'm still in my rising period now. When I'm not spending so much money, I'll figure out a way to raise one. Not for myself, but for Melissa to raise. It can also add a layer of security for them. Klein muttered to himself, waved his hand to make the parchment in his hand disappear without a trace, then leaned back against the chair and said in a normal tone, "You can begin." Sun had originally wanted to pre-purchase the Sequence 6 potion formula after the Solar High Priest, but Elder Luvia's release made him abandon this plan. He was eager to tell the whole story, hoping to receive necessary guidance. However, considering that it was currently the trading segment, he suppressed his inner impulse and waited silently. His thoughts were immediately noticed by the other members, except for Star and Moon. Even the lazy furs realized the gentleman's abnormality, but everyone knew he would speak up himself later. So, after this slightly awkward brief silence, Hanged Man finally chose to speak first. "I need the Ocean Songster potion formula." As soon as he said this, Hermit Catalya immediately made a considerable judgment about his thoughts and situation, nodding slightly. "I can keep an eye out for you." Seeing Hermit respond first, Alger's heart stirred, and he immediately took the opportunity to probe. "Madam, what do you need?" "I can collect clues in advance so that I can exchange them for a formula later. I need a demigod-level mystical item, one with negative effects that are relatively bearable." Hermit Catalya saw through Mr. Hanged Man's probing at a glance and immediately made an exorbitant demand. However, just as she expected to be rejected, or even ridiculed, by Hanged Man, she suddenly heard Mr. Devil speak. "I have some demigod-level sealed artifacts, but a mere Sequence 5 formula is definitely not enough. Of course, if you provide the characteristic, I can also help make it, in which case I'll only charge for the cost of materials." Chapter 329. The price is very affordable, but I can't afford it. As Snow spoke, Hermit was slightly surprised. Although he had offered the option of demon characteristics when she bought a Buridan weapon last time, she thought it was mostly a ploy. After all, it wasn't easy for anyone to come up with £80,000 at once, except for a few top bankers. But since he brought it up again, she had to consider whether he truly had the ability to create demigod-level mystical items. Seeing that Huang Jiajia didn't respond for a moment, Snow's lips curved slightly. He clasped his hands and rested his chin on them, continuing his sales pitch. You can first state your requirements and an acceptable price. I can then customize it based on that. The Buridan items I make generally have minor side effects. Miss Justice, Mr. Sun, and Mr. World can all attest to this. Katlia considered her current funds for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, I want a mystical item that can enhance my defensive capabilities, preferably one that can be worn at all times and automatically react to crises. How much would such an item cost? Katlia didn't give her price directly, as she knew very well that she couldn't afford such a mystical item at the moment. If the other party quoted a price, she could refuse or make an excuse to consider it. But if she quoted a price and the other party accepted, then if she reneged, it would easily affect her credibility within the Tarot Club. To be carried at all times, that makes the requirements for side effects not just a little bit stricter. Moreover, mystical items used for self-protection are always at least 50% more expensive than weapons of the same level. Snow's fingers tapped lightly, seemingly considering the price. And for such a large order, the other members of the Tarot Club also showed interested expressions. How about this? I happen to have a demon Buridan characteristic. I should be able to create equipment that can grant you crisis perception and automatically defend you when attacked. The bounty for Agaras, the Undying King, is £100,000, a demigod characteristic with a 50% premium, plus labor costs, £200,000. This is already the bottom price. Of course, if you can pay with a Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 Buridan characteristic, I can give you an appropriate discount. Listening to the demon's quote, Hermit had to admit that it was definitely a fair price. But when she thought of the last time, when an item made with demon characteristics was offered at only £80,000, not only without labor costs but even with a discount, she felt a bit of a toothache. However, this was also normal, as she had only just joined the previous gathering, and in terms of relationship, the other party had no reason to give a discount. It seems I need to work hard to demonstrate my value and get on good terms with this Mr. Demon as much as possible. Hermit raised her level of importance for the demon in her heart again, but she could only shake her head at this quote. That was £200,000. This was basically equivalent to a year's land rent income for an earl with 600,000 acres of land. Even if she used Buridan characteristics as payment, she would have to hunt 50 Sequence 6 Beyonders to gather enough. Unfortunately, I cannot afford such a price. Hermit did not use evasive language like, I'll consider it, but gave a direct answer. Snow, who was not surprised by this, waved his hand and said, It's all right. Actually, in my personal opinion, the significance of demigod-level defensive items is somewhat awkward. If it were a Desire Apostle characteristic, it would only cost £30,000. I will consider it. Although the transaction was not concluded, the price of £200,000 still caused a considerable shock to the members of the Tarot Club. Even Miss Justice couldn't help but secretly gasp at this huge sum of money and began to wonder if the price of Mr. Demon's castle had already exceeded the entire assets of the Hall family. Of course, what everyone thought about more was where to find the expenses for their own promotion to demigod. After such a big deal fell through, Katlia also lost the mood to probe and said to Hanged Man, I will keep an eye out for the formula for you. You can pay according to the market price, £5,000 then. As Hanged Man responded to Hermit's words, no one else made any requests during the trading session. This was not unexpected in Klein's eyes. As everyone gradually moved away from low sequences, their promotion speed began to slow down significantly, and the volume of transactions would naturally decrease accordingly. Regarding this situation, the esteemed Mr. Fool could not judge whether it was good or bad. He could only nod gently, signaling that everyone could communicate freely. Little Sun, who had been holding back for a long time, did not hesitate. He spoke sincerely, before everyone else. Elder Luvia has been released. I met her in the library. Elder Luvia has been released. The shepherd. Audrey immediately recalled the name and promptly used her question to provide initial popular science for the star, hermit, and moon, who had no knowledge of this. Did your chief return to the city? A sharp glint flashed in Hanged Man Alger's eyes. He finally found his moment to shine and immediately asked. Son Derek couldn't quite understand the meaning contained in this question as well as Justice, Hermit, and others, but he still nodded, confirming Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guess. And Furs, as an author, instantly had her literary inspiration ignited. Seeing that no one else spoke immediately, she tentatively asked, is there such a possibility? Your chief, with the exploration team and the little boy Jack, went to find the path that leads to the outside world, and it turned out that this required the power of the true creator. After all, that little boy and his father belonged to the Aurora Order, and they came to you in pursuit of the true creator's sanctuary. So, for the sake of the entire city of Silver, your chief, after returning, decided to release Shepherd Luvia. Listening to Hanged Man and Justice begin to deduce whether Little Sun would be more dangerous or safer if this conjecture proved true, Leonard, who hadn't understood anything, felt a slight tremor in his eyes. In the perception of the Tarot Club members, the true creator still seems to be placed in a hostile position, which means that Mr. Fool, well, at least in the eyes of most people in the Tarot Club, Mr. Fool and the true creator are not in the same camp. However, this is not surprising. Most of the official Beyonders of the Night Church still regard the Aurora Order as an extreme cult. Only the Backland Diocese maintains a gentle attitude towards those few local branches. No, let alone the Aurora Order, even towards organizations marked with Tarot Cardis, they now maintain an attitude of dealing with new cult organizations. Well, after all, this is a secret. I just don't know what state Klein is actually in. Recalling that beautiful, dashing, and alluring figure, Leonard believed that Klein must have experienced a lot during this time. Chapter 330, Huang Jiajia feels a little uninformed. After listening to Mr. Hanged Man's analysis and understanding that he wouldn't be in danger in the short term, Little Sun first breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with some tension. Will this cause our city of Silver to be destroyed by the fallen creator? He himself hoped Mr. Hanged Man would give him a reassuring answer, but he heard the other party say in a low voice. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Little Sun's heart immediately jumped to his throat, but then, Mr. Devil, who had not spoken until now, finally shook his head and said, I don't think you need to worry about this in the short term. Quote. Not only Little Sun, but almost all Tarot Club members who knew the true creator's name cast surprised glances. Snow, however, was unfazed and calmly said, although the true creator is a mad deity, he is not a fool. All of his schemes have clear objectives. If he decides to destroy a city-state, a city, or a nation, it must be to gain some benefit. As an evil god, he might not consider whether the benefit is worth the sacrifice of so many people, but at least there must be some. What could he gain by destroying the city of Silver? Some flesh and blood, some souls, or some mystical items that are not so necessary for a deity. The true creator, or rather, organizations like the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order, conduct various dangerous rituals in the outside world, even affecting entire towns, because they want to enable the true creator to descend. So, conversely, if the true creator's sanctuary is in the forsaken land of the gods, destroying you naturally has no meaning. Of course, not being destroyed doesn't mean there's no danger. After all, that deity is mad. Just listening to his voice can lead to mortals, madness and loss of control. So your most important task right now is to figure out your chief's attitude towards the true creator. Is it utilization, cooperation, or an intention to gain blessings by converting to him? I see. Little Sun nodded seriously and sincerely said, Mr. Devil, Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, thank you for your help. I will clarify what the chief and the others intend to do as soon as possible. Seeing that the matter was about to conclude, Katlia, who had somewhat lost her confidence as a strong person due to the discussions of several Tarot Club elders, immediately spoke up. The blasphemer Aemon you just mentioned, does that refer to the ancestor of the Aemon family in the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire, the son of the creator? Justice was startled by this title from Hermit. She instinctively turned her head to look at the top of the bronze long table, finding Mr. Fool sitting peacefully, seemingly acquiescing to Amon's other identity. The expressions of the other Tarot Club members also varied, but most did not speak. Only Magician, who hadn't thought much about it, repeated in a questioning tone with interest. Son of the Creator. Catlia glanced at this woman, whom she had mentally marked for special attention, and said in an unchanged tone. Legend has it that when the original the Creator split into various deities and races, 2 infants were also born within his body. One of them was the blasphemer Amen. Listening to Catlia's words, Klein recalled the mural in Amon's mausoleum, which had considerable discrepancies with her account, and began to wonder if the Creator of the City of Silver and the original the Creator were 2 entities with a succession relationship. At this moment, Audrey, full of interest in the mysterious, immediately asked with curiosity. Miss Hermit, do you know who the other son of the Creator is? Adam. Hermit gave a direct answer, which surprised Justice, who had intended to pay a price to inquire. Miss Hermit seems to have mastered a lot of mysticism knowledge. Audrey's eyes flickered, and she tentatively asked. I've never heard of a great figure named Adam. Neither have I. Besides being recorded as the son of the Creator, he seems to have never appeared. There seems to be no trace of his existence in the history of the 4th epoch. Catlia responded frankly, but she noticed that Devil suddenly showed a hint of a mocking smile. Mr. Devil, is there something wrong with what I said? No, you are very right. Adam is indeed obscure, but in reality, both the 4th epoch and the 5th epoch have lived in his shadow. Everything you can see bears his mark. How is that possible? Justice instinctively exclaimed, then as if she had thought of something, her eyes brightened as she said. Mr. Devil, is Adam that? Yes, that's the one. Mr. Devil, do you have any evidence? In existence with almost no records. Seeing Devil and Justice starting to play charades, Hermit's mystery prior habit began to act up. To this, Snow merely chuckled and said, there are no records because any existence that knows him would not record him. Also, Miss Hermit, you'd best not mention or record the name, Adam, in any way. If possible, don't even think about it, because as long as it's mentioned, no matter where, he will perceive it. Please remember, all that is spoken, shall be known. That organization. Upon hearing those 6 words, the elders of the Tarot Club understood who this Adam was. Moon and the Star were still somewhat confused, but Mr. Sanguine never paid much attention to such matters, and the Star planned to ask the old man when he returned. But not being able to directly name him is a bit troublesome. I'll use Amon's brother, or the Creator's son, to refer to him. The old man and Amen are mortal enemies, so he shouldn't be unfamiliar with his brother. Leonard felt a sense of inferiority that he could only listen in during this Tarot Club meeting. He decided to extract some explosive news from the old man when he returned, hoping to perform well at the next meeting and gain a certain status. Adam. Is this the spectator that the Pandrax family has always been wary of? Mr. Fool thought silently, then turned his gaze to Miss Justice. However, to his surprise, it wasn't Miss Justice who spoke first, but Little Son. Mr. Devil, was it because of Adam that you previously said not to casually speak the name of any king of angels? Adam is indeed a king of angels, but his name is the safest among those that cannot be spoken. Devil's answer remained vague, which immediately sparked the Tarot Club members' imaginations about the names of the king of angels. All that is spoken, shall be known, was already the safest. What power did the remaining unutterable names possess? Would merely uttering them lead to death? Wait. A look of sudden horror appeared in Hanged Man's eyes, and Catlia showed the same expression. The 2 exchanged glances and silently suppressed the fear in their hearts. But it was precisely because of this fear that Catlia became even more curious about the so-called King of Angels. They said it couldn't be discussed outside, which means it should be fine to discuss it here. Catlia thought this, then turned to Miss Justice, who seemed most willing to share knowledge. What are the King of Angels you speak of? Chapter 332. Klein. Leonard recognized me. First, to thank Miss Hermit for her generous, selfless revelation of Adam's name earlier, and second, out of excitement for possessing knowledge even the strong did not have, Audrey readily answered Miss Hermit's question. According to the City of Silver's records, the Creator was surrounded by countless angels. Among them, the leaders of the angels, the 8 closest to the divine throne, were called kings of angels. We don't have many kings of angels we can currently confirm. One is Ouroboros, the angel of fate, from the ancient texts of the City of Silver. The second is Medici, whom Mr. Fool mentioned by chance. The third is a guess. We suspect Amen is the angel of time among the kings of angels, and Adam, also a son of the Creator, should also be a king of angels. According to Mr. Devil, there are some kings of angels whose names cannot even be mentioned, or terrible things will happen. Even more terrifying than praying to other gods in a god's church or prayer hall, Little Son casually added, because he felt Mr. Devil's analogy was truly representative. But as he spoke, Miss Justice, who had been in high spirits, immediately deflated. This is still not much known. I don't even know what a king of angels is. You all already know half of it. None of your sequences are even higher than mine. Except for Mr. Devil, he seems to be a high sequence Beander. But why would he use an analogy like praying to other gods in a god's church? Is he trying to imply something? Katlia felt that continuing to ponder this information might lead to trouble. At this moment, Moon and the Star finally understood what kings of angels were. After a slight 2-second silence, Katlia finally forced herself to suppress the curiosity stemming from the mystery prior pathway. By recalling the previous conversation, she shifted the question. Mr. Sun was once possessed by Amen. Yes, that was his avatar, son Derek answered honestly, but Mr. Fool has already purified him, and I wasn't harmed. Listening to Derek's somewhat bland answer, Katlia resisted the urge to cover her face and look at the top of the bronze long table. These lucky fellows had no idea what being possessed by Amen meant. Just as Katlia's speculation about the Fool's power began to waver, Miss Justice couldn't help but proactively ask. Miss Hermit, do you know which Beander pathway the blasphemer pathway belongs to? I know that. Leonard, after listening for so long, finally encountered a question he knew the answer to. But unfortunately, Miss Hermit answered without almost any hesitation. The Marauder pathway. Rumor has it that at the saint or angel rank, they can deceive fate, defraud rules, and become parasites of time. Hearing this, Leonard suddenly felt this might be an opportunity and immediately said. Speaking of Amen, just a few days ago, I encountered an Amen avatar at sea. Also present were sanguine and official Beander teams from various churches, and even a saint and a favored one from the Aurora Order appeared. Does anyone here have any relevant information? What happened to those sanguine? Almost the instant Leonard's words fell, Student Moon couldn't help but speak. At this moment, Leonard also realized why he had previously felt a familiar demeanor about Moon. Now it seemed this gentleman was probably a sanguine. The dossier seemed to mention that the Earth Mother Church was keen on raising vampires. Leonard muttered to himself but didn't forget the main point, raising an eyebrow slightly and saying. You seem to know something about this. They went to search for the Ghost Empire's treasure. You still haven't told me what happened to them. Moon's tone was slightly anxious. After all, he had leaked this news to the sanguine. And according to the information he had, there shouldn't be any demigods among the sanguine who recently left Backland. As expected, sanguine, and it seems they're not fanatical believers who abandoned their original clan after joining a sect. This means Mr. Fool might also have connections with the sanguine. Could this be the origin of the fourth aura on Mr. Devil? But why would the sanguine suddenly start looking for the Ghost Empire? As Leonard pondered, his peripheral vision constantly shifted between Mr. Devil and the world, which slightly surprised Klein, who had an omniscient view. Did Leonard guess that I am Gehrman Sparrow? But how did he know? This identity should only be known to Mr. Devil and Mr. Hanged Man. Wait, maybe it's the aura. The old man on him has seen Klein many times. Perhaps he used the Marauder's ability to discover the similarities between Gehrman Sparrow and Klein. That would make sense. Klein secretly warned himself not to blindly trust his disguises just because he had the faceless ability. Meanwhile, Leonard slowly answered, as Moon looked almost on the verge of tears. Don't worry, they've already seized Vice Admiral of the Deep Seas Skyla and left. Of course, Beyonders from the Machinery Church, the Storm Church, and seemingly from the Loan military also boarded the ship with them. So I don't know what happened afterward, but at least they weren't parasitized by Amen. Phew. Emlyn finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. As for the official Beyonders, he didn't care much, because he knew very well that behind this plan was Lord Nibe, a sanguine Marquis High Summoner. With his abilities, whether it was lending temporary summoning contracts for contracted creatures to his descendants, or even being reverse summoned at a critical moment, it was all possible. As long as there were no angels, those sanguines should be fine. Thank you for the information, Mr. the Star. Having obtained the desired information, Emlyn immediately lost his previous panic and elegantly and courteously thanked Mr. the Star. To this, Leonard merely shook his head and said, I just happened to stumble upon it. Why do you keep looking at me? Seeing Leonard constantly glancing towards the world, Klein was truly helpless. He naturally understood that this classmate would very much want to discuss the issue of feigned death with him, but he hadn't found a suitable excuse yet. Although attributing it to Mr. Fool wasn't impossible, it wouldn't be appropriate to say it at the Tarot Club. However, Leonard hadn't yet figured out how to speak to Klein. He pondered for a moment and then asked, Can you tell me why the Sanguine suddenly started exploring the Ghost Empire? After all, that's a ghost ship that disappeared 1,000 years ago. Why are the Sanguine only looking for it now? And doing it so openly? This is information from Mr. Devil. Emlyn glanced at Mr. Devil, and seeing him nod slightly, he began to tell Leonard about Mr. Devil's Great Sea Adventure. Chapter 332 Leading the Way. The previous chapter title was wrong. Old man, do you know about Amon's brother? After returning to reality from above the gray fog, Leonard asked abruptly before Pales could speak. Why do you ask this question? After a brief silence, Pales's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. Although Pales concealed it well, Leonard, through years of interaction, still detected the subtle change in the old man's tone. I just attended the gathering I told you about before, and I got some information about Amon and his brother from other participants. I heard they are some king of angels, is that true? Leonard did not hide anything from Pales, because Mr. Fool had told him before that there was no need to hide too much information about high-level beings from Pales, as this could actually serve as a deterrent to him. King of Angels. Pales chewed on the phrase, paused for a moment, and then said, I don't know the title, King of Angels, but given the state of Amon and his brother, it's not an exaggeration to call them kings among angels. Leonard did not comment on the truthfulness of Pales's words, merely frowning and asking, then what kind of place is the true Creator's sanctuary? What were they discussing at that gathering? Or did this kid get into a circle far beyond his capabilities? Pales's head ached from Leonard's questions. After a slight sigh, a thought suddenly struck him, and he whispered, this is a secret. Quote. Leonard, where have you been? The ship is departing in half an hour. Looking at the late Leonard, the outspoken Cindy immediately complained. Leonard, however, flashed his usual cynical smile, gave a casual laugh, and then suddenly straightened his face. Because Leonard usually had the appearance of a playboy, his sudden seriousness immediately made everyone realize he had something important to say. The team members who were about to tease him instantly fell silent, and Sost, ever compliant, said, What did you find? Captain, I went to inquire about the shipwrecks and accidents along this route recently, and I think I found something, Leonard said in a very soft voice. Sost narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding Leonard's search strategy. They did not understand the true reason why the Sanguine suddenly set out to sea with such fanfare, and they suspected that the other party intended to trick a group of the authorities beyonders into becoming cannon fodder. However, as the authorities beyonders, it was impossible for them to ignore such an abnormal situation. And Leonard's idea reminded Sost that there must be a reason for the Sanguine's grand departure, and the easiest things to investigate were naturally accidents and shipwrecks. Let's talk on the ship. Sost glanced around. The dock was crowded, and even if they spoke softly, they still couldn't avoid being overheard. After entering the cabin with their tickets, Cindy and Bob skillfully completed the setup of the spiritual wall and the anti-peeping ritual. Then, they heard Leonard say, There have always been many accidents and shipwrecks at sea, but through investigation, I found that in the period before the vampires, movements became abnormal. There were several very strange incidents at sea. One was the complete destruction of Bansi Harbor, which seems to have been done by the Storm Church. The other was the sinking of the Black Pearl. Although other ships also sank during the same period, this Black Pearl was different because it later became a ghost ship and frequently attacked pirates. I checked the local archives, and after this ship became a ghost ship, It also exhibited characteristics of both the sanguine and arbiter pathways. Sanguine, arbiter. As an experienced red gloves, Soest almost immediately thought of something, but he did not speak immediately, waiting for Leonard to continue. When we were vying for the Skyla before, it wasn't strange for the Storm Church and Machinery Church to appear. After all, they are also the authorities beyonders, and it's normal for them to act when they discover the chaos of the Backland Sanguine. But those arbiter pathway, suspected beyonders from the Loan military, appeared very abruptly. I'm wondering if that Black Pearl carried sealed artifacts of high sequence from these two pathways, which then merged with it after the disaster, turning it into a ghost ship. Leonard did not directly mention the Ghost Empire, as the information he currently possessed was not sufficient to infer that detail. However, Soest clearly knew more than him. He nodded gently and said, "It's very possible, but I think there might be deeper reasons behind this, but this can only be confirmed after we return to Pritz Harbor." Quote. Mr. Gehrman, no lovely ladies came to see you today. In a hospital in Alavi, the mad adventurer, who was helping an old man onto a bed, heard the words of the injured person on the next bed. He forcibly stabilized his emotions with his clown ability, maintaining his cold face as he said, "No. That's a real shame." The patient on the next bed clearly didn't know the adventurer's background, and his tone still carried a hint of teasing. To this, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow merely said coldly, "Perhaps they got tired of it." Although he said that, he was also relieved in his heart. The volunteer work these past few days had exhausted him, not because of scrubbing toilets, but because there were always various beautiful ladies approaching him while he worked, even making him suspect at one point if the beauties of Alavi Island just liked Gehrman's cold demeanor. But after being surrounded by women for several days, suddenly it became quiet, and he felt a little unaccustomed to it. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Pleasant piano music. On the calm sea, a strange sailing ship sped across the water. It looked no different from an ordinary ship, yet it gave off a living sensation. Its deck was like skin, its keel like bones. Although it looked nothing special, it seemed as if blood vessels were throbbing within its hull. Eerie singing accompanied by piano music emanated from the ship. It wasn't the crew singing, but the ship itself singing. Binks Sake, composed by Emperor Rosal, is truly suitable for playing in this environment. Listening to the ghost ship beneath her feet emit an unsettling song, Irene stood obediently behind Integra, watching her skillfully press each key, producing flowing notes. "Is it very famous, meow?" Lily, who knew nothing about the piano, tilted her head, uninhibitedly eating the sea fish that the Black Pearl had caught for her. Anything associated with Emperor Rosal becomes very famous. Irene rolled her eyes at Lily, but still explained, "This piece is rumored to have been composed by Emperor Rosal when he opened new shipping routes. Now it's a must-learn for maritime musicians, and even on pirate ships, people occasionally sing a few lines." "I see." Lily nodded, continuing to eat her fish, her indifferent demeanor making Irene feel helpless. She turned her head, glanced at her master, who was engrossed in playing the piano, and then looked towards the stern with a sigh, saying, "Master, if you don't even put out bait, can you really catch fish? The bait was set long ago. As for the fish, if you can see the fish with your eyes, what's the fun in fishing?" Integra showed a sweet smile, continuing to guide the Black Pearl with her piano music. The reason she stopped disguising herself to flirt with Klein was precisely for that ship full of scouts, wasn't it? No. 233. Although early February is the time when many places begin to enter spring, the calm waters north of the Sonia Sea still have ice floes floating on them. These seemingly small but incredibly hard pieces of ice are a nightmare for most ships, but in this world with mystical powers, there are always some exceptions. Beneath the icy surface, a large pirate ship, enveloped by a peculiar air shield, slowly advanced. This ship had a bizarre figurehead made from a combination of various creatures such as women, octopuses, sea snakes, eels, and bats. It was none other than the legendary flagship of the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, the Skyla. It's a pity that the original owner of this ship, the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea with the blood of a sea monster, has already turned into a Beander characteristic, and most of the pirates on board have become blood servants. It's no use continuing this standoff. No matter how much you glare at me, it won't change the fact that we are currently in control. Of course, if you want to keep watching, that's fine. I can last half a month without food or water. How long can you last? Honest Boyar, a sanguine viscount and a sequence 5 Beander, arrogantly surveyed the three factions before him. Even though there were sequence 5 powerhouses of his caliber among the three factions, and he didn't have an advantage in numbers, he was still full of confidence, so much so that he even recalled the spirit body hovering beside him back into his necklace. However, even so, the Beyonders confronting the Sanguine did not relax their guard, because not long ago, there were actually 6 factions on this ship, but after the appearance of this spirit body, only 4 remained. Those artificial vampires, whether from the Rose School of Thought or the Fate School of Thought, almost instantly turned into a puddle of flesh and blood along with the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea the moment this spirit body appeared. Honest, what exactly do you Sanguine want to do? The scholarly-looking man from the Storm Church pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a faint golden light flowing in his eyes. Hearing his question, Honest grinned and pointed his chin at the arbiters, who seemed to be from Military Intelligence Section 9. Ask them. At these words, the people from the Steam Church also turned their gaze to Military Intelligence Section 9, their expressions quite complex. Although the Sanguine are Beander creatures that produce potion ingredients, unlike other Beander creatures, they possess sufficient intelligence and history. Of course, more importantly, they have angels at the Sequence 2 level. In this era where true gods do not appear, the Sequence 2 angels have allowed this race to maintain a high degree of freedom and independence, rather than being kept in captivity by the various true god churches like other highly intelligent races such as mermaids and nagas. However, while they are independent, surveillance is still constant. Although not every Sanguine is registered, at least the activities of some major families can be monitored. Previously, they subconsciously assumed that Military Intelligence Section 9, like them, was acting due to the abnormal activities of the Backland Sanguine. But now, hearing Honest, they realized something was amiss. Military Intelligence Section 9 and the Church's Beander teams do not have the same positioning. Although they all appear to be official Beyonders, their actual work content is fundamentally different. Because they are a kingdom's intelligence agency, an organization directly under the imperial power, all their actions serve the royal family. If the vampires in the capital made a big move, they would, of course, investigate. But for this group of vampires to be chased after they went out to sea, that's a bit strange. Given their usual conduct, they probably know the purpose of this group of Sanguine and have even decided to keep it a secret. In this vast sea, to be coveted by both the Sanguine and the Loan royal family, the Punisher's deacon, observing the expressions of everyone present, frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered the incident that occurred in Pritz Harbor a month ago, and a possibility emerged in his mind. You found clues about the Ghost Empire. The Ghost Empire. The machinery hive mind deacon's eyes widened. He looked at the vampires, then at Military Intelligence Section 9. When he saw that the people from the Storm Church also showed expressions of sudden realization, he felt a surge of frustration. You knew. Honest was slightly surprised that the deacon had reached an answer without questioning Military Intelligence Section 9. Just as he thought it was a clue from a Black Pearl survivor, like Emlyn, he heard the Punisher's deacon say. A month ago, Jack Truncest, the orphan of the Trensost Empire, disappeared. Along with him, a Punisher's team and 2 sealed artifacts also went missing. Truncest, the machinery hive mind deacon finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Regarding the fact that, only we on this ship didn't know, he felt a sense of myocardial infarction. However, a new question quickly surged into his mind, reopening the impending blood clot. Then you should have acted quietly. Why make it known to everyone? Because they need manpower, the leader of Military Intelligence Section 9 replied expressionlessly. The Ghost Empire is not an ordinary ghost ship, it has likely become a mobile island or even a fortress. They need seafarers who can navigate and steer, artisans who can decipher the sealing methods of the ghost ship, and, of course, enforcers who can operate on a ship with strict laws. To clarify, we actually prefer lawyers, but unfortunately, these people aren't that easy to hook, Honest said with a hint of regret. The Night Church was originally also among our targets, but unfortunately, they didn't follow up earlier. We actually hoped the Storm Church could send a Beander from the Sun Pathway, but a Spectator is also good. Clap, 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 the Spectator, whose name was called, clapped his hands, producing a crisp sound. Then he narrowed his eyes and said to Honest, "You seem to think you've already won." "It's not, seem to think." Honest shook his head, pointing to the necklace around his neck. "This sealed artifact, which carries Lord Nibase's contracted creature, is called Oath. It's the legacy of a sanguine marquis. If you think you have the ability to fight a high summoner, then by all means, try to kill me." At this point, Honest scanned the group, his smile growing brighter. "We have no intention of making enemies with the various churches. If you are willing to cooperate, we can certainly split the profits equally. You should understand that what we are truly determined to get is only the legacy of that sanguine duke. Of course, if anyone has objections, becoming a blood servant is an unavoidable outcome." Hearing Honest's blunt statement, the Storm Church's spectator deacon took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses, but his gaze was directed at the people from Military Intelligence Section 9. He sighed. "It seems you have already reached an agreement." Chapter 334. Navigation. I got it wrong yesterday, so I made a mistake in the title. While documentaries often showcase the distinct beauty of underwater landscapes compared to those on land, in reality, most of the time, beneath the surface of the sea it is boring and dim. After several days of submerged travel, the Beyonders on the Skyla gradually split into 3 factions. The 2 unlucky teams from the Storm Church and the Machinery Church formed an alliance, maintaining basic cooperation while remaining wary of Military Intelligence Section 9. The main reason they weren't overly wary of the Sanguine was that they knew very well the Sanguine wouldn't dare to kill unless absolutely necessary, even if they currently held an absolute advantage in force. After all, the Sanguine had been too ostentatious in their actions this time, so much so that the Punishers and the Machinery Hivemind were well aware their respective teams were tracking them. If none of these people returned, suspicion would naturally fall on the Sanguine. But Military Intelligence Section 9 was different. If those insidious fellows found an opportunity, they might very well strike them down completely. Military Intelligence Section 9, of course, understood this, but what they were thinking about now was not making a move, but rather being wary of the Sanguine killing 1 or 2 people from the Machinery Hivemind or the Punishers and then framing them. Ultimately, Military Intelligence Section 9 also had a clear goal for this expedition. The Beander characteristic of the Hand of Order was their sole pursuit. As for the remaining wealth, it would be good to get it, but it wasn't enough to make them fall out with the 2 great churches, and they wouldn't mind sharing some of it with them. Once this delicate balance was formed, everyone began to perform their respective duties. However, this silent cooperation, combined with the gloomy underwater environment, brought a lot of physiological and psychological pressure to everyone. "Are you guys going to make it?" A folk of rage threw down a bomb, idly glancing at the unlucky small fish that had crashed in from outside the watertight shield, then looked at his cardmate across from him. "What do you mean, make it? Do you think tracking a ghost ship is an easy task? It's already quite remarkable that we could temporarily forge a Beander item that amplifies Beander characteristic aggregation, alright." The member of the Machinery Hivemind immediately retorted, but the folk of rage said indifferently, "So why forge this thing? Didn't the Sanguine easily control the Maryvis to track the Black Pearl before? So you really don't understand. The Maryvis itself is an ordinary ship. The Sanguine's method was to pollute it with a Beander characteristic, turning it into a ghost ship. But the Skyla is already a ghost ship. If you use the same method, it's like a Beander consuming a potion from another pathway. Do you want to be on a ship that has gone mad?" As soon as the Machinery Hivemind member started talking about his professional field, he became garrulous. A short argument was one thing, but as data, formulas, and technical terms poured from his mouth, not only his cardmates at the table, but even those at the neighboring table began to show impatience. "Just play cards, why talk so much? Do your Punishers always bring playing cards on missions?" On the Skyla's bridge, where its core was located, the leader of Military Intelligence Section 9 looked teasingly at the Punisher with gold-rimmed glasses. The Punisher gently raised his eyebrow, remaining unperturbed. "Your subordinates play just as much. Of course, if you're willing to accept my mental soothing, you wouldn't need these games to alleviate claustrophobia." "No thanks," the leader of Military Intelligence Section 9 gently shook his head. He wouldn't casually allow a hypnotist to perform psychological intervention. Honest, however, paid no mind to their verbal sparring, staring intently at the glass vessel before him. It was a glass sphere, like a globe, meticulously etched with many precise markings, slowly rotating within a brass frame of horizontal and vertical supports. Inside, it was filled with a special solution, and at this moment, a blood-red crystal floated within this solution, pulsating slightly like a heart. However, the rotation of this sphere at the moment did not seem smooth. It even swayed twice from time to time, which did not improve Anis's mood. Generally speaking, when seeing the client's expression, the contractor should ask about it. But the tech-savvy members of the machinery church clearly lacked such emotional intelligence. Anis held back for a long time, then finally took the initiative to ask. Why is it constantly shaking? Are there still technical issues? No, the deacon of the machinery hive mind negated decisively. The accuracy of this directional compass is already very high. The current situation, aside from the target moving, the main reason might be that there is more than one target locked on. More than one. Anis was slightly surprised at first, then remembered the black pearl and nodded, saying, "Can you lock onto one of them? We can try to exclude distant interference, but this might pose a significant risk." What risk? Anis wasn't concerned about the word, risk. Or rather, for him, who could be pulled back to backland by a high summoner at any time, there was no risk as long as he didn't encounter an angel. Seeing Anis's indifferent attitude, the deacon of the machinery hive mind felt a bit conflicted but still explained. "We are not sure whether the Ghost Empire's gravitational pull is stronger or the Black Pearl's gravitational pull is stronger for the Beander characteristic you provided. We don't even know how many targets are actually at sea, nor do we know if the Ghost Empire has already acquired living characteristics. If it has come alive and actively produced offspring, then our act of directly sailing towards the target could very likely lead us directly into an encirclement. You don't need to worry about that. The oath can sense the Sanguine's servants, whether they are Sanguine's blood servants, a high summoner's summoned creatures, or blood relatives created by the life giver, it's all the same." Anis pointed to the necklace hanging around his neck. The deacon of the machinery hive mind turned to glance at the leader of Military Intelligence Section 9, who was arguing with the irritable spectator, and finally nodded helplessly, reaching out to twist a knob beneath the brass frame. As the rotation of the glass sphere became increasingly sluggish, he reached out and turned the brass frame, and the magenta crystal finally stabilized. The irritable spectator, who was passionately bickering with the disciplinary knight from Military Intelligence Section 9, keenly noticed two gazes. He then finally remembered his responsibilities and pushed open the bridge window, shouting to the deck below. "David, it's your turn to work." "Got it." A rough voice came from the deck. David, holding a terrible hand of cards, hurriedly slammed them onto the table, then scurried towards the bridge. The irritable spectator was long accustomed to his subordinate's personality. When this typical Storm Church believer rushed onto the bridge, he pointed to the glass sphere and said, "Navigate." Suddenly being watched by the leaders of the four factions, David was a bit speechless. He looked at the slowly rotating compass and said somewhat helplessly, "Boss, I'm just a seafarer. If you want me to navigate, shouldn't we at least return to the surface?" Chapter 335, finally caught up. Voyages at sea were always boring and monotonous. After the previous lesson, the Skyla's journey was maddeningly smooth. Although everyone felt that this time they would definitely not act recklessly and there shouldn't be any problems, no one suggested speeding up. After all, apart from the ordinary pirates who had been converted into blood servants, there were over 30 people from 4 different factions on this ship, and no one could be sure that there wasn't an outside mole among these 30. Forget about moles, the infighting between different factions alone could lead to various unpredictable situations, and factions, no matter in what kind of organization, are unavoidable. Military Intelligence Section 9 had the Royalist faction and the Noble faction, the Storm Church had the Seafarer faction and the Land faction, and even the Machinery Church, with the shortest history, had strange branches like multi-turreted tanks and giant robots left behind by Rosal back then. The Sanguine even had more than just Nibe, a Sequence 3, waiting for the Sequence 2 inheritance. If not for the Skyla not lacking food and water, and the many Beyonders being able to obtain fish from the sea at any time, this small group would have started infighting long ago over whether to dock for supplies. However, even so, to ensure mutual monitoring, the Skyla's control equipment and directional compass were moved to the deck. Not only the deacons, but even the members idly playing cards could detect any anomaly at any time. However, this also caused some trouble. For example, are you really a seafarer? We've been circling in the Sonia Sea for almost a month. An archaeologist named Jones, bored, made 2 dueling robots out of wooden barrels and iron ingots from the ship. While playing a fighting game with his fellow church member, he teased David, who was at the helm. David, already annoyed, immediately retorted angrily, "Shut up. If I'm not a seafarer, are you?" Yeah, Jones, if you can do it, you go." The church member, who was being beaten back by the robot controlled by Jones, immediately launched a verbal attack. Jones's hands, however, were very steady. A combination of punches knocked his opponent's small robot out of the ring. He then tossed the controller to Russ, who had been watching for a while, and said indifferently, "If I go, I go, as long as you dare let me drive." "Jones, stop messing around." The machinery hivemind's deacon stopped Jones's impulsive behavior and turned to David, saying, "Are you sure our course isn't problematic? As long as the compass you made isn't problematic, our course isn't problematic," David said confidently, then pointed to a fellow church member dozing in a hammock nearby and added, "Of course, I'm only responsible for sailing during the day. If you think something's wrong, you can ask the one who sails at night. Our compass certainly won't have any problems either." The deacon was rebuffed but still reconceived his compass design. In the past month, he had revised this compass more than a dozen times. All areas that could be improved had been improved. If the route was correct and the compass was also correct, then where was the problem? Perhaps the target is also moving. After all, we are chasing a ghost ship, and it's not strange for it to constantly change its position. The formerly refined spectator now looked no different from the other Storm Church members. After all, on such a ship, one couldn't expect to stay clean. As a member of the land faction of the Storm Church, he could now walk on the swaying deck as if on solid ground. It had to be said that the environment truly trained people. But why do I see the compass shaking? This thing must be broken, right? The young man who had been punished to draw the ship's stress analysis diagram yawned and said. Before the machinery hivemind deacon's somewhat fierce gaze could glare over, David suddenly let out an exclamation. "Damn it, it's really shaking. Head, wake everyone up, the target is close." The ship instantly fell silent. Instead, the blood servants reacted almost reflexively. Some had already climbed the rope ladders, some took out gangplanks, and some even began preparing grappling hooks and throwing ropes, looking as if they were ready to board. Cough. Sorry, professional habit. David chuckled awkwardly. The blood servants finally remembered that they were no longer pirates and embarrassedly returned to their positions. Only the machinery hivemind deacon gave Honest a thoughtful look and said sarcastically, "Blood servants actually maintain such obvious instincts. Do you think they might instinctively kill their master before their minds even react? That's none of your concern." Honest still maintained his arrogance on the surface, but a cold sweat broke out in his heart. The state these blood servants displayed was completely wrong. Immediately, his gaze turned to the spectator, and he had some understanding in his heart. "Don't look at me like that. I don't believe you haven't tampered with anything during this time." The spectator, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Honest's gaze, glared fiercely at David, who was steering the ship, but his tone showed no weakness. To his words, Honest tilted his head noncommittally, then said indifferently, "Whatever you're thinking, I just hope you understand that our target is an angel-level ghost ship." Of course. The spectator took off his gold-rimmed glasses, which had many scratches, and carefully wiped them. Then he asked David, "How much longer? According to the compass's shaking amplitude, our target should be very close. However, considering that the other party also moves, I don't guarantee we can catch up." David's eyes were fixed on the compass, and he began to activate his seafarer abilities. The direction of the seawater began to change, and the formerly drooping sails now flapped loudly in the wind. "Everyone, don't move. Marshal, wake up. Go help David." Seeing the military intelligence Section 9 people starting to stir, the spectator immediately shouted loudly. Perhaps still shaken by what had happened before, those who had intended to lend a hand simultaneously stopped their movements. After the sleepy-eyed Mr. Marshall was pulled from his hammock, the ship's speed also began to increase. As the needle on the compass shook more and more noticeably, everyone showed excited expressions. Before long, a bone-white mast with sails-like skin appeared at the edge of the horizon. On that mast, a black skull flag fluttered in the wind. "Deacon, our receiving equipment seems to be picking up a strange sound." Jones, fiddling with a small iron box, suddenly spoke. The machinery hivemind Deacon frowned slightly and immediately said, "Broadcast it." "All right." Jones quickly twisted the knob. With a burst of crackling static, a tinkling song emerged from the horn-shaped amplifier and slowly wove into a melody that was not unfamiliar to those at sea. It's Roselzazonia Pirates. Chapter 336. Are you worthy of being an audience member? Master, they are already within range. Irene, holding a monocular, stood on the observation deck, looking at the approaching Skyla in the distance, her voice filled with excitement. Although they had frequently returned to East Chester County for rest via the door in the past month, the aimless sea voyage was still boring. "It's fine, keep going." Integra's hands danced on the piano keys, and the impassioned melody pierced the atmosphere, stirring up waves, causing the Black Pearl to accelerate. The ship's hull, originally the color of human skin, now showed a faint crimson, and the bone-white mast began to gleam like jade. Creak, creak. The Black Pearl seemed to echo Integra's piano playing, emitting an unpleasant sound. The entire ship, like a living creature, gently pulsed with the musical notes. To an observer, this scene was so sanity-draining. The grotesque and distorted visual impact caused the lookout on the Skyla to undergo a sanity check. "Deacon, Deacon. That ship is alive." The machinery hivemind lookout scrambled down the observation deck onto the rope ladder, gesticulating wildly and incoherently at the Deacon. The Deacon was clearly embarrassed by such a subordinate. He sternly rebuked him. "I know it's alive. It's a ghost ship, it definitely has living characteristics." "No," the lookout shook his head frantically, waving his arms exaggeratedly. "Not that kind of living characteristic, but that it is alive itself. It twists its body like a bug when it sails, and its deck turns crimson with the rising music. It is a true organism." The machinery hivemind Deacon frowned. As a seasoned artisan, he had personally handled more mystical items than many beyonders from the authorities knew, and had seen many mystical items with living characteristics. But they usually communicated on a spiritual or mystical level. Even if they could move, it was a function inherent to the item itself. A ship that could wiggle like a bug, as his team member described, was something he had never heard of. However, Honest on the side was overjoyed. He loudly gave orders to his sanguine servants, and at the same time, swept his gaze over the leading figures, lingering for a moment on the Military Intelligence Section 9 team leader named Novart, before speaking. "This is the power of the Life Giver. Even if that ship isn't the Black Pearl, it must be connected to the Ghost Empire. Even if you say that, we can only keep chasing." A golden glint flashed in the eyes of the irritable spectator, Bruce, seemingly confirming whether Honest was telling the truth. As he spoke, Honest's expression immediately froze, because he also remembered that stormy night a month ago. "Deacon, that ship changed songs." Suddenly, a machinery hivemind member named Jones spoke. Everyone was slightly stunned, then realized what changing songs meant, and only then noticed that the Sonia Sea Pirate, coming from the loudspeaker, had changed to another famous song by Emperor Rosal. "We are pirates, we are." Several Punishers exchanged glances. Compared to others, they were clearly more familiar with these two songs, and at the same time, it filled them with a strong sense of confusion. Although it wasn't uncommon for a sealed artifact to sing, one that could change songs was relatively rare. And this one was even stranger. First, it played, "He is a pirate," then it changed to, "We are pirates." Would it then change to, "You are also a pirate? Prepare for battle"? Although he didn't know why the ship changed songs, Honest immediately gave the order. But just then, Russ suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Integra!" Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. A chill ran from their scalps straight to their tailbones. The moment Russ's words left his mouth, everyone suddenly realized that there were 3 more people on the ship. "Oh dear, my apologies, I got a bit too excited and couldn't control my emotions for a moment." Integra smiled and waved her hand, with an expression that said, "You guys do your thing, I'm just here for the ride." But the others clearly didn't think so. "Madam, when did you board the ship?" A golden glint flashed in Bruce's eyes, but then he felt a strong pressure, and he instantly lost his spectator state. The almost boiling pain in his head caused him to sway backward, nearly falling to the ground. As expected of a spectator from the Storm Church, you don't even know that mind reading should be as discreet as possible. Integra looked at the irritable spectator with a pained expression and said lightly, "As for when I boarded the ship, does such a foolish question even need to be asked? Does it? Of course not. This lady, who had traveled with them on the Maryvis, was shipwrecked with them, and then boarded the Grey Amber with them. When else could she have boarded the ship, except when they seized the Skyla?" Thinking of this, everyone simultaneously looked at the spectator from the Storm Church, their eyes clearly conveying the message. Is this what you call a spectator? She is the real spectator, all right. For this lady, who had lived with them on the ship for a month with 2 maids, yet left no trace, whether it was the Sanguine, Military Intelligence Section 9, Machinery Hivemind, or the Storm Church, all felt a deep sense of apprehension. However, Honest held a sealed artifact that could summon a Sequence 3 reinforcement at any time, so his confidence was still quite ample. He vaguely recalled the intelligence Russ had gathered from his previous interaction with her. Although its veracity was highly questionable, he still asked, tentatively adhering to the persona she wished to project. "This. Integra Belmont. All right, Madam Integra Belmont, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a powerful Beyander of the spectator pathway, correct? For you, the Ghost Empire's benefits and risks should not be proportional, should they?" Honest's attitude was very respectful, because in his eyes, even if this lady wasn't a demigod, she at least possessed demigod-level combat power. Otherwise, the demigod spirit body of the Oath contract couldn't have failed to detect her presence. The others quickly reacted to Honest's attitude. Novart had even placed his hand on his waist, clearly ready for battle. However, Integra merely smiled elegantly at their obvious hostility, casually toying with the silver gun, Odell, in her hand, her gaze fixed on the black pearl in the distance, which moved like a living creature. Her voice was faint as she said, "I am an adventurer. As long as it's treasure, no matter what it is, I want it." Chapter 337, Kong Si feels familiar. Because of Ms. Integra's appearance, the Beyonders, who had just managed to complete their integration, became vigilant once again. After all, the 3 ladies had lived on the ship for a month without startling anyone. If it were just one person, a dreamwalker of the spectator pathway should be able to do it, but the other party also brought 2 maids. Therefore, based on the simple Beyander knowledge of the official Beyonders and the Sanguine, there were only 2 possibilities they could think of. Firstly, this lady possessed at least demigod-level strength, not only able to hide from the Sanguine, who are exceptionally sensitive to life auras, but also from the demigod-level spirit world creature controlled by the Sanguine. Secondly, someone secretly cooperated with her and helped them hide. And this also led to another question. Did this adventurer lady convey information about the Ghost Empire or the Black Pearl? It should be known that for the past month, the 4 major factions had been enduring hardships on the deck precisely to prevent the other party from transmitting information through various means. But now, a small group had been moving freely for a month under such mutual surveillance. This situation made them shudder just thinking about it. Why don't we also inform the church? This thought had just arisen when it was suppressed again, because it was too late to inform them now. If this lady had already leaked the news, then their notification, a month late, would likely cause the church to suffer huge losses. This, in the eyes of the Punishers and the Machinery Hivemind, who did not have an urgent need for the Ghost Empire, was clearly not worthwhile. As for the Sanguine, there was no need to send a message at all. Their superior was a High Summoner, and with the High Summoner's contracted creature, it would only take a few breaths for a Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2 dignitary to descend. Compared to notifying now, they preferred to wait. With none of the 3 parties particularly wanting to transmit intelligence, Military Intelligence Section 9 became the object of surveillance. Even if Integra did not stop them, others would not give them a chance to complete the information transfer. However, after a brief silence, David, who had no intention of bothering with what the dignitaries were thinking, suddenly let out a whistle and then loudly said to the attracted crowd, "That ship seems to have spotted us. It's accelerating. How is that possible? Didn't the intelligence say this ship would actively attack pirate ships?" Bruce, the agitated spectator, frowned. David could only shake his head and say, "I don't know, but the guy is accelerating now, and at its current speed, it will soon be out of our sight. Do we need to speed up? The several spokespeople exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. They had already left most of the colonies. If another, Maryvis incident, were to happen, few of them would likely survive. Fran, it's your time to shine. Bruce turned to look at Deacon Fran of the machinery hivemind. The deacon picked up his binoculars, gazing at the gradually departing black pearl, and shook his head. It's too far. At this distance, it's impossible to determine its behavioral logic. However, based on my experience, all sealed artifacts with living characteristics have a nearly obsessive demand, and their displayed behavior usually follows this demand. For example, living sealed artifacts of the barred pathway mostly tend towards brainwashing and praising the sun, while sealed artifacts of the criminal and secret supplicant pathways mostly tend towards killing. But this ship is playing music now, and they are all Rosal's songs. Damn it, Rosal's grandfather wasn't even born during the era of the Ghost Empire. Novart patted the loudspeaker, which had begun playing Rosal's Maritime Rhapsody, with a very strange expression. He couldn't understand why a ship mixed with apothecary and arbiter characteristics would like Rosal's songs so much. Perhaps it's because the pirates it attacked liked them more. You know, Rosal's music is more in line with pirates' aesthetics than traditional zither music, so maritime musicians usually know a couple of Rosal's songs. David, who used to be a pirate, tentatively speculated, but it was meaningless. After all, even knowing why the ship played Rosal's songs wouldn't solve the problem of not being able to catch up. Is there a possibility that this ship is looking for the kind of, well, kindred spirit that Emperor Rosal mentioned? Jones, a member of the machinery church who had thoroughly studied Rosalology, said this. Deacon Fran nodded slightly upon hearing this, but then frowned and said, "Then what should we do? Shout to the ship that we understand it's playing Rosal. Maybe we should also play music. Perhaps this ship attacks pirates because it hears Rosal's songs being played on those pirate ships." Swish. The moment a member of Military Intelligence Section 9 finished speaking, he found everyone looking at him, and couldn't help but say nervously. Well, I was just saying. No, Cones, you're absolutely right. Novart patted Cones on the shoulder and continued. I remember you're from a noble background, right? Can you play the piano? I remember there seems to be a piano on this ship. Well, sir, you seem to have some misunderstanding about the artistic cultivation of noble offspring, Cones said somewhat awkwardly, but then suddenly heard a low piano sound fall into his ears. Everyone turned their heads together, only to see Ms Integra, who had once again disappeared from everyone's sight at some point, had somehow moved a piano onto the deck and was sitting there testing the sound. When Bruce frowned, but found everyone looking at him again with that sarcastic look of, "Are you really of the same pathway as her?" which made him want to go crazy. This piece, it seems to be Rosal's fourth impromptu. Listening to the melody playing in his ears, Cones suddenly clapped his hand. Integra smiled alluringly upon hearing this. It seems you don't know nothing like you said. Cones was momentarily stunned by Integra's gaze, but then a hint of surprise grew within him, because the feeling of this piece, and her manner of speaking, were all so familiar, as if slowed down. That ship has slowed down. The lookout let out a cry of surprise, interrupting Cones' thoughts. Then he heard the lady say in a light voice with a touch of capriciousness. "Oh, this ship has quite a bit of artistic cultivation. It's decided, this ship is mine now." Hearing Integra's words, everyone, who had been excited that the Black Pearl had stopped fleeing, immediately began to look at each other. Novart, however, rolled his eyes and gently nudged Cones with his elbow. Although Cones was a bit helpless, as a soldier, he still chose to obey orders and said in as gentle a voice as possible. Madam, we still need the Black Pearl to lead the way to the Ghost Empire." I know, don't worry, I'm also quite interested in the Ghost Empire." Integra nodded, and the movement of her fingertips suddenly changed, transforming into a completely different melody. And as the melody changed, the music coming from the Black Pearl in the distance also changed. Harmony. The Black Pearl is actually harmonizing with Ms. Integra. Chapter 338, Intergala is showing its charm. The ding-dong of the piano echoed across the sea, and gradually, even without a loudspeaker, the sounds of the two pianos began to merge. Integra's playing didn't strictly follow Rosal's score, She incorporated many improvisational elements, yet every time she modulated, the piano on the Black Pearl could immediately follow suit, and when the other party modulated, Integra could instantly respond perfectly. Two pianos, two sounds, the distance should have caused considerable error in transmission, yet both sides managed to control the tempo to perfectly align, and as the distance gradually closed, this level of degree of tacit understanding also increased exponentially. Estimated distance is still about 300 meters, Jones reported again after calibrating the distance with a rope, and everyone looked at Integra by the piano with strange expressions. Even several beyonders with children were already wondering if they should find a piano teacher for their kids. To be fair, this was the first time they had thought, it's really good to have this lady on board. If it were up to them, even if they knew the method to conquer the Black Pearl was playing the piano, no one would probably be able to do it, right? At most, they'd be like those attacked pirates, casually playing a few tunes and hoping for luck. The harmonious and pleasant piano music seemed to welcome guests from afar, and the Black Pearl had slowly approached a distance where boarding was possible with Beyander abilities. However, just as the people from Military Intelligence Section 9 were preparing to jump over, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on everyone. When listening to music, one must be polite. Integra's sweet and cheerful voice sounded in their ears, but it was like a giant hammer, striking hard on the heads of the Military Intelligence Section 9 members, causing them to feel dizzy, disoriented, and see stars. Although others were not directly targeted, the sudden surge of pressure still created a strong sense of suffocation. Just this momentary leak of aura made Anis, the highest ranking among them, realize that this lady was likely a demigod. Finally, the Black Pearl had come within 10 meters of the Skyla, and two thick, dark tentacles shot out from its side, firmly gripping the Skyla's gunnel. Then, white silk threads began to weave between the two tentacles, eventually forming a bone-white bridge, about 2 meters wide. Let's go, they're inviting us up. Integra stood up from the piano, her red-haired maid reluctantly pushing the piano, and her black-haired maid picked up the piano stool. The three of them then walked across the bone-white bridge towards the Black Pearl. The others exchanged glances but immediately followed. After all, even if they truly wanted to control the Black Pearl, they would have to find the core of the Black Pearl first. Take half of the Sanguine servants, leave the rest on the Skyla. If anything goes wrong, at least we'll have a retreat, Anis said to Kasimi without reservation. Kasimi nodded and immediately began to assign the Sanguine servants to stay behind. There were nearly 100 Sanguine servants on the Skyla, converted from pirates, but they did not belong to the same Sanguine. In fact, an ordinary Sanguine could only control about 10 Sanguine servants. If not for that, there wouldn't be so few sailors left on the Skyla. From a distance, the Black Pearl looked like a ship, but when everyone truly boarded it, they were horrified to discover that it was entirely a monster made of flesh and blood. The deck underfoot had an uncomfortable, subtle elasticity, like stepping on internal organs. The gunnel and mast emitted an ominous bone-white glow, and the twisted, uneven patterns looked as if they were truly piled up from countless white bones. Fortunately, although visually impactful, there was no strange odor on the ship. Neither the stench of corpses nor the smell of blood was present, which undoubtedly made everyone feel much more comfortable psychologically. Although there were 5 factions boarding the ship, their direction of advance was surprisingly consistent, not for safety reasons, but simply because they were following the sound of the piano. Even though Integra had stopped playing, cheerful notes still resonated on the Black Pearl. Following the sound, everyone came to the bow and saw an unattended piano spontaneously playing a melody. Although it was called a piano, in the eyes of the authorities' beyonders, perhaps, evil item, would be a more appropriate term for it. While it had the basic outline of a piano, its casing was entirely composed of flesh, carapace, and some visually striking twisted white bones. The open lid vaguely revealed reddish strings like tendons, and only the black and white keys maintained their normal appearance. But this normal appearance, set against the backdrop of the completely abnormal piano body, was exceptionally conspicuous, looking like a gaping maw of a fierce beast, waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. Integra, however, seemed completely unconcerned. With an elegant gait, like a musician stepping onto a stage, she sat down with delicate and smooth movements on the piano stool, which looked as if it were twisted from a skeleton. She even had the presence of mind to rotate a knob on the side, resembling a coiled octopus tentacle, to adjust the height of the piano stool. Ding ding dong. As Integra's hands pressed the keys, the music the piano was originally playing abruptly stopped. However, Integra was not controlled or even devoured by the Black Pearl, as some maliciously speculated, but happily began to play an unfamiliar melody. Not bad, though a little inferior to my own piano. Integra casually played a short piece, but surprisingly, as she played, the piano itself also played another melody, as if someone was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Integra, playing the same piano together. Fran, I think you should go find the core of this ship now, shouldn't you? Watching Integra's smile grow more lively and radiant, Bruce nudged Fran beside him with his elbow. Fran nodded slightly at his words, turned around, pulled two archaeologists, and walked together towards the cabin. Integra seemed not to care that half of the machinery church's people were gone. Seeing this, Novart and Anis also successively dispatched members to search the cabin. Only the old storm pigeons continued to stay on the deck, not because they loved music, but because the Storm Church's method of acquiring ghost ship was basically to bombard them until the ships were intimidated, and then the ships would naturally obey. But now, who would dare? Chapter 339. You thought it was brainwashing, but it was actually acting. Ms. Integra, we've entered the North Sea. Are you sure this ship is taking us to the Ghost Empire? Feeling the uncomfortable sensation under his feet, Russ, who had once shared a drink with Integra, finally approached Integra, who was lying in a hammock sunbathing, under the gaze of both coercion and expectation. Integra stretched languidly, her charming and lazy posture causing Russ to momentarily lose focus. As Integra sat up, the hammock beneath her immediately twisted and deformed, transforming into a soft and comfortable seat, if one ignored its physiologically unsettling appearance. Don't worry, I've communicated with it. It will take us to find that mothership. Speaking of which, don't you have that compass? Why not try using it? Integra gently stroked the soft armrest, which had the color of a liver, her tone still lively and elegant. On this bizarre ship, which resembled a field of corpses, it only made her appear more radiant and captivating. A strong sense of contrast eroded Russ's rationality. This woman seemed so sweet, yet so deadly. Even just a few words with her gave him the illusion of his nerves melting. In fact, several factions had privately begun to suspect that this Ms. Integra was not the spectator they imagined, but a demoness. That compass will be interfered with by this ship, Russ replied somewhat awkwardly. In reality, the Sanguine were not unaware of methods to circumvent such interference, such as directly dismantling the ship and extracting the Beander characteristic within, or performing a ritual directly on the ship to bestow the Sanguine Baron characteristic upon it. The former required considering whether the Skyla could approach the Ghost Empire after destroying the key, while the latter involved considering whether it could succeed in one attempt. After all, this ship clearly recognized Integra as its master now. If the characteristic were bestowed upon this ship, it would almost be equivalent to entrusting all hope of finding the Ghost Empire to Ms. Integra. At that point, whether to continue the search would be entirely up to Ms. Integra. All right, it's time for me to play the piano. Do you want to stay? Integra did not respond to Russ's words. She simply stood up, took the handkerchief offered by the red-haired maid, removed her gloves adorned with intricate magical runes, and after wiping her hands several times, she approached the piano, which was constructed as if from stacked flesh, and began her daily practice since boarding the ship. And this, it seemed, was the only way to control the Black Pearl. This was also why the Sanguine, despite being able to deploy Sequence 3 combat power at any time, tolerated Integra holding the initiative. After all, even if they could find a talented pianist, becoming a confidant with this bizarre ghost ship likely required more than just piano skills. Deep, despairing notes began to resonate, and Russ, as if fleeing, stepped across the bone-like bridge back to the Skyla. Almost the instant he crossed the ship's rail, poor Mr. Russ was surrounded by everyone. Anis, even more, directly asked in an unquestionable tone. What did she say? Ms. Integra said that the Black Pearl is taking us to the mothership, Russ said with a grim expression, listening to the notes that seemed to drill into his brain. Bruce obviously noticed his state and turned to Bruce, saying, "Quick, help him adjust." Quote. Bruce's face showed a hint of irritation, but he still lit a candle, motioned for Russ to sit opposite the candle, and began psychological counseling. A moment later, Russ's expression slowly became peaceful, while Bruce's expression appeared somewhat pale. That woman's piano playing is becoming more and more dangerous. No, maybe it's not that woman, it's that ship, it's that damned piano. It seems to be trying to assimilate us. That woman might just be an unlucky soul controlled by the ship, just like the relationship between Agarito and the Death Knell. It shouldn't be like this. According to our intelligence, this ghost ship should be a mixture of the Arbiter pathway and Apothecary pathway characteristics. Why does it have the ability to affect people's minds? It's not a spectator pathway. Novart threw out the intelligence gathered by Military Intelligence Section 9, but Bruce shook his head and said in a helpless tone. Unfortunately, 2 sealed artifacts went missing along with the Black Pearl and the descendants of Truncest, one from a mind dragon and the other from the Bard pathway. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? A ghost ship formed by the mixture of 4 Beyonder characteristics. This is already a very dangerous sealed artifact. Fran's face instantly turned pale. Just thinking about how he had tried to find a way to control such a dangerous item earlier made him feel completely unwell. I also didn't expect it to be mixed so perfectly. Novart emphasized the word perfectly. Fran was immediately speechless. Indeed, even the mystical items he crafted with his own hands couldn't achieve such perfection. What was this called? The uncanny workmanship of nature. Or had the Truncest Empire's manufacturing level already reached such a degree? Thinking carefully, when the Ghost Empire was built, the Steam Church was still the artisan church, wasn't it? A somewhat peculiar thought suddenly popped into Fran's mind. He, who had not been particularly concerned about the Ghost Empire, now felt a hint of greed. According to legend, in the final moments before their downfall, the descendants of Truncest loaded all the remaining wealth, knowledge, and technology of the Truncest Empire onto this ship. Did that mean there was technology on this ship to craft such highly mixed mystical items? Bruce, as a spectator, unlike his subordinates who only knew how to play cards, clearly saw the change in Fran's expression. At this moment, he suddenly realized a very awkward thing. At some point, the Punishers seemed to have become a minority. But why was this? Just because his professional capabilities weren't enough. Quote. Master, my potion seems to have digested a bit. You were right, a pyromaniac can not only burn things in reality, but also play the role of igniting fires in the heart. Just as unrest stirred on the Skyla, Irene suddenly spoke. Integra's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. What about you, Lily? Meow. Lily, who was playing with a lead-colored pearl ring, startled as if a student daydreaming had suddenly been called upon by the teacher to answer a question. After a brief moment of thought about Integra's question, she replied, there was a little bit of feedback just now, but very little. Looking at the gesture Lily made, Integra always felt her thoughts veering towards a fingertip universe. Helplessly tossing those meme images out of her mind, she took a deep breath. It looks like the scouts are about to crack. Get ready, we're setting off. Chapter 340, The Fog Has Risen. After confirming that the mental state of the Pathfinders had reached the condition she desired, Integra played the March of Departure, finally beginning to sail towards the legendary Ghost Empire. In fact, as early as the moment the Black Pearl became a true creator believer, Integra had roughly obtained information about the Ghost Empire, but she still maintained sufficient reverence for an angel-level ghost ship. The Black Pearl, carrying the Skyla, plunged into the North Sea, passing through the gaps between floating ice. A subtle connection slowly became apparent. Captain, the state of the nearby creatures isn't right. On the Skyla, the seafarer David reported to Bruce. Bruce, hearing this, immediately went to the ship's side and, following David's gaze, saw a clumsy North Sea giant bear solemnly watching a large fish it seemed to have tossed onto the ice. It didn't immediately eat it, but instead walked around it, stopping and starting, as if performing some ritual. It's not just the bears, the fish in the sea and the seabirds in the sky all have very unnatural behavior patterns. The savants, who possessed extensive knowledge, immediately noticed the changes in the surrounding environment's creatures after this reminder. Honest pondered slightly at the sight and began to release his Beyonder ability, attempting to control the North Sea giant bear through the power of a beast tamer to gain relevant information. Cough. Suddenly, Honest's body lurched backward. Blood began to spill from his mouth and nose, and his ruby-like eyes were filled with disbelief. As a Scarlet Scholar, his beast taming ability could easily enslave various Beyonder creatures below the middle sequence, yet he was subjected to a backlash when facing a North Sea giant bear that wasn't even considered a Beyonder creature. Honest, in disbelief, released a bat composed of black magic, easily flipping the North Sea giant bear. Undoubtedly, it was indeed just an ordinary wild beast. Don't try it. The creatures around here live by a certain order, and dominating wild beasts seems to violate this order. Novart reached out and pinched the bridge of his nose, emphasizing the word, order. Honest didn't question why the other party hadn't said anything sooner, because he knew it was pointless. He pulled a small bottle of potion from his pregnant, took a shallow sip, and then turned his gaze to Bruce. Where are we? Bruce thought to himself, I'm not a seafarer, but outwardly, he gave David a look. The seafarer David understood and, without even needing to use a sextant, quickly rattled off a string of impressive data, then, under everyone's speak plainly gazes, began to explain. We are currently roughly in the central part of the North Sea. If we were to head directly south right now, we should arrive precisely at the end of the White Whale Sea. Of course, our current direction of travel seems to only be grazing the central part. White Whale Sea. Bruce recalled the sea chart in his memory and frowned, saying, doesn't that mean we're about to approach the dangerous sea area at the end of the Sonia Sea? Perhaps, or it could just be somewhere in the polar circle, but I lean more towards that sea area. After all, the Church has explored the polar circle quite a bit. If the Ghost Empire were hidden there, there's no reason why no one would have discovered it for thousands of years. Instead, that illusory sea area. At this point, David gently shook his head, because the subsequent information was not even something he should know. In fact, it was common for the maritime faction of the Storm Church to possess knowledge beyond their own authority, as these Beyonders, whose base was the ocean, could in a sense also be called the pirate faction. Although the Storm Church, like other Orthodox churches, concealed the acting method, it enforced acting through the ocean. Members of the maritime faction, in reality, most of these people did not have the right to choose their own faction, would choose maritime missions after becoming sailors, becoming pirates, bounty hunters, or sailors on warships, and gradually accumulate merits, guarding the Storm Church's base. Because they often had to act as pirates and participate in various pirate gatherings, they naturally received some intelligence beyond their authority. However, the Storm Church has its own internal intelligence, and Bruce had no intention of arguing with his team members over something tacitly approved within the church. He agreed with David's words and looked at Honest, his meaning clear. Honest looked at Bruce's gaze, his brows slightly furrowed, but Novart beside him shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. If the Ghost Empire were truly hidden in that sea area, the creatures here shouldn't be affected by a special order, unless that ship frequently appears here. Integra wasn't particularly concerned with what the Pathfinders on the Skyla were talking about. At this moment, she was spiritually communicating with the Black Pearl. From its not-so-mature, nascent consciousness, she learned that the attraction originating from bloodline seemed to be not far from here. Looks like that ship has set sail again. Integra murmured, while Irene took out a white fluffy coat from a small but heavy suitcase and draped it over Integra. This suitcase was not the legacy of some unfortunate traveler, but a Beyonder item that had its storage characteristic amplified through hard white same different. As time passed, the storage effect of this item would gradually worsen, and in about a month, it would become an ordinary box. However, with Snow's recharging, there was no need to worry about this. It was just that Irene, who carried the suitcase, would feel a bit tired. Looks like Maria taught you very well. Reaching out to smooth the soft fur on the fluffy coat, Integra looked at Irene with a teasing tone. Irene trembled slightly at the words, looking at Integra with a strange gaze. Are you playing a game of who blinks first loses, meow? Lily, who was blindly eating fish, suddenly put down her grilled fish and looked at the two thoughtfully. With her interruption, the somewhat eerie atmosphere that had been present lightened. Irene helplessly confirmed that her master truly felt no shame, then voluntarily averted her gaze and turned to grill fish for Lily. Integra's lips curled into a playful arc at Irene's expression. She tightened the collar of her fur coat, no longer provoking the pyromaniac's anger. Instead, she walked to the bow of the ship, pulled Heaven Manufacturing from the crevice squeezed out by the faceless potion, and heard some interesting news amidst the cacophony of murmurs. Is that so? This is truly remarkable. Integra listened to the murmurs of Heaven Manufacturing, looking slightly surprised at the calm sea surface ahead, where a large amount of floating ice drifted. After a brief sensation of sluggishness, a feeling as if she had passed through something emerged in her heart. Immediately, her clear vision blurred, and a misconception of returning to Backland spread throughout her being. Chapter 341, The Fog is Rising. Logically, it's difficult for fog to form in the North Sea, where temperatures remain below freezing year-round. Even if it did form, it would quickly turn into ice shards and fall into the sea. But at this moment, the dense fog, which reduced visibility to a level akin to -1000 degrees of myopia, didn't feel cold at all. In fact, it felt somewhat warm. Undoubtedly, this warmth was absolutely an illusion within an illusion. If the body accepted this warmth, its pores would unconsciously open, and in a very short time, it would lose all its temperature. The howling of the wind came from behind, clearly indicating that people from the storm church were trying to disperse the dense fog with wind. However, this fog was obviously not a product of water vapor condensation in a natural environment. Even though several seafarers had diligently used the quasi-magical abilities of storm priests, an ancient term for seafarers, neither wind nor water could thin the thick fog in the slightest. A night filled with mist, we seemed to be approaching our target. A flash of electricity flickered in Novart's eyes. He recalled various pieces of information about the Ghost Empire, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Rather than celebrating, I think solving the fog problem is the priority. This visibility is too disadvantageous for us. David wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The moment the fog rose, the seafarer's ability to never get lost at sea completely failed. Usually, the more sensitive the perception, the greater the impact when it's lost, and these punishers of the sailor pathway were no exception. At this moment, in their perception, the sense of balance and direction they usually prided themselves on had completely vanished. It was as if they had experienced the full set of Rosel's Ultimate Thrill Amusement Park. Note 1, a legendary park so stimulating that ordinary people couldn't possibly complete the tour. It was like an inland person who had never been on a boat suddenly sailing out to sea in a small boat. The fact that they hadn't vomited on the spot was already proof of their robust health. This fog that deprives one of their sense of direction is a bit like the sea monster, Shen, from ancient elven legends, but that thing should have gone extinct in the fourth epic. Anis, as an older sanguine, suddenly thought of something and turned to Novart, saying, "This is at most a type of illusion. Try weakening it with a decree." Novart wasn't angered by Anis's commanding tone. He simply shook his head gently and said, "I can't do that. It's not that I don't want to, but because in the arbitrator pathway, there's an iron rule: do not establish rules within the domain of other high-ranking arbiters." Quote, "Just like a sheriff cannot interfere with an interrogator's questioning in an interrogation room, and an interrogator cannot use torture in a courtroom, from the moment we saw that bear, we entered the order of the Ghost Empire. We can exercise power according to its order, but we cannot establish new order above this order. Because the one who establishes order can only be the one who can better represent order. In the arbitrator pathway, whoever has a higher sequence can better represent order. Useless. That's why I said we should have found a lawyer." Kasimi muttered, whether intentionally or not, immediately drawing angry glances from the military intelligence Section 9 personnel. Bruce keenly sensed something was amiss, and a golden glow suddenly appeared in his eyes. But this action clearly led to a misunderstanding. Almost the instant he displayed the desire to use his ability, everyone who noticed his behavior immediately prepared for battle. "Stop!" Bruce, realizing the situation was wrong, immediately shouted in a loud voice, consistent with a faithful follower of the Storm Church. "Our mental state isn't right, this fog is affecting our minds. Think about it carefully. Are you usually this irritable and quick to anger? Would you mock and insult others to their faces? Would you easily reveal the weaknesses of your own sequence?" Bruce's voice contained the extraordinary ability of a hypnotist, and the soothing, loud roar successfully reduced everyone's desire to attack reduced. However, after a slight calm, the team, which had just barely recoalesced, became fragmented again. No, it wasn't a return to the original state, but even more fragmented than before. After a month of working together, everyone had basically understood each other's factions, which caused the original four forces to split apart again. Fortunately, each of the four major forces only had one leader, so this division didn't become too complete. However, from their stances, it was clear that many people had started to distrust even their own fellow believers' kinsmen comrades. In this situation, Bruce didn't even dare to use his soothing ability casually, fearing he would be misunderstood as malicious hypnosis and be ganged up on. But it was no wonder, the spectator pathway itself didn't have a very good reputation, especially in such a suspicious environment. Once something happened, everyone would definitely gang up on the spectator first. Who told them they could hypnotize? Bruce took off his worn gold-rimmed glasses and wiped them, trying to return to the gentle and elegant state he was in a month ago, but the environment was too taxing, so much so that for a moment, he couldn't even remember what he used to be like. What's that sound? Cones, standing in the corner, suddenly frowned. He belonged to the aristocratic faction within Military Intelligence Section 9 and was not aligned with Novart's royalist faction. However, as an excellent cultured individual who graduated from Tingen University, he quickly used reason to suppress his emotional impulses and reported his discovery to his superior. That woman is playing the piano again. Jones turned to look in the direction of the Black Pearl, walking towards the sound receiving device, attempting to increase its power. But the next moment, the receiving equipment directly exploded. Damn it! What are you doing? Fran pulled Jones, who had been cut by the exploded metal fragments, behind him. He had a scroll in his hand, though it was unclear when he had grabbed it. Although its level couldn't be judged by overflowing spirituality like a charm, a scroll used as a weapon by the machinery hivemind, known for its extravagance, would certainly not be weak. Calm down, I'm saving him. That's a siren's song. If that machine had operated, we'd all be doomed. David, with Fran pointing the scroll at him, immediately mimicked Bruce and used a loud roar. Although he didn't have the spectator's ability to assist, the words, siren, at least made people sober up a bit. Which kind of siren? Although he belonged to a land-based faction, Bruce, as the captain of the Punisher's elite squad, still knew a bit about sirens. However, David just shook his head at the question. Unclear, can't hear it well, only know it's a gentle female voice. Probably a mermaid, a siren, or a naga. But it's a good thing we can't hear it clearly. The crew on the Skyla more or less have sea monster bloodlines, so they simply don't have rune arrays inscribed to counter siren songs. But no matter which kind of siren it is, not listening is definitely the right choice. Chapter 342, Familiarity. You can stop now. Listening to the faint singing in her ears, Integra gestured for Irene to stop, provoking, and at the same time, she also closed the desire barrier, allowing the passengers on the Skyla to deal with the immediate crisis more unitedly. Irene obediently stopped using her ability and said with some concern, "Is it okay if we don't take any precautions?" That's a siren song. For ships that encounter sirens at sea, it's usually lucky if 2/3 of the people survive. There's no need to worry about that, meow. In comparison, you should be worrying about those sirens instead. Lily pointed at the piano, which was full of Cthulhu-esque style, and waved her hand calmly. Integra returned a smile to Lily's words, and with a casual swipe, spiritual walls unfolded one after another, constructing a relatively enclosed mystical domain. Subsequently, the effect of hard white same different was activated, the beauty of the sirens singing was emphasized, while the Beyonder power was weakened. The sense of temptation that originally accompanied the faint singing also vanished with the activation of the ability. Compared to the siren's song, which could be resolved so easily, Integra was more concerned about another issue at this moment. The fog gave her a very familiar feeling. Initially, he thought it was a sequela of Living in Backland, but he quickly realized that it didn't seem to be the case. This familiarity seemed to be even more ancient, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember anything. It can't be related to the gray fog, can it? Was I also transmigrated to above the gray fog first, and then projected onto snow? Such a thought arose in Integra's mind, but he couldn't falsify it for a while. However, whether he directly transmigrated into snow or went to the gray fog first before becoming snow, it seemed to make no difference to him. because he was very sure that this world was not his original world. Moreover, if I had been to Saphira Castle, then the origin of White Horse as not horse would be very problematic. It couldn't have been inherent in the original body, could it? If so, how could he have fallen to the point of being pulled by Mr. A to drink a potion? Integra's thoughts surged, trying to use Beyonder power to pry open the thick fog, but the effect was not very good. This fog was not a physically existing natural phenomenon, but rather something closer to an illusion. It acted directly on people's eyes, brains, or souls, and itself didn't even contain moisture. Conventional fog clearing operations had no effect whatsoever. Does it require a seer? Integra pondered, taking out the all-black eye he had exchanged with Klein. Spirit body threads appeared before him, but the fog did not give him any special treatment because of the characteristic in his hand. The sirens' voices became clearer and clearer, gradually converging into an ethereal melody. In the fog, some humanoid shadows could be vaguely seen. They waved their arms, craned their necks, and chanted songs composed of an unknown language. Lower the sails. Slow down. Watch out for reefs. David, whose sensory thoughts had been temporarily shielded by his captain, loudly issued commands. Bruce was very grateful at this moment that he belonged to the Storm Church. Otherwise, just convincing the seafarers to accept mental intervention would have been a huge problem. Fortunately, they were just his subordinates, and under the subordinate relationship, psychological intervention was ultimately completed smoothly. The sails were lowered, but the connection between the Skyla and the Black Pearl was not broken. However, the busy crowd at this time did not notice this issue. The members of the machinery hive mind took out various spiritual materials to set up rituals to isolate the influence of the siren's song. The Sanguine were creating a full moon environment to strengthen their spirituality and increase their resistance to the song. Only Military Intelligence Section 9 seemed like a group of useless individuals at this time, only able to stand by and watch silently. The arbitrator pathway was like this: they were maintainers of order, essentially law enforcers. When they entered another country order to enforce laws across borders, they had to have a backer stronger than the local order. Unfortunately, they did not. Facing an order field that was very likely at Sequence 1, unless they could bring in the Protector, they would absolutely be unable to resist the order here. It seemed to be the case. However, Military Intelligence Section 9, who knew from the beginning that their goal was the Ghost Empire, how could they not be aware of the abilities of a high-sequence arbitrator pathway they would face? Of course, they had methods to deal with it, but in this environment where no one could be trusted, Military Intelligence Section 9 did not intend to reveal their trump card immediately. Let them be useless, at least they wouldn't be feared by everyone like Bruce. Then, the board cones caught sight of the bridge that seemed to be built from white bones and withered flesh. Officer. Cones leaned next to Novart and called out in a voice only the two of them could hear. After the other party's gaze turned to him, he carefully pointed to the bone bridge resting on the ship's side. Has the Black Pearl also slowed down? Is it because of that woman's manipulation, or because of the Black Pearl's own choice, or is the other party just deliberately maintaining the same speed as the Skyla? Many thoughts arose in Novart's mind. He reached out and touched his wrist, but he ultimately made no move, only saying to Cones, "You go over there and take a look." Ah, this. Cones's face instantly darkened, but Novart did not intend to change the order. However, after a slight deliberation, he tentatively explained. Strictly speaking, the Black Pearl is the ship that can reach the Ghost Empire. The Skyla is just an invader following the Black Pearl. Although that ship looks a bit strange, theoretically, its safety should be higher than this ship. Don't you have that charm with you? If there's a problem over there, you can also run back. If it's safe, why don't you go? Cones grumbled inwardly, but he was, after all, a soldier. Although the soldiers of Military Intelligence Section 9 and regular soldiers received different training, obedience to orders was still essential, especially at a time like this. Disobeying an order and being beaten to death would be well deserved. No matter how much dissatisfaction he had in his heart, he could only temporarily suppress it. He reached out and touched the semi-high-grade charm issued at departure, swallowed, and finally walked towards the bone bridge. The moment he left the ritual environment of the machinery hive mind, his brain suddenly felt a dizzy spell. Just as he almost couldn't resist wanting to jump into the sea and swim towards that alluring paradise, the disgusting sensation under his feet suddenly sobered him up a bit. I didn't expect to be saved by such a disgusting thing. Cones looked at the flesh-like mass resembling a pancreas under his feet with a strange expression, then braced himself and continued forward. After a peculiar feeling of seemingly passing through something, the demonic sound in his ears suddenly became only melodious. Still somewhat unclear about the situation, Cones looked around blankly, then heard a pleasant voice ring in his ear. "Oh, a guest has arrived." Chapter 343 Strategy. Chapter 343, Strategy. "Oh, we have a guest. I thought none of you would come." Ms. Integra winked playfully at Cones's timid demeanor, then said in a tone like a young girl pretending to be an adult, "Tell me, what brings you here to find me?" "That, Ms. Integra." Cones looked at the lady in front of him, who could easily be called a young girl, and felt a growing sense of déjà vu, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. He could only take it as an enlightenment from his spirituality, and slightly softened his tone, saying, "I'm here to inquire, about your opinion on this fog." Cones had originally intended to ask about the Black Pearl's deceleration, but felt that it might sound accusatory, so he wisely chose a more roundabout approach. "I see." Ms. Integra nodded gently, then beckoned him over. "Come with me." "Oh." Cones followed without thinking, and then he noticed that the siren's song in his ears no longer had the maddening, intoxicating power it once did. Although it was even more melodious and pleasant, it no longer made him want to throw himself into the sea. Though young, Cones was a top student at Tingen University and had spent a few years in Military Intelligence Section 9. He naturally didn't believe the sirens had suddenly become merciful. As he followed Ms. Integra towards the bow of the ship, he asked curiously, "Ms. Integra, did you do something? The siren's song on this ship doesn't seem as terrifying as on the Skyla." Just a simple barrier." Ms. Integra said casually, as if it were a trivial matter, and gestured for Cones to sit down. Simple. Cones chewed on the word that made him want to force a smile. Although he was somewhat resistant to the sanity-draining seats, at Ms. Integra's invitation, she was very likely a demigod, he still chose to follow his heart's will and sat on the sofa that seemed to be made of internal organs. Not bad, it was quite comfortable. If he didn't consider the source of that soft feeling. Actually, if we had an ocean songster, it would be much easier. Ms. Integra said meaningfully, then waved her hand, and Irene brought some exquisite pastries. Cones looked at the fresh, sweet-smelling pastries and the fragrant black tea with wisps of steam, and his throat unconsciously bobbed. Having been at sea for so long, he hadn't eaten anything other than fish, dried meat, and Rosel's hardtack Note 1 for a very long time. But how could this lady produce such fresh food at sea? A memory suddenly surfaced in Cones's mind, some files he had seen in Military Intelligence Section 9. Where victims, after being enchanted by illusions, mistook various unspeakable things for delicious delicacies. Instantly, his original appetite transformed into intense fear, and his outstretched fingers froze in midair. Could it be that you belong to the more old-fashioned type of noble? Not drinking black tea outside of formal meals and afternoon tea. How about Fenneport's St. DC Mountain Coffee? Listening to the young girl's concerned inquiry, Cones suddenly felt as if he had returned to familiar backland. He subconsciously reached out and picked up the teacup, habitually smiling. "I'm not one of those old-fashioned." Halfway through his sentence, his movements suddenly stiffened, but the faintly fragrant black tea had already flowed into his mouth. The slight bitterness of the tea, combined with a subtle floral scent, slowly spread across his tongue, carrying a hint of delicate astringency that made Cones's eyes light up. The finest Queen's black tea. I've only tasted this quality at the Queen's New Year banquet. Even Earl Hall's black tea can't compare. However, at this thought, Cones's expression turned somewhat grim, because the presence of black tea on the ship was already highly unusual. If it were just ordinary tea and snacks, it could be explained by a traveler, but for black tea of this quality, he had no reasonable explanation other than an illusion. Completely unaware of the impact the black tea she had snuck out of the Queen's banquet hall had on the gentleman before her, Ms. Integra calmly ate her pastry. Although she didn't know why this young man kept contributing, suffering, to her acting progress, she still chose to accept this gift and give a sufficient return. "Won't you try a pastry?" These are the new items from the Wisteria restaurant. Cones looked at the black tea in his cup, and it was as if two small figures were furiously arguing in his mind. One was saying, "You've already drunk it anyway, a little more won't hurt," while the other warned, "A little might only accumulate some pollution, but if the pollution accumulates too much, you'll lose control." Amidst the constant struggle of the little figures in his mind, Cones finally chose to obey reason, taking a deep breath and saying, "Ms. Integra, my colleagues are still facing the threat of the siren's song. All right, being serious is also a virtue." Ms. Integra sighed meaningfully, then stood up and walked to the bow of the ship, striking a pose as if gazing into the distance, looking at the dense fog and saying, "The siren's song isn't just dangerous, perhaps you could try to appreciate it carefully." Cones followed Ms. Integra to his feet, his mouth twitching slightly. Listening to the siren's song, even he, who rarely went to sea, knew just how dangerous it was. However, as the Black Pearl moved forward, the siren's song became increasingly clear. Unconsciously, he began to instinctively differentiate the songs in his ears. The sirens were not singing in unison, there were distinct differences. After filtering out the confusing illusory power, these differences began to stand out. As a scion of nobility who had received an aristocratic education and possessed a certain appreciation for various arts, an ethereal concert hall slowly materialized in Cones's mind. Different vocalists stood in different positions, singing loudly, which made him feel as if he saw a winding, intricate path. "Is this the channel?" Cones opened his eyes in surprise, then saw Ms. Integra's approving gaze. "Exactly. Sirens need air to sing too. They float in the water, sit on reefs, and fly in midair. Given the density of the siren's songs here, places without a sound source are naturally relatively safe passageways." Cones felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment from the beauty's approval, but he still remembered that the person before him was a demigod who could punch him into two small pancakes. He respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you for your help." Chapter 344, Difficult Journey. The moment Cones returned to the Skyla, the bone-like bridge collapsed, severing the connection between the Skyla and the Black Pearl, a situation that greatly alarmed the Beyonders on the Skyla. As Cones's superior, Novart immediately stepped forward, suppressing his inner tension, and asked, "What happened? Why did the connection with the Black Pearl break? Did you anger Ms. Integra?" No. Cones shook his head vigorously, then said with a hint of embarrassment, "Ms. Integra is very kind. It's just that the channel ahead is too narrow. If we sailed alongside the Black Pearl, the Skyla might run aground, so she proactively severed the connection." "Channel. She knows the channel." David's eyes widened, and he immediately ran towards the helm, attempting to catch up with the Black Pearl, but the fog at this point was simply too thick. In just a few seconds, he had already lost sight of the Black Pearl's outline. Actually, the channel is the ocean songster's song. As long as Cones honestly recounted what Ms. Integra had told him about navigating through the ocean songster's channel, and it was only after Bruce repeatedly confirmed with his telepathous ability that Cones was not under any illusion that he nodded. Listening to Cones's Black Pearl anecdotes, the Beyonders on the Skyla couldn't help but exchange glances, then their gazes collectively fell upon Bruce. Bruce, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, frowned and touched his scratched gold-rimmed glasses, but he didn't take them off to wipe them. He just frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "Of course, to make you listen to the song." Honest answered without hesitation. The Sanguine had no fondness for the subordinates of the family that had rung Truncest's death knell. Although Truncest had first stewed their ancestors into a hot pot, wasn't that also the arrangement of the six gods? "Why me?" Bruce's blood pressure immediately shot up, but he quickly understood. After all, they didn't have the ability to set up a simple barrier like Ms. Integra, making it impossible to only hear the sound and ignore the enchantment within it. Therefore, to accurately determine the route, someone had to leave the range of the noise-canceling equipment made by the machinery church and listen to the song. Among those present, only he, from the spectator pathway, was resistant to the ocean songster's song. Of course, if there was an ocean songster among the Punishers, that would be another matter, but unfortunately, he was the leader of the Punishers, and he was only a sequence 6. After a slight hesitation, Bruce nodded helplessly, because he knew very well that even if he stubbornly refused, Military Intelligence Section 9 and the Sanguine would force him to do it, even converting him into a blood servant. While the machinery hive mind would not join the persecution, they certainly wouldn't help him either. Thinking of this, everyone had David temporarily drop anchor to avoid accidentally running aground. Then, Bruce lit a candle and began self-hypnosis in front of a mirror. The other Beyonders on the ship didn't know what suggestions he gave himself or how many layers, but everyone could be sure that after he completed the suggestions, his entire demeanor became emotionless, like a puppet. Let's begin. Reduce the noise-canceling range a bit. Bruce walked to the bow with a stiff tone. The members of the machinery hivemind immediately began to busy themselves. The so-called noise-canceling, frankly, was very simple and crude. It was just using other miscellaneous sounds to counteract the ocean songster's song. As acoustic panels made of wooden barrels were placed behind Bruce, the clear ocean songster's song began to emerge in his ears once more. Even with self-hypnosis that resulted in an almost mechanical mind, Bruce still instinctively wanted to take a step forward. Fortunately, he was already tied to the figurehead, only able to passively listen to the ocean songster's song. A Sequence 6 Beyonder, even from the warrior pathway, possesses quite powerful brain functions. Bruce quickly constructed a channel in his mind that could only allow one ship to move slowly forward, and began to roar loudly. 1 o'clock direction, advance 200 meters. With such thick fog, I can't judge the distance at all. David shouted out his pain with an even louder voice. Normally, let alone thick fog, even if his eyes were covered and ears plugged, he could accurately determine the ship's direction and distance just by sensing magnetic fields. But now, this thick fog completely sealed off the seafarer's sensory abilities, making him feel like a disabled person. Then go slower. I'll tell you when to turn. Bruce's tone remained devoid of emotion. David acknowledged with a grunt and then gave Honest a look. The blood servants turned the winches to raise the anchor, and the Skyla, propelled by the water currents controlled by the seafarer, crawled across the sea at an almost glacial pace. 10 o'clock direction. Received. 3 o'clock direction. Received. 3 o'clock direction. I've already turned. I told you to keep turning. We need to make a 180-degree turn here. Received. ... David swore that this was absolutely the most exhausting time he had ever sailed a ship in his life. He had no idea of the channel, nor how far the destination was. The only guide was a cold, mechanical command. This feeling was no less than walking a tightrope blindfolded at several thousand meters in the sky. A momentary lapse in concentration would lead to eternal damnation. The mental pressure caused cold sweat to continuously seep from David's forehead. As his heart began to pound under the strain, he suddenly turned and said, "Marshall, switch places. I can't take it anymore. Coming." Marshall didn't hesitate, immediately replacing David at the helm and controlling the ship according to Bruce's commands. He had originally thought this would be a much more leisurely task than micro-controlling water, but when he gripped the helm, he suddenly regretted it. If it weren't for a group of heretics still watching, he would have immediately called David back to switch. This extremely tortuous channel lasted a full 16 hours, though it sounds long. It would actually take less than half an hour with normal sailing, even with detours. However, for the several seafarers of the Storm Church, this was the most arduous voyage of their lives. Some even developed the thought of never wanting to sail again in their lifetime. But as the ocean songster's song gradually faded and the thick fog in front of them slowly began to dissipate, a small island with a tower came into everyone's view. An island. Why is it an island? Looking at the small island, Honest couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Apart from the towering tower that seemed to reach the sky, this island was no different from the countless primitive islands in the Sonia Sea. I don't know, but Ms. Integra seems to have already landed on the island. Bruce, untied from the figurehead, rubbed his body, which was sore from being pressed against it, and pointed to the black, white, and red ghost ship by the shore. Honest took out a ruby-like Beyonder characteristic from his compass, felt its rhythm, and finally sighed, saying, "We are going ashore." Chapter 345, No U-Turns. The island that appeared in the mist obviously had no dock. The Skyla had no choice but to drop anchor 100 meters from the island, just like the Black Pearl, and then use a small boat to reach the island. A squad of 10 sanguine servants was selected. They possessed physical constitutions and resistances superior to ordinary people. Physically, they could already be compared to low-sequence beyonders. Although they lacked various magical spell-like abilities, they were more than sufficient for scouting. Under the Sanguine's control, the Sanguine servants, while retaining their memories and rationality as pirates, had absolutely no right to resist. They boarded the rocky island in the first small boat and began walking towards the conspicuous tower. That lady seems to have already landed on the island. Should we take this opportunity to seize control of the Black Pearl? Just as everyone's attention was on the Sanguine servant squad that had landed, Marshall suddenly uttered a line full of pirate flair. Then, he received a barrage of disdainful looks. It wasn't disdain for his character, but rather, disdain for his intelligence. After all, the target was right in front of them. Were they supposed to steal the Black Pearl, return the way they came, and then make another trip a few months later? And even if they really wanted to steal it, could the Storm Church really snatch it from the Sanguine and Military Intelligence Section 9? Just as Marshall was feeling awkward, Russ suddenly frowned and said, "The Sanguine servants I was controlling have disappeared." "Oh, mine seem to still." Cassimi was about to say something when his expression also changed. "The ones I was controlling have also disappeared, but it doesn't seem like they died. It's more like they were suddenly cut off by some force. One of the Sanguine servants I was controlling died, and the others also disappeared." Honest frowned and gave a look to the Sanguine next to him. The Sanguine nodded knowingly, then pulled over a few more Sanguine servants he controlled, signaling them to go to the island. After 3 such rounds, 1/3 of the Sanguine servants on the ship were gone, but apart from a few Sanguine servants who were genuinely sensed to have died, the rest had all disappeared. "The sailors can't move anymore, otherwise, we won't even be able to sail the Skyla." Bruce stopped the Sanguine's plan to continue sending Sanguine servants. Honest, hearing this, directly threw the question back. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Bruce, as a punisher of the Storm Church, naturally said, "Of course, we're going to the island. We're already here, are we going to turn back? Then my role as a figurehead would have been for nothing." With that, Bruce turned to his subordinates and said, "Get a small boat, we're going to the island." The Punisher's swiftness made Honest's expression a bit unpleasant, but seeing that these reckless men had already rowed their small boat towards the island, he turned to look at the Machinery Hivemind and Military Intelligence Section 9. Fran, the deacon of the Machinery Hivemind, merely spread his hands and said, "Don't look at us. The Ghost Empire is only of interest to us." In Military Intelligence Section 9's answer was even more direct. "We are like cripples right now. If you choose to go to the island, we can only follow, but in the domain of order, our strength is even inferior to your Sanguine servants." "Who are you kidding?" Honest cursed inwardly. He knew very well that Military Intelligence Section 9 definitely had ways to act in such an environment, but forcing them now seemed unwise. After a moment of silence, he finally waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we'll follow them." Quote. "Boss, they're catching up," David, who was rowing, said to Bruce. Bruce then wiped away the sweat beading on his forehead. After impulsively going out to sea, he remembered that the Ghost Empire was of no use to them at all. Well, that might be a bit harsh to say. At least Truncest's treasure was still somewhat useful. Although the process was a bit convoluted, after 10 minutes, the Beyonders arrived at the shore. Unlike the carefully screened beaches of famous resorts, the shore here offered no scenic beauty. Rocks and broken shells were mixed with the rotting corpses of marine life stranded by the tide. However, the nauseating stench now made David, a former pirate, look much better. This at least proved that the waters around this island could support ordinary marine life. Following the tracks left by the previous Sanguine servants, a group of over 30 people cautiously advanced through the jungle. Before long, they saw a pool of blood. "This is my Sanguine servant." Honest's nostrils twitched slightly, and he immediately identified the source of the blood. Although Bruce was annoyed by this vampire, considering they were all in the same boat now, he pointed to the marks on the ground and said, "Beast paw prints and drag marks, as well as many scattered footprints. It should have been suddenly attacked by some large fierce beast. Except for one unlucky fellow who was pounced on, the others scattered. Looking at these footprints, it should be a large feline, like a cheetah or a leopard. It could also be a Beyonder creature." Honest nodded lightly, glancing left and right, and found a few broken branches on a tree. However, they didn't linger too long for this beast. Compared to the sanguine servant who died from the attack, they were naturally more concerned about the directly severed connection. The group of over 30 people quietly moved through the forest, naturally splitting into 4 teams, and gradually widened the distance between them as they progressed. This was not intentional, rather, the distrust in their hearts naturally led them to make the same choice. And this situation continued until they discovered a corpse. Is this a trap? Although it was a question, the pit filled with many sharpened wooden stakes was undoubtedly a human hunting tool. The sanguine servant lying in the pit had a tragic death, and beside the pit, traces of people stopping to observe could still be seen. This isn't normal. I gave those sanguine servants the order to report back if they found anything unusual. They even encountered a trap, so there's no reason for them to continue deeper. Kasimi looked at this sanguine servant who belonged to him, his brows tightly furrowed. And just then, Novart's somewhat sinister voice reached his ears. Have you ever considered that no leaving is also one of the rules here? What do you mean? Honest looked at Novart. Although his tone was calm, it could be seen from his sharp, blood-stained fingernails that he was ready for battle. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Novart spread his hands, making an innocent face, as if afraid of being mistaken for the mastermind, and quickly said, I only just discovered it. When the thought of turning back appeared in my mind, my spirituality gave a warning. However, if I didn't have the thought of returning, but only planned to take a detour and continue forward, I wouldn't have this feeling. Chapter 346, Towns and Farmlands. Turn around then. This was not a fit of pique, but a threat. Because very quickly, the Beyonders discovered the sanguine who had turned their heads. Well, the kind whose heads had fallen off their necks. Undoubtedly, they were the ones who had the thought of turning around, acted on it, and consequently had their heads fall off. But why would he be here? Honest squatted down, examining the sanguine's posture, his brow slightly furrowed. From the way his neck was broken and the position of his fallen body, it was clear he hadn't been decapitated by an external force. It was as if he was walking, and his head suddenly fell off. Novart heard this and offered an explanation. The judgment of turning back, or leaving, has a certain subjective intent. He saw his companions die earlier, so he ran around in a panic. This didn't trigger the decapitation taboo. But when he came to his senses and decided to walk back, he triggered the rule. This situation is quite common in the judgment domain of the high-sequence arbitrator pathway. But there's no need to worry too much. The judgment rules of the arbitrator pathway are, judge by action, not by thought, meaning that merely thinking about it won't result in punishment. Only when the thought is put into action will the rule be triggered. So, if I'm asleep and someone launches me out with a human-sized cannon, I can leave. Jones scratched his head, immediately drawing several gazes. Fran even patted his shoulder and said, how come I never realized you had the makings of a lawyer? Regarding Fran's words, Jones just smiled awkwardly, but Novart shook his head. If there was only this one rule, it wouldn't be a problem. But under normal circumstances, a judgment domain doesn't just have one isolated rule. It has a complete set of laws that constrain and complement each other. For example, a prohibition on leaving is often paired with a prohibition on assisting others to leave. So your idea itself isn't wrong, but the person who tries to launch you with a cannon would die before the cannon fires. Overall, though, your thinking isn't flawed. A perfect law doesn't exist. As long as you can find a contradiction in the judgment domain, you can break it. Of course, this is limited to domains set up by mystical items. Listening to Novart's explanation, everyone fell silent for a moment. After confirming that the corpse couldn't provide more clues, they could only continue forward. The forest wasn't very large. After an hour, they found a small path and successfully left the woods. Without the trees to obscure their view, their vision suddenly broadened. It was strange, although the island was completely enveloped in fog, it was incredibly clear on the island itself. The full moon above cast a crimson glow, painting the wheat fields with a layer of inky black. Farmland. Are you kidding me? This is the North Sea Arctic Circle. Cones, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, felt a bit cold even with all his spare clothes on. How could wheat grow in such an environment? The power of order. Novart's answer was simple and blunt, because this was the might of a high sequence. The arbitrator pathway possessed the ability to redefine order. Even demanding that wheat survive below freezing point was not an impossible miracle, let alone the potential radiation of life-giver power here. But if there's farmland, there should be humans, right? Cones took 2 steps forward, looking at the width of the ridges and the spacing between the wheat seedlings. He found no significant difference from Lowen's farmland, except for the cold. It could also be demi-humans, like mermaids or something, David muttered softly, pulling out his binoculars and looking around. Most mermaids are pure carnivores, they don't eat wheat. Fran retorted without hesitation, then mumbled. The width of these ridges probably doesn't suggest creatures like giants either. Their size is similar to humans, so maybe elves are sanguine. I think instead of guessing blindly here, it's better if we continue forward. Besides, we don't eat wheat either. Honest glared at Fran, then lifted his foot and walked towards the tower. After leaving the forest, he could already see the buildings beneath the tower. Perhaps because it was late at night, or for some other reason, these 30-odd people walked through the fields without finding any trace of living beings, until they reached the edge of the village. At what appeared to be the village entrance, there was a simple lounge chair covered with expensive fabric. A small round table the size of a wine barrel bottom was placed beside the chair, holding a tea set and 2 small dishes. Not far away, a red-haired maid was grilling with fireballs created by Beander powers, and the lazy figure on the lounge chair was none other than Ms. Integra. Why are you all so slow? I almost thought you died on the way. Integra, holding a skewer, had no trace of elegance, but this was the first human word this group of Beyonders had heard since coming ashore. For a moment, they even had the illusion of being touched. Russ was just marveling at how Ms. Integra always maintained such extraordinary grace, when he suddenly felt a poke at his waist. He glanced sideways and saw Cassimi giving him an unspoken look. Russ felt a wave of speechlessness and somewhat regretted the cup of rosal vanilla he had bought on the ship. Still, he took a deep breath, but just a second before he spoke, he saw Cones from Military Intelligence Section 9 suddenly take 2 steps forward as if he had been pushed. Then the young man nervously said, Ms. Integra, this town. I don't know. There's no one inside right now. I'm worried there's a rule like, no going out at night, so I'm just waiting here for dawn. Integra propped herself up with one hand on the armrest, slowly rising. The laziness in her voice was sleep-inducing. Ms., have you found anything? Russ immediately followed up. Integra glanced at him, was silent for a moment, then said in a somewhat peculiar tone. The method of planting the wheat fields is very advanced, almost identical to the farming patterns of Lowen's agricultural estates. Is there a problem with that? Russ was a bit confused, and then he received a look of disdain from Machinery Hivemind. Lowen's modern farming methods are based on advanced agricultural machine, and agricultural machine develops new advancements every year. To maintain a scale similar to current agriculture means that this place either frequently communicates with the outside world, or it has a way to acquire outside knowledge. Of course, there's another possibility. Fran's expression became somewhat subtle as he said this. Perhaps within the last 10 years, a Beander of the Savant pathway, not of a low sequence, came here. Chapter 347, a town where people turn around even when chatting. The morning light scattered over the isolated island in the North Sea. Sunlight pierced through the trees, swept across the wheat fields, and finally brought a not-so-warm dawn to the small town that seemed to be hidden in darkness. The Beyonders, who had been tense all night outside the town, stared eagerly at the slowly reviving town, seemingly waiting for the first stranger to appear, when they suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. As their gaze focused, they saw the red-haired maid using Beander abilities to create a flame, heating toast and milk, taken from who knows where, to an edible temperature. The black-haired maid, on the other hand, didn't look like she hadn't slept all night. She was exceptionally energetic as she pulled open the tent's curtain. After a rustling sound of clothes that made one blush, the lady in the white suit appeared outside the tent, raising her sleepy eyes as if looking out at the not-too-dazzling sun in the distance. Elegant, truly elegant to the extreme. At this moment, the young Beyonders' eyes almost flew out of their sockets. Even Honest, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't help but glance sideways. It wasn't until the lady, served by the red-haired maid, began to enjoy toast with caviar that someone finally recovered from the beautiful scene, further confirming their perception that this was a demoness. Integra didn't care what they thought. Or rather, as soon as they set foot on this island. No, the moment they boarded the Maryvis, they had already become actors in a script. And all their current suspicions, infatuations, pains, and anxieties would become his strength for further advancement. The gravity of fate is so marvelous. With just a slight push, everything will develop along its predetermined trajectory. Integra drank the warm milk, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. At this moment, an indescribable tremor resonated in her heart. It was a feeling similar to the complete digestion of a potion, but both the winner and the Shakespeare's ape should have completed their acting the moment they plotted against Amon's clone. So what was this tremor now? A 1-foot rod. Or, white horse is not horse. Integra put down the cup, and countless images seemed to flicker in her dark eyes. Countless monkeys refiltered and rearranged all the memories since her transmigration, searching for clues related to this tremor, but they didn't get an answer. It can't be that I prematurely acted as the Lorenz butterfly before even drinking the potion, can it? Integra shook her head slightly, temporarily keeping this thought. As for whether it was or wasn't, she would know once she drank the Lorenz butterfly potion. However, that fleeting thought was likely something important, similar to an acting principle. Integra firmly kept it in mind, even finding 100 or so clerk monkeys to make backups. Seeing Irene pack up the tableware, tables, chairs, and tent, Integra turned to look at the nearby town. At this moment, this silent cluster of buildings finally gained a hint of human presence. Figures appeared on the streets, men and women, old and young. It looked no different from a normal town. Honest pondered for a moment and gave Russ a look. The blood servant, who had been full of fear, immediately transformed the moment he received the order, walking towards the town without any hesitation, as if acting on his own will. Even though it wasn't the first time seeing it, it still made people feel very uncomfortable, but soon, this discomfort faded with the blood servant's actions. Under the gaze of the Beyonders, the blood servant easily entered the town without suffering any harm, even attracting the attention of some passers-by in the town. However, for this unfamiliar face, the townspeople did not show the expected curiosity, even the children had no intention of approaching. It seems this town doesn't have a "no outsiders allowed" rule, Novart said to Honest, stroking the messy stubble on his chin from not having shaved for a long time. Have him ask a townsperson about the situation in this town. It would be even better if he could get a copy of the local laws. Honest frowned but still gave Russ a look to comply. As an ordinary sanguine, Russ, though somewhat unwilling, could only follow Honest's instructions to mentally prod the blood servant. As the blood servant began to walk towards a passerby, Russ's expression also became somewhat grim. Unless necessary, the sanguine would not casually establish a mental link with human blood servants, because, compared to relatively simple animals, any human is always full of resentment about being controlled. Not to mention, they are now being ordered to perform nearly suicidal tasks. These resentments, under a mental link, would invariably flow back, and a slight oversight could cause mental pollution. However, at this moment, no one cared about Russ's state. They stared intently at the blood servant who had started conversing with a local. About 2 minutes later, the local suddenly ran off without warning. Immediately after, the blood servant, in everyone's sight, lost his head. What did you ask him? Novart immediately turned to look at Russ, only to find that the young sanguine was already sitting on the ground, large drops of sweat on his already pale face. Drink some, Integra's gentle voice suddenly rang out, followed by a cup of fragrant hot cocoa. Russ reached out with a trembling hand to take the hot cocoa and gulped down 3 mouthfuls before barely alleviating the mental shock brought by the blood servant's death under the mental link. Russ looked at Integra gratefully, took a deep breath, and then remembered Novart's question, shaking his head gently. I didn't ask anything. At first, I had him make some simple small talk. The man's attitude was a bit impatient, but he still told the blood servant that this place was called Netup, had a population of about 50,000, and the mayor's name was Condi. He also told the blood servant that outsiders were not unwelcome here. However, when I ordered the blood servant to ask about any local taboos, the man immediately ran away. After that, as you all saw, the blood servant just died. Can't discuss taboos. No, we are actually discussing them now. So, it means you can't discuss them in town. Or you can't ask someone who knows the taboos. But if that's the case, how do newborns here learn about taboos? And this doesn't conform to the order that nothing cannot be spoken to others rule. Novart's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He looked at the two remaining trembling blood servants, hesitated, and then said, "Send another blood servant. Have him ask if there's a library or a school here." Chapter 348. What does unity of knowledge and action mean? After sacrificing 5 blood servants and 1 unfortunate sanguine, and spending 1 day and 1 night, the exploration team finally completed their investigation of the conventional rules of the small town named Netup. When the light of dawn once again illuminated Netup, the Beyonders began to look at each other. The blood servants brought by the sanguine were now exhausted, with only about 20 remaining on the Skyla, on standby. However, the Skyla's return journey required the operation of sailors, and with the strength of blood servants, it was difficult to guarantee they could pass through the forest unscathed. As for sending people back to guide them, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have the thought of leaving on the way back, and the moment that thought arose, no other thoughts could ever arise again. Although a day's time had given them some understanding of the small town, if they were to actually go in. Let's go. Just as the Beyonders were debating whether to proceed directly or have Bruce hypnotize a few people to go back and bring blood servants, Integra suddenly stood up and walked into the town with Lily and Irene. This action caught everyone by surprise, so much so that by the time someone opened their mouth to try and call out to Integra, the 3 figures had already disappeared into the not-so-tall buildings. "Master, is it really okay for us to just walk in like this?" Irene cautiously asked after turning a few corners and entering an alley. Integra, however, did not speak, but suddenly turned around, and after several twists and turns, returned to the outside of the town. "So you're just too stupid, meow. Master clearly wants to use them as scouts, how could she actively scout herself?" Lily mocked Irene from her intellectual high ground. Faced with Lily's taunt, Irene immediately felt a surge of anger, but had no reason to refute, so she could only pout and sulk to the side. Integra did not interfere with the squabbles between her maids, she simply watched the scouting party enter the town, waiting for new rules to emerge. Although the monkeys could react in advance to potentially dangerous behaviors, she had no intention of challenging the limits of a Sequence 1 characteristic's abilities. "Sir, here is your 270 nares." Inside the pawnshop, Novart took the small stack of banknotes handed to him by the teller, and while counting their denominations, he asked, "Approximately how much purchasing power is this? I mean, what can it roughly buy?" The pawnshop teller didn't seem surprised that Novart would ask this question. He toyed with the gold pound cones had just given him and said, as if it were obvious, "Didn't I tell you? This is the amount that 3 pounds can exchange for. We charge a 10% handling fee, so its purchasing power is equivalent to 2 pounds and 14 souls. So 1 nair equals 2.4 pence. Novart frowned slightly, but still put the entire team's funds into his wallet. This pawnshop did not accept banknotes, and only accepted gold pounds for coins, yet the value was not calculated according to the price of gold, but at 90% of the currency's intrinsic value. What was frustrating was that they didn't have many gold pounds on them. It wasn't that they had no money, but they preferred to carry banknotes, and even if they had coins, they were small change in souls or pence. After all, the difference in consumption between Beyonders and ordinary life was simply too great, either in units of souls or often dozens of pounds. These 3 gold pounds were still lucky coins, scrounged from 3 team members. In the small town, theft would result in severed hands, robbery would be punished with extreme penalties, and even arguments could lead to slaps and floggings. Although he didn't know the financial status of other factions, according to the consumption habits of the Lonus, Novart believed that the gold pounds they could gather would not be too much. Leaving the pawnshop, Novart quickly reunited with his team members, but what made his face sink was that one person seemed to be missing from the team. "Where's Mural?" Although Novart had already guessed the answer, he still asked. Cones, hearing this, replied with an equally grim expression. He tried to use his ability to interrogate a villager, and then he died. On the other side, the Sanguine were facing the same problem. One Sanguine died directly when he tried to convert a villager into a blood servant. Any other discoveries? Honest pressed his sun temple with a headache. This was already the second Sanguine death. Leaving aside the previous clansman who tried to exploit a bug, by asking questions outside the village through a blood servant's body when asking questions inside the village would lead to death, and ended up successfully committing suicide. This current fellow who used Beyonder abilities in a town where even theft and brawling were punished, died far too foolishly. Kasimi had long been mentally prepared for member deaths. He waited for a moment, and after Honest adjusted his emotions, he spoke the intelligence he had gathered. The clothing of the residents here is very eclectic. I just went to a ready-to-wear store and even saw frilled collar shirts popular during the White Rose War and long silk stockings that only became popular during Rosal's era. Oh, God, how are silk stockings made in a town like this? Or rather, can they really afford them? It's not just the clothing, the architectural styles and decorations are the same. I even saw coffin styles popular in the Balam Empire at a funeral parlor, Russ added. Clearly, this is not a closed city, it even frequently interacts with the outside world. But I don't think the Siren Song channel is that easy to break through. Honest shook his head, feeling a little dizzy recalling that long and painful final voyage. Either all the residents here are not human, or there is a channel here to bring in outsiders. When the blood servants asked how to leave this island earlier, they were not punished. This at least indicates that the method of leaving the island is not a taboo. Kasimi narrowed his eyes slightly, not hesitating to discuss the topic of leaving. Through the sacrifices of the blood servants, they had grasped many details, such as the island's punishment rules. The island's punishment consisted of two parts, behavior and thought. You would not be punished merely for having a corresponding thought, nor would you be punished for unintentionally performing an action. Only when you held a corresponding thought and acted upon it would the punishment mechanism be triggered. In other words, after confirming that there was no rule against discussing methods of leaving, as long as they didn't actually take action to leave, they didn't need to worry about discussing it in any way. It's a pity that ordinary townspeople don't know how to leave, or perhaps, precisely because they don't know, it's not a taboo. Russ shook his head lightly, but Kasimi disagreed. I think it's because the level of our interrogation subjects isn't high enough. Isn't there a mayor on this island? Let's go talk to him. You go talk to him. You're responsible for your own deductions. Whoever asserts, must prove. Chapter 349, The Long-Awaited Tarot Club. The crimson light receded like a tide, and Snow, who had returned to his original appearance, once again saw the palace like a giant's abode, the ancient, mottled bronze long table, and the gathering members hidden within the gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice Audrey's light and pleasant voice rang in his ears, which slightly eased Snow's mood after staying outside that gloomy town for 3 days. He stood up, bowed slightly to the head of the bronze long table, and then greeted the members of the Tarot Club. After several Tarot Club meetings, the Star and Miss Hermit had gradually adapted to the rhythm of the Tarot Club. After a brief silence, Justice finally spoke with some shame. Sorry, Mr. Fool, I'm still in my fief this week and haven't gotten Rosal's diary. Miss Justice, the only one in the entire Tarot Club who still owed Mr. Fool a diary, felt the pressure of debt at this moment. But soon, she heard Mr. Devil also say, Mr. Fool, I am currently in the North Sea and cannot provide Rosal's diary. In addition, I have been unable to pray in my current location recently. Please forgive me. Mr. Devil doesn't owe Mr. Fool any debt, he just needs to remain silent. Maybe this is to make me less awkward. Justice habitually interpreted Mr. Devil's thoughts with the spectator's mindset, while the respected Mr. Fool merely shook his head magnanimously, indicating he didn't mind. As the Tarot Club developed, most of the easily obtainable diaries had already been collected. The decreasing opportunities to acquire diaries were within his expectations. In comparison, the fact that Mr. Devil was still alive was itself a pleasant surprise to him. After all, Mr. Devil hadn't prayed to Mr. Fool for several days. The encounter between the Fool and Mr. Devil had been a full 9 months. In these 9 months, Mr. Devil had not stopped praying for a single day. But since 4 days ago, this gentleman had completely lost contact, which made Klein once suspect that this gentleman, who had developed an excellent biological clock for himself, might have met with some accident. During the subsequent trading time, Hanged Man, as usual, sought the Ocean Songster's potion formula but did not get a result. Instead, Miss Magician suddenly spoke. Mr. Devil, the novel you commissioned has been initially drafted. I had intended to send it to you via messenger yesterday, but for some reason, your messenger threw the manuscript back. Are you dissatisfied with the content? Furs didn't have the nerve to say in front of everyone that the messenger had slapped her in the face with the original manuscript. However, in the past month, she had spent her days performing as a trickmaster in the circus and her nights writing a novel. The fact that she worked herself to death only to be treated this way still put a touch of grievance in her tone. In the past month, Hugh hadn't even dared to call her lazy. I'm sorry. As I said before, my current location is quite troublesome. My messenger might not dare to approach, perhaps it thinks you're trying to trick it, so it's a bit angry. Snow smiled and explained, slightly alleviating some of Miss Magician's resentment, and then said, as for the novel manuscript, I am very confident in your writing. You can publish it directly. Upon hearing this, Magician immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of ease. With this task completed, she only had 67 more task commissions left. And now that the Trickmaster had finished her acting, tomorrow she would meet with teacher Dorian, get the Sequence 7 potion formula, and become an astrologer. At that point, her debt would be in the single digits. Furs had already decided that after handing the novel to the editor, she would take a long vacation. At least until she became an astrologer, she wasn't planning on taking any more tasks lightly. I am very confident in this book, Dark Dungeon. Its royalties, combined with my previous savings, should be enough to buy the Sequence 7 potion ingredients. Seeing the confident Miss Magician and Mr. Devil conclude their conversation, Justice immediately scanned her surroundings. Seeing that the other Tarot Club members showed no inclination to propose trades, she then released her suppressed curiosity and asked, Mr. Devil, is the troublesome place you mentioned the Ghost Empire? Ghost Empire. Although they knew that Mr. Devil was likely tracking the Ghost Empire along with the Sanguine, the two major churches, and Military Intelligence Section 9, hearing these four words still made Miss Hermit and Hanged Man, who made their living at sea, focus their attention. Leonard, on the other hand, who had almost boarded the ship, looked uninterested. After all, after reporting the information that the Sanguine's target might be that legendary ghost ship, his Red Gloves squad was no longer involved in the case. He was currently still worried about a series of murders suspected to be related to devil worship. No, we merely followed the guidance and arrived at an isolated island in the North Sea. Snow gently shook his head, then, under Miss Justice's expectant gaze, began to recount. This island is covered by the rule power of a high-sequence arbiter pathway Buridan. Here, one cannot chant honorific names, cannot ask about taboos, cannot commit any criminal acts, and even the use of Buridan abilities must be very careful. Most importantly, leaving is forbidden here. If anyone tries to leave this island, they will immediately lose their head. Fortunately, we caught some pirates to scout ahead before landing, otherwise, we might have unknowingly died from our daily habits. Snow's words were calm and indifferent, but the Tarot Club members listening to his narration already felt the kill and danger. Little Son, with his simple and kind heart, immediately spoke. Mr. Devil, is there anything I can help you with? You helped me a lot when we explored the ruins before, so please don't be shy if you need anything. Little Son is truly a good child, but the place Mr. Devil is in sounds too terrifying, doesn't it? Not being able to chant honorific names means being unable to pray or use ritual magic. But does this imply that great existences can interfere with such places? If I use a secret contract ritual, no, that won't work. A secret contract ritual also requires honorific names. Is there any way to leverage this gray fog and lend power to Mr. Devil without chanting honorific names? Like pulling them directly onto the gray fog through the crimson stars. But in that case, there would be no way to tell when Mr. Devil needs power. And if the fool actively proposes it, wouldn't it seem a bit undignified? Never mind, if there's no good solution by the end of this Tarot Club meeting, I'll have the world, as the fool's favored one, suggest Mr. Devil do so. Oh, and Mr. Devil has accumulated a lot of meritorious deeds from the diaries but hasn't exchanged them yet. I can use that as a reason. Just as Klein was pondering the feasibility of his plan, Snow did not refuse Little Son's kind offer. Instead, he subtly commissioned him to investigate information related to ancient gods, subordinate gods, or angels associated with order, and then turned his attention to the Tarot Club's two seafaring members. Miss Hermit, Mr. Hanged Man, I have a commission here. Chapter 350, Mr. Fool preserves his reputation. Upon hearing the devil's request, both Miss Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man immediately perked up. During their time in the Tarot Club, all members had a clear or unclear understanding of each other, such as Little Sun's naivety, Mr. Hanged Man's cunning, and so on. However, most of these perceptions had people with differing views. For example, in Moon's eyes, Little Sun was a lying swindler. In the Star's eyes, Mr. Hanged Man was a typical folk of rage. In Miss Hermit's eyes, Magician was an unfathomable woman. But only two individuals had perfectly consistent labels. Miss Justice was the undisputed financier of the Tarot Club. Over 80% of the entire Tarot Club's cash flow originated from Miss Justice. It was no exaggeration to say that Miss Justice revitalized the Tarot Club. And the devil was universally recognized by the Tarot Club as the person with the deepest mystical foundation. Even a Beander like Miss Hermit, who had essentially acquired a full set of equipment and had been active for many years, held considerable expectations for the rewards the devil could offer, not to mention Mr. Hanged Man, who was still struggling to find his place in the Tarot Club and striving to advance. Seeing their attention shift, Snow's lips curved slightly, and then he spoke in a calm tone. I hope you can spread intelligence about the Ghost Empire. On the sea, make those desperados believe this intelligence as much as possible and head to the North Sea. The devil's desire for more scouts was so obvious. Miss Hermit was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, while Mr. Hanged Man spoke up. If it's just spreading intelligence, it's not difficult, but to make the intelligence credible, some evidence is needed. Snow nodded slightly at this. From this, one could see the difference between Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Hermit. Miss Hermit, as a mystery prior, possessed a vast amount of mystical knowledge. She could easily create evidence that ordinary beyonders could not see through, while Mr. Hanged Man clearly did not possess such an ability. It was no wonder that after Miss Hermit appeared, Mr. Hanged Man began to fall into intense unease. After all, anyone would feel this way when they saw a superior replacement appear, right? Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he maintained a gentle, social smile on his face and replied, "That's not a problem. I will give you some detailed information, including how to find the destination after entering the North Sea, how to pass through the Siren's shipping lane, and the rules to be wary of after landing on the island, and so on. With this authentic information, I believe it will be enough to attract many self-proclaimed extraordinary adventurers." "What about the reward?" Mr. Hanged Man asked unceremoniously, which further solidified the image of him as a typical folk of rage in the minds of the Star, Moon, and Miss Hermit. "One free mystical item creation, with materials prepared by yourselves, or by purchasing specific Beander characteristics from me at market price for processing. The limit is sequence 5 level, with a maximum of 2 Beander characteristics mixed." The price Snow offered was quite excellent, but Mr. Hanged Man hesitated. Unlike Miss Hermit, he was one of those who were relatively short on money. He hadn't even found the formula and materials for the Ocean Songster potion yet, so where would he get extra Beander characteristic to forge mystical item? However, Mr. Hanged Man still chose to accept this commission because he didn't need to take much risk to complete it. Well, maybe he could sell this opportunity to others. After Miss Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man successively accepted Snow's commission, the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence again. Just as Klein was about to let the world speak and ask if the devil needed the Fool's help, the devil suddenly turned his head and bowed deeply to Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze long table. "Respected Mr. Fool, I hope to exchange my previously accumulated merits for a single instance of your help." "Phew, you finally said it." Klein was immensely relieved that his skill in controlling the world was not yet perfect. He immediately stopped the world from speaking, leaned back leisurely, and said in a steady tone, "What kind of help do you need? I hope to obtain a high-level blessing that can distort rules, just for 5 minutes." Snow quickly stated his request. Klein was momentarily flustered, but then he immediately understood what the devil wanted. When Little Sun was caught in a cycle of fate, the devil had once listed several abilities that could create cycles and distort fate, including the authority of the Fool. "However, I am not the real Fool. How can I give it to you?" "Wait a minute." Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered the Black Emperor card on his table. If it was about distorting order, the power of the Black Emperor would undoubtedly work as well. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly felt much more relaxed. After a slight deliberation, he said in a tone that carried a hint of testing. "That's not a problem, but you cannot chant my name now. How should I lend you the high-level blessing?" Although it sounded like a question, with Mr. Fool's increasingly refined tone, no one would think that Mr. Fool didn't know what to do. Mr. Fool's tone management ability is truly becoming more and more exquisite. Snow listened to Mr. Fool's tone, which was like an adult's doting. "How much money should I give you?" When a child asks for pocket money, and secretly grumbled in his heart, but still respectfully said, "I will engrave your holy emblem on an item to serve as a medium for carrying your power." Time. Mr. Fool succinctly uttered a single word, clearly approving Snow's idea. Snow did not hesitate and immediately said, "I need some time to prepare the medium. Would around 6 o'clock tonight be all right?" "No problem." Mr. Fool nodded gently. Snow immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed again. "Thank you for your help. You deserve it," Mr. Fool said indifferently, then took the opportunity to end the tarot club. After the figures in front of him disappeared one by one, Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He spread his spirituality, touching the crimson star belonging to Snow. As the connection was successfully established, Klein also felt a slight sense of relief. "Good thing I didn't overplay my hand," Klein muttered with a hint of self-mockery and began his preparations. Although theoretically, directly granting a high-level blessing was feasible, considering that Mr. Fool's gravitas could not be compromised, he decided to conduct a few experiments first. As for the target of the experiment, Klein thought for a moment, then unhesitatingly touched the crimson star pointing to he.
For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.